Chapter 236. Formations we can't walk through here? Does the road belong to you? Shun Bairu's face darkened. Zhang Xian also turned to look at them. Due to his pure zhenqi, even Lu Shi was unable to see through his cultivation if he intentionally hid it. Naturally, these people couldn't see through his cultivation either. Having reached Tongxian realm pinnacle, as long as his opponent wasn't a Zhongshi realm expert, there was no need for him to fear anyone at all. If these people intended to pick a fight with him, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. However, before he could say anything, the young man had already interjected. What are you all doing? Sheath your weapons. Not everything can be solved through force. Yes. Upon hearing his words, the others hurriedly sheathed their weapons. Please don't be alarmed. We don't have any evil intentions. To be honest, I am the 7th prince of Hanwu Kingdom, Yun Tao, and I am currently in the midst of my 1-star beast tamer examination. I have already passed the first trial. As long as I can tame a Pishue realm savage beast, I will pass the examination. Stepping forward, the young man smiled kindly. The reason why my men stopped you too is because the gold-alloyed panther I intend to tame is right ahead. That savage beast possesses incredible speed. We've tracked it for 10 days already, so we intend to set a trap for it here. If you walk through now, you might alarm it. If so, our previous efforts would be in vain. So please, I hope you understand. If you two feel offended by our actions, I will be sure to compensate you both after capturing this gold-alloyed panther. Then, we'll wait for a while. Seeing the other party speaking politely to them, Shun Bairu glanced at Zhang Xian, and upon seeing him nod his head, Shun Bairu agreed to the other party's request. If others were willing to speak politely, Zhang Xian was willing to listen to their request. Since the person explained the situation to them earnestly, Zhang Xian didn't mind the slight inconvenience. In any case, he and Shun Bairu were exhausted after walking for an entire day, so it wouldn't hurt to rest. At the same time, he could gather some information on the Beast Hall. Thank you for understanding. Upon seeing them relent, Yun Tao nodded his head in satisfaction. After instructing for the others to continue setting the trap, he walked over to Shun Bairu. May I know how to address the two of you? I am Shun Bairu, this is Zhang Xian. Shun Laoshi replied. Oh, so it's Shin Xiaojia. Pleased to meet you. Yun Tao nodded his head, neglecting Zhang Xian from the very start. It wasn't surprising that he would disregard Zhang Xian. After cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body, Zhang Xian's skin had become smooth, giving him the appearance of a 17-year-old teenager. Furthermore, his clothes were shabby. No matter how Yun Tao looked at him, he seemed like a mere lackey. May I know what affairs Xiaojia has at the Beast Hall? If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to pass the Beast Tamer examination. If so, I will gain considerable say within the Beast Hall. Yun Tao spoke with a confident smile. I appreciate your highness's goodwill, but we only intend to rent an aerial savage beast, so we probably won't need your help. Shun Bairu rejected his offer politely. As the icy goddess of Hongtian Academy, she was familiar with such pickup methods. As a result, she immediately blocked his advances. Regardless, fate has brought us together, so there's no need for Shun Xiaojia to be so courteous with me. Without the help of a beast tamer, it will be difficult to pick out a good aerial savage beast, and it could prove dangerous. How about this? After I capture the gold-alloyed panther and go back to the Beast Hall, I'll help you pick out a good one. Yun Tao said. No, thanks. Shun Bairu turned down his offer. Even though the aerial savage beasts loaned by the Beast Hall are all tamed, and it is unlikely for there any problems to occur, different savage beasts have different endurance levels and reaction speeds. If you don't choose a good one and meet with the attacks of other savage beasts in midair, it is possible for mishaps to happen. Shin Xiaojia, there is no need for stand-on ceremony with me. Lightly flinging his sleeves backward, Yun Tao exuded a dashing aura. His words were filled with concern and sincerity. Regardless of whether it was her disposition or appearance, the lady before him was the most beautiful he had ever seen. He wanted to display his superiority to move the heart of the beauty. She intended to reject him, but upon recalling that Zhang Laoshi would be riding on the savage beast, Shun Bairu eventually relented and nodded her head. I'll be troubling you then. It's no trouble. I've been learning for 12 years now, and I am well acquainted with all of the savage beasts in the Beast Hall, be it their habits, endurance, age, reaction speed. I have mastered them all. Rest easy, there won't be any problems whatsoever. If not for our fated meeting here, I wouldn't help anyone else even if they paid me a huge sum of money. Upon seeing her agree, Yun Tao's eyes lit up. A while ago, a powerful official from your Tianxian kingdom tried to recruit me for my services, but I rejected his request. Seeing that this guy intended to show off to display his strengths and capabilities, Zhang Xian could no longer hold back. Shaking his head helplessly, he walked over to the other people. The trap they spoke of wasn't just digging a pit and covering it with straw and leaves. This kind of elementary-level trap might work on wild animals, but savage beasts possessed intelligence. Not only would one be unable to capture a savage beast through such means, the savage beast might even feel offended and come and assault the trapper. The Pishue realm cultivators who had come along with Yun Tao held several dark gray flags in their hands. After measuring the coordinates properly, they staked them into the ground. Is this a formation? Upon seeing their actions, a thought popped into Zhang Xian's head. Formation Master was also one of the top occupations among the upper 9 paths, and their standing wasn't inferior to the apothecary job in the least. It was one of the more popular occupations. Even though there were some records on formations in the kingdom's book collection vault, the information on them was terse. They only spoke of the fundamentals. As for how one could set up a formation and how one activated it, there wasn't any information at all. After all, Tianxian Kingdom was just a remote country on the sidelines. It didn't even have a formation master guild. As such, the information accessible to it was limited. Even though the information detailed in the books was limited, the movements of these people were aligned with the concept of formations described in those books. As a result, Zhang Xian was able to recognize it instantly. According to the descriptions, once a formation was successfully laid out, a unique force field would be generated. Once triggered, it would display all kinds of unique effects. A confinement formation would trap a person, making the target lose their sense of direction and wander aimlessly within it. A hypnotizing formation would induce illusions, leaving one's mental state in disarray. A kill formation would destroy a person immediately with its fearsome strength. This was the first time Zhang Xian had seen someone set up a formation. He was full of curiosity. Just these few flags can trap that gold-alloyed panther he spoke of? Staring at their actions, Zhang Xian soon realized that he was unable to comprehend anything about that formation at all, and shook his head helplessly. Just like pill forging and painting, setting up a formation was an advanced skill requiring in-depth knowledge. Putting aside perceiving the effects of the formation, Zhang Xian didn't even know what purpose those flags served. Zhang Laoshi, what's wrong? Suddenly, Shan Bairu's voice echoed behind him. As he turned around, he saw Shan Bairu right behind him. She seemed to be unable to stand the other party's narcissistic talk and came over to escape. I'm just curious what kind of trap they are setting up. Zhang Xian replied. It seems to be a formation. There isn't a formation master guild in Tianxian Kingdom, and as such, we don't have many books on formations. As a result, I don't know too much about formations either. Shin Bairu also recognized it immediately. Indeed, for a few flags to create a powerful formation with mystical effects, it is indeed incredible. Zhang Xian commented. None of the occupations ranked among the upper 9 paths are simple. It is said that even a half-zongsher would find it difficult to escape from a formation set up by an official formation master. In fact, if they are unlucky, they might even be killed by it. Even though those guys seem to be placing the flags at random, there must be a certain logic to it. Shin Bairu nodded her head. Yeah, I'm just checking it out. Zhang Xian smiled. The topic of formations was a profound one, and without years of effort, it was impossible for one to bear any results. Since Zhang Xian was unable to comprehend anything about it, he simply regarded it as a novelty. Checking it out? Yun Tao walked over. With his head lifted high, he glanced askance at Zhang Xian and chuckled softly. The study of formations is profound and deep. Are you sure you can comprehend it? I am an outsider who has never studied the topic, so I don't know too much about it, Zhang Xian admitted. Curious, he asked, Based on your tone, Your Highness seems to be well-versed in formations? Of course. The edges of Yun Tao's lips curled up and a proud expression appeared on his face. Actually, I also study formations during my spare time and I am an apprentice formation master, so I have quite a bit of knowledge about formations. Apprentice formation master? Zhang Xian and Shun Bai Ru stared at one another in shock. For him to be both an apprentice beast tamer and an apprentice formation master, especially when the two occupations were of the upper nine paths, Yun Tao indeed possessed the right to brag about his achievements. Since you don't understand, allow me to introduce it to you too. Seeing the shock of the pair's face, Yun Tao was delighted. With a smile, he raised his head proudly and explained. The formation they are setting up is called Greenwood Confinement Formation. The core of the formation is based on the 36 heavenly spirits, whereas the flags used in the formation are placed based on the 72 earthly fiends. Containing the element of wood, it gathers 8 different attributes of spiritual energy. Through such, the force field of the formation is formed, and once activated, it unleashes great power. Greenwood Confinement Formation? Just by using these small flags? Indeed, these flags are just supporting equipment. Although setting up the formation is important and the coordinates of the flags must be precise, the activation of the formation is important as well. After they're done, I will activate it. If I succeed, even though the gold alloyed panther's life won't be at risk if it were to step into the formation, it can't escape. While they were conversing, the others finished setting up the formations. Chuckling lightly, Yun Tao stepped forward, took out a golden flag, shook it lightly, and placed it into the center of the formation. Wong. With a light ring, the formation seemed to have been activated. All of the formation flags seemed to have disappeared amid the greenery, making it hard to spot. If not for Zhang Xian witnessing the setting up of the formation personally, it would have been hard for him to believe there was a formation here. Incredible. Impressed, Zhang Xian was about to say something when his mind jolted and a book appeared in the library. Turning his attention to the book, the words Greenwood Confinement Formation were written on it. Flipping through it, the flaws of the formation were detailed within. Greenwood Confinement Formation, a wood element formation. The formation flags are made from the spotted laurel plant, and the formation contains the ability of confining and restricting the target's movements. It was created 300 years ago by 2-star formation master Tao Yuan. Flaws: 17 aspects. Number 1. The formation activated here is a simplified version with a total of 72 flaws. Number 1. After reading through the book, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He stared at the gleeful and proud prince with a strange expression. Are you sure that this formation can confine the gold-alloyed panther? Chapter 237. Play somewhere else. Of course. I bought this formation from the Formation Master Guild at a high price. Even a Tongxian realm primary stage expert would be trapped in it, let alone a Pishue realm savage beast. Yun Tao gestured grandly as he turned to look at Zhang Xian. Why? Do you doubt the ability of this Greenwood Confinement Formation? That isn't it. Zhang Xian shook his head. I just think that there's something wrong with the setup of this formation, and it might be unable to display its full strength. Arrogant. Do you even know what a formation is? Where did this bumpkin come from, trying to doubt the formation His Highness has set up? Know your place. Before Zhang Xian could finish speaking, angry bellowing interrupted him. They came from Yun Tao's subordinates. They had heard the conversation between that boy and their prince. This fellow, who didn't even know what a formation was, said that something was amiss about the setup of the formation. How can you be so thick-skinned? Do you know how the formation functions? Do you know how strong it'll be after it's activated? Doubting His Highness's capability despite knowing nothing at all? He sure is arrogant. Cough cough, Zhang Laosher. We shouldn't interfere in their affairs. Hearing the criticism from the group, Shun Bai Ru's face reddened. She was rendered completely speechless by Zhang Laosher. Wasn't saying that there was something wrong with the setup of the formation equivalent to mocking Prince Yun Tao? Even though this fellow was narcissistic, he possessed true ability. Since they were ignorant about formations, it was best for them to not get involved in this affair. It wasn't a wise decision to offend a soon-to-be beast tamer before reaching the beast hall. Seeing the indignance in everyone's eyes, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. Since his kind words fell on deaf ears, Zhang Xian decided to stay out of the matter. The study of formations is as deep and vast as the ocean. Since you are ignorant, you shouldn't speak of it lightly. You're lucky that I am magnanimous. Otherwise, I would teach you a lesson based on the words you just said. Even beating you to death would be considered a light penalty. Yun Tao glared at Zhang Xian and harumphed. Then he pointed to the formation and continued confidently, this greenwood confinement formation, when complemented with trees, will have its effects amplified. Given the bushes and trees around, this is a suitable location for the setup of this formation. Later, I will show you how impressive the formation is by capturing the gold-alloyed panther. Sure. Seeing through the other party's desire to impress Shunbairu, Zhang Xian didn't linger on the topic and stood to the side. Only then did Yun Tao nod his head in satisfaction. Just when he was about to continue bragging about the capability of the formation, a roar echoed from the front. Then a massive figure charged out. The gold-alloyed panther. This Pishue realm savage beast was around 4 meters long. Its golden body was covered with green spots. Even from several hundred meters out, it exerted strong pressure onto the group. It's here. Yun Tao's eyes lit up. He immediately rushed nervously forward to take a closer look. The gold-alloyed panther strolled around the area leisurely, and upon seeing the group, instinctively retreated and prepared to leave. Light it up. Yun Tao hurriedly commanded his subordinates upon seeing its actions. It took them 10 days of effort before they were able to track it down. If it escaped, it would be difficult to find it once more. Yes. One subordinate immediately took out a bag and lit it with an ignitable paper roll. In an instant, a repulsive odor immediately emanated from it. The stench was so strong that it made people feel lightheaded and nauseous. This should be the feces of a female gold-alloyed panther. Upon burning it, it releases an extremely powerful smell. While it is intolerable to a human, it is irresistible to a male gold-alloyed panther. Shunbairu seemed to be slightly knowledgeable on the topic of taming savage beasts, as she softly explained the situation to Zhang Xian. Feeling faint from the overpowering stench, it was a wonder to Zhang Xian why that fellow would be attracted to such an odor. Turning to look at the gold-alloyed panther, it had stopped in its tracks upon smelling the scent. After hesitating for a moment, it started heading toward the group. As the fellow slowly approached them, the group gradually felt the pressure from the savage beast grow stronger. Slowly, its ferocious appearance and streamlined body appeared clearly before them. Even though it was a Pishue realm savage beast, it was probably capable of warding off 8 human cultivators of the same realm easily. This savage beast was born swift, and coupled with its huge physique and fur serving as a defensive layer, it was capable of matching up to a human cultivator beyond its cultivation realm. In other words, this gold-alloyed panther wasn't incapable of challenging a Tongxian realm primary stage expert. Prepare to trigger the formation. Upon seeing the gold-alloyed panther being attracted by the scent and walking toward the greenwood confinement formation, Yun Tao clenched his fists in excitement. As long as he grabbed hold of this fellow and tamed it, he would be able to become an official beast tamer. With this identity, he could stand out against the other princes. Even if he couldn't inherit the throne, he would gain considerable standing within the empire. But to his astonishment, that fellow suddenly stopped 10 meters in front of the formation. As a Pishue realm savage beast, it possessed intelligence. It could sense Yun Tao and the others were up to no good. If not for the alluring scent, it would have escaped long ago. Attack it. Find some way to enrage it. As befitting of a potential beast tamer, even though Yun Tao was surprised by its actions, he immediately reacted based on his understanding of savage beasts and gave instructions. Yes, his subordinates had already been waiting for his commands. Hearing his words, they nodded their heads. Retrieving arrows from the quivers on their backs, they knocked the arrow, drew the bowstring, and shot at the gold-alloyed panther. Whoosh! The arrows shot through the air straight toward the gold-alloyed panther. Since they were specially crafted arrows imbued with the zhenqi of Pishue realm experts, The gold-alloyed panther felt threatened by the arrows, and its fur stood on end. It immediately leapt to the side to dodge the arrows. It might have been huge in stature, but its movements were exceptionally agile. Its speed was almost comparable to Lu Xun's when he was executing the illusory shadow's 9 celestial steps. "Keep it up," Yun Tao shouted. Hearing his orders, everyone moved swiftly and arrows fell like rain. Roar! Seeing the increasing number of arrows, the gold-alloyed panther roared furiously. Seemingly completely enraged by their actions, he charged straight toward the group. Wong! In just a few paces, it stepped into the range of the formation. A light ringing sound echoed, and the greenwood confinement formation was activated. As though it had fallen into quicksand or was trapped in a metal cage, the gold-alloyed panther struggled but was unable to break out of the formation. So this is a formation. Incredible! Shunbai Ru was impressed. She had seen the strength of the gold-alloyed panther for herself, and she wouldn't have believed that a formation consisting of just a few flags could trap such a powerful savage beast within if she hadn't seen it for herself. If she intruded on the formation unintentionally, she would be in the same plight as well. "Looks like I have to be careful of formation masters in the future," she reminded herself warily. The reason why formation masters were highly respected was because they possessed the ability to defeat enemies beyond their cultivation realm. As long as they were given sufficient time to set up a formation, they were able to slaughter an opponent whose strength far surpassed theirs. "Let's see where you can escape to." Oblivious to the dread in Shunbai Ru's heart, Yun Tao chuckled and glanced at Zhang Xian gleefully. "Didn't you say that something was wrong with the formation? Look, wasn't the gold-alloyed panther trapped in an instant?" With his hands behind his back, Yun Tao turned to look at his subordinates and ordered, "There's no need to hurry. We should let this fellow thrash about for a bit longer so that it expends its strength." Yes, everyone nodded their heads in agreement as they scattered around the perimeter of the formation. Roar! While they were waiting for the gold-alloyed panther to expend all its stamina and tame it in a single go, a furious roar echoed and the latter charged frenziedly at the formation. Voila! The formation shook and the formation flags which had been concealed from view suddenly appeared. "Your Highness, what do we do?" Upon seeing the formation flags coming into view, a Pishue realm expert immediately turned to look at Yun Tao anxiously. "What are you panicking for? Rest easy." The greenwood confinement formation makes use of the geographical terrain to absorb the surrounding wood elemental energy to augment its defense. The gold-alloyed panther doesn't have enough strength to break out. Yun Tao smiled confidently as he gestured grandly. Just as he was about to continue bragging about the formation, the ground quaked once more. The flags, unable to bear the impact from the charge, flew away. Who? The removal of the formation flags caused the instantaneous collapse of the greenwood confinement formation. With a stride, the furious gold-alloyed panther appeared before Yun Tao. Raising its paw, it clawed at him. Yun Tao was just bragging about his greenwood confinement formation when this fellow suddenly appeared before him. He yelled in terror and fell paralyzed to the ground. "You beast! Your Highness, be careful." The Pishue realm subordinates immediately rushed over as they drew their weapons. In an instant, numerous swords fell upon the gold-alloyed panthers. Roar! Disregarding those attacks, the gold-alloyed panther whipped its tail at one of Yun Tao's subordinate while smacking another two next to it with its paws. Pa-pa-pa! Yun Tao's subordinates felt a fearsome force traversing through their body as they fell backwards with reddened faces. At the same moment, they felt a sweet sensation gushing up their throat and blood spewed from their mouths. Even though the few of them were strong, they were still incapable of combating a frenzied Pishue realm savage beast. Flee! Seeing that even his subordinates were unable to stand their ground against it, Yun Tao nearly fainted from fear. He immediately bellowed and began to run. However, at this moment, he saw the giant body of the gold-alloyed panther rushing toward Zhang Xian and Shunbai Ru. "They're doomed." He froze. Even his subordinates were unable to match up to the gold-alloyed panther, and that beautiful lady was only at Dingli realm pinnacle. That ignorant lad beside her was likely even weaker. Under such circumstances, Yun Tao couldn't think of any way they could avoid their demise. Just when he prepared himself for the gruesome sight, that ignorant lad spoke in frustration. Are you stupid? They're the ones who want to catch you. Why are you going against me? Upon hearing his words, everyone swayed. Was that lad a fool? Speaking to the gold-alloyed panther like that when it was at the peak of its anger, that brat must be tired of living. Just when everyone thought that the lad with a screw loose would die for sure, they heard his helpless voice once more. If you refuse to leave, I'll have to make a move. Forget it. Since you aren't willing to listen to logic, play somewhere else. Right after saying those words, a loud slap echoed. Whiz! The gigantic body of the gold-alloyed panther immediately flew aside. Smashing into a massive tree, white foam leaked from the corners of its mouth as it convulsed. Chapter 238, Taming 2 in 1. What? Yuan Tao and the others nearly passed out. What was going on? This was a Pishue realm gold-alloyed panther. It possessed strength rivaling that of a Tongxian realm primary stage expert. Furthermore, its coat of fur provided it with incredible defense way beyond that of an ordinary cultivator, yet to be sent flying with a single blow and foaming at the mouth. How strong was that attack? They swiftly turned their gaze toward that ignorant brat, only to see him walking with a vexed expression toward the gold-alloyed panther. Squatting beside it, he stared at it with an expression of lament. I told you that the ones who wanted to capture you are them, and that you shouldn't go for me. Pooh. Hearing those words, the bodies of Yuan Tao and the others convulsed. The heck? Do you have to go so far? No matter what, since fate has allowed us to meet, we should at least get along with one another. What do you mean by those words? Why are you persuading the savage beast to go for us? Roar. Hearing the other party's words, the gold-alloyed panther howled in anger. Struggling upright, it roared and sent its paw straight at the fellow nagging at it. In the end, you're just a savage beast. I've been wasting my breath trying to explain the situation to you. Under the anxious gazes of the group, Zhang Xian disregarded the claws of the other party and continued nagging. Just when the claws were about to fall on his head, he lifted his palm. As though time had stopped, the claws capable of even smashing through metal stopped in midair. Who? Then, with a slight raise of the hand, the 4-meter-long gold-alloyed panther weighing several tons was raised before being thrown to the ground. Then it was raised again before being thrown down once more. Bang, 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 bang. A large crater immediately appeared on the ground. Yuan Tao and the others trembled in fear. At this moment, they felt as though they were going insane. This was a gold-alloyed panther, one of the most ferocious savage beasts in the forest. Possessing great might, it was usually the predator. Yet, at this moment, it was being grabbed by its paw and whipped around? What kind of strength did that youngster possess? He is probably at least at Tongxian realm pinnacle. He might even be a half-zongsher. A subordinate of Yuan Tao muttered through quivering lips. Half-zongsher? I just mocked a half-zongsher? And I said that if I were to teach him a lesson, beating him to death would be considered as a light penalty. Yuan Tao felt he was about to spit out blood. Does everything has to be so shitty? If you're a half-zongsher, you should have said so earlier. No matter how audacious I may be, I would never have offended you. Look here. The ones who want to capture you are them, not me. After smashing him around for a few times and seeing that the gold-alloyed panther was on the verge of passing out, Zhang Xian stopped. While others were stunned by the sight before them, Zhang Xian was feeling dismal. He was just an innocent passerby who kindly said that the formation might not be able to trap the savage beast. It was one thing for the others to doubt him, but they had to insult him, making it seem as though he was just a kid trying to brag despite his ignorance. As a result, he decided to stay out of the affair and allowed the others to do as they pleased. Yet, this fellow came rushing straight at him. The one undertaking the beast tamer examination was Yuan Tao, and the one who set up the formation was him as well. Instead of looking for the mastermind, why did you look for me? As expected of a savage beast? Dumb. Let's go. Seeing that the gold-alloyed panther was on the verge of breathing its last, Zhang Xian shook his head and turned to Shun Bairu. Okay. Shun Laosher walked toward him. She already knew that Zhang Xian's cultivation was at Tongxian realm pinnacle and that the gold-alloyed panther wouldn't be a match for him. So she wasn't surprised by the turn of events. You too. Upon seeing the two leaving, Yun Tao started walking over to stop them. But at this moment, the gold-alloyed panther struggled to its feet, walked forward to block Zhang Xian's path, and lay on the floor prostrating to him. Anticipation gleamed in its eyes. This is voluntary submission? The gold-alloyed panther is submitting to him? As an apprentice beast tamer, Yun Tao was well-versed about the habits of savage beasts. The gold-alloyed panther was clearly in awe of Zhang Xian's incredible strength and intended to submit to him. Yun Tao had tracked this savage beast for several days to accomplish his beast tamer examination, and it took a combination of luck and effort before he was able to encounter it. Yet it was submitting to someone else? Yun Tao experienced depression in the pit of his stomach and nearly spewed blood. However, there was no way around it anymore. The moment a savage beast decided to submit to someone, it meant that fear had already sprouted in the depths of its heart toward its master, and it wouldn't dare to go against him. Even if Yun Tao were to use all of his means at this moment, he would be unable to change the decision of the savage beast. A savage beast only recognized a single master in its entire life. Since it was taking the initiative to prostrate itself, it showed its intent to submit to Zhang Xian. It was too late for Yun Tao to do anything. It's mine. Tears streamed down Yun Tao's face, and he felt despondent. Even so, he was too afraid to say anything. Yun Tao thought that the other party would be delighted to see the savage beast submitting to him, but the youngster only frowned. Are you done? If so, scram. Otherwise, I will beat you up again. Woo! The gold-alloyed panther lowered his head and whimpered. Why? You aren't content and wish to get back at me? Zhang Xian lifted his leg and prepared to kick it. Cough, cough, Elder Zhang Xian. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to understand the meaning by the gold-alloyed panther's gesture, Yun Tao immediately stepped forward. Yun Tao had only disregarded Zhang Xian previously because he thought that he was shunned by Ru's lackey, but upon realizing that he was likely to be a half-Zongshi expert, he didn't dare to be disrespectful to him in any way. Elder? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment as he didn't expect this braggart to address him like this. However, after pondering for a moment, he felt that it wasn't completely unexpected. This gold-alloyed panther has chosen to submit to you. If you're willing to take it in, pet its head, and feed it with a drop of your blood, it will be loyal to you for the rest of its life. If you decide to turn it down, you can just turn around and leave. Yun Tao said. He could tell that even though this fellow was powerful, he knew nothing about beast taming at all. Otherwise, how could he not even know the submission positions of savage beasts? Chosen to submit to me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Why did it suddenly submit to me when all I've done was to beat it up? Looks like beast tamer isn't as hard of an occupation as I think it to be. If Yun Tao could hear his thoughts, he would definitely spurt blood. There were many methods to induce a savage beast to submit to a person, such as gratitude, enticement, overwhelming force. Of which, overwhelming it meant defeating the other party in a battle of strength, rendering it into a completely helpless position. The gold-alloyed panther possessed invincible defense and incredible speed, and with just these two, it was able to give an ordinary Tongxian realm expert a splitting headache. However, to Zhang Xian, who cultivated the Heaven's Path movement art and Heaven's Path golden body, its defensive ability and agility meant nothing at all. Regardless of which it was, the gold-alloyed panther realized that it wasn't a match for this human. Thus, it willingly submitted to Zhang Xian. Even though it was simple in theory, it wasn't easy in practice. Putting everything aside, there were no one beneath Zongshi realm who could triumph against Zhang Xian in terms of physical ability. Even if there truly were one capable of rivaling Zhang Xian, there was no reason for him to tame a weak Pishue realm gold-alloyed panther. Zhang Xian only thought that it was simple because he didn't understand the true underlying difficulty in the matter. Woo! The gold-alloyed panther gazed at Zhang Xian in anticipation. Seeing its expectant eyes, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can you fly?" The gold-alloyed panther staggered and nearly fell to the ground. It was a savage beast that dominated the land, How could it possibly fly? If you can't fly, I don't have any use for you. Zhang Xian frowned. His destination was Tianwu Kingdom, tens of thousands of kilometers from here. No matter how swift this fellow could run, it was impossible for him to reach Tianwu Kingdom without taking a month or two. It would be much faster riding on an aerial savage beast instead. Besides, it didn't have enough strength to contribute to Zhang Xian's fighting prowess. In other words, to Zhang Xian, it didn't matter to him whether he tamed it or not. Upon seeing his hesitant expression, Yun Tao and his subordinates felt frenzied. Brother, do you need to be so twisted? To capture this savage beast, putting aside the dozen or so days we spent tracking it down, just the preparation phase took more than 2 months by itself. In the end, it ignored us and submitted to you instead. Yet, you are unwilling to accept it. Why is there such a huge disparity between us even though we are both humans? Forget it. Since you wish to submit to me, I don't mind taking you in. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. In any case, taking it in shouldn't pose as any problems. Besides, having a Pishue realm savage beast also seemed impressive. Doing as Yun Tao said, he stretched his hand to pet the gold-alloyed panther's head and dripped a drop of blood into its mouth. The moment the blood drop entered the beast's body, a ritual seemed to have been triggered. A bridge seemed to be formed between his mental state with the other party. As its master, he could sense that if he were to give the order, the gold-alloyed panther would be willing to die for him. Furthermore, through this bridge, he could clearly sense the gold-alloyed panther's will to serve him. He could also easily give orders to it through this connection. It was no wonder that beast tamer was such a fearsome occupation. Just its ability to control savage beasts to fight alongside it was already a fearsome feat. Since you have submitted to me, you should serve as my mount. I'll be depending on you for the journey to the beast hall, Zhang Xian said. However, the gold-alloyed panther looked at him pitifully. It struggled to its feet, only for its legs to collapse to the ground. No matter how much effort it put into its feet, it was unable to stand up. Zhang Xian had gone too far with his attacks previously, causing it to sustain severe injuries. As such, it was difficult for it to even stand up, much less serving as a mount. Elder Zhang Xian, the gold-alloyed panther has sustained severe injuries. It has to recuperate for at least half a month before it is able to move around freely. Yun Tao glanced at the gold-alloyed panther before speaking. Recuperate for half a month? Zhang Xian frowned. The reason he was heading over to the beast hall to rent an aerial savage beast was because he was pressed for time. After all, he didn't know when the poison aura would act up. His life was threatened as long as the poison aura remained within him. It would be a great waste if he spent half a month here just for the sake of a savage beast he had no use for. You're an apprentice beast tamer. Do you have any ways to heal its injuries swiftly? Zhang Xian turned to look at Yun Tao. A human cultivator could hasten his recovery through consuming pills or circulating his shenqi. Savage beasts should possess similar abilities as well. He didn't understand such things, but Yun Tao, as a potential beast tamer, should know of them. The physical constitution of a savage beast differs from that of a human's. However, the methods to hasten their recovery are similar. The first method is to use suitable herbs to forge a pill for the savage beast to consume. If the right pill is used, the savage beast should be able to make a complete recovery within 2 days. Yun Tao pondered for a moment before saying, 2 days? Thinking that 2 days was also too long, Zhang Xian shook his head. What about the other methods? That is the method for apothecaries, as well as the one most people resort to. The second method is a treatment method unique to beast tamers. Only an official beast tamer is capable of utilizing this method, and it is only useful for one's own tamed beast. Yun Tao glanced at Zhang Xian. Beast tamers had a unique method to treating their own tamed beast. This method required both the beast tamer and his tamed beast to practice a unique skill to boost their compatibility with one another. It would take at least half a year before the couple could utilize this method. Given how this fellow knew nothing about beast taming and his tamed beast had just submitted to him, it was impossible for him to utilize this method. The third method is for master teachers. Given how powerful this gold-alloyed panther is, it is likely to be at Pishue Realm Pinnacle. As long as you help it to reach Tongxin realm, its injuries should recover in an instant. After speaking of the second method, Yun Tao hesitated for a moment before proceeding ahead to talk of the third one. There were only these 3 methods to swiftly heal a savage beast's injuries, and each of them corresponded to the means of an apothecary, beast tamer, and master teacher respectively. Any single one of those methods would be effective, but from the looks of it, it was impossible to utilize any single one of them now. Helping it reach Tongxin realm would heal its injuries in an instant? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. For the first method, putting aside the fact he had no herbs now, Zhang Xian thought that 2 days were too long a time to wait. For the second method, given how Zhang Xian knew nothing about beast taming at all, it was completely out of question. As for the third method, given that Zhang Xian possessed the Library of Heaven's Path, it was a simple feat for him to help someone achieve a breakthrough, be it human or beast. Taking the sky-shattering lion, for example, he had solved its trauma and raised its cultivation by a level to Tongxin realm. With the pleading of his grandson, Elder Shang intentionally cooked up a show to agonize Zhang Xian, so he deserved to have his teaching license revoked. However, in order to resolve the mistakes of his previous self, Zhang Xian had unintentionally pinned the blame of intentional oppression of the other teachers onto him, causing his reputation to fall into the gutter. To make up for it, before his departure, he specially paid the sky-shattering lion a visit to solve its trauma. With a Tongxin realm savage beast guarding him, even though Elder Shang was stripped of his teaching license, he should be able to rise up once more. In a way, this was Zhang Xian's apology to him. With this prior experience, Zhang Xian knew that this method, which seemed to the others that it would be the most difficult of the 3, was actually the easiest one for him. So he turned to look at the gold-alloyed panther expectantly. Gold-alloyed panther, try executing a battle technique. Cough cough, I mean attack me. Back when that fellow attacked him, Zhang Xian didn't try to peer into its flaws, and as a result, there wasn't a book compiled on it. To help it achieve a breakthrough, he had to understand its physical condition first. Xin Bairu, Yun Tao, and the others stared at each other, dumbfounded. What was this fellow trying to do? Yun Tao already spoke of the 3 methods, yet, instead of choosing to go with any one of them, he asked the gold-alloyed panther to attack him. Did he have a screw loose? That fellow can't even stand up, yet you want it to attack you? Could it be that you hope to beat it up once more? Roar? The gold-alloyed panther was also stunned. Hurry up. Sensing its hesitation, Zhang Xian urged it. If that fellow didn't launch an attack, a book wouldn't be compiled. If so, Zhang Xian wouldn't know what was wrong with it, and he wouldn't be able to help it achieve a breakthrough. Roar. The gold-alloyed panther lowered its head. Putting aside how it didn't dare to attack its owner, it didn't have the strength to do so either. He couldn't even stand up straight. How could he attack? When I told you to stop just now, you continued charging at me. Now that I'm telling you to attack me, you hesitate. Seeing how that fellow was behaving as docile as a small kitten, Zhang Xian was speechless. When I told you go for Yun Tao instead, you kept charging toward me. Now, you're acting like this. In the end, you're still a savage beast. Seems like it's impossible to reason with you. Forget it. I'll do it myself then. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian walked up to the gold-alloyed panther and smiled compassionately. You don't have to be anxious. Lift your head. The gold-alloyed panther raised its giant head up. The others also turned their attention to them, curious to see what he was up to. Yep, right, just like that. Upon seeing the savage beast obediently lift its head, Zhang Xian stretched his hands and paw. He struck the back of its neck. Roar? Not expecting its master to beat it even though it has already submitted to him, the gold-alloyed panther roared in resentment. Then its massive body swayed and it collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. What? The others stared at one another in so much shock that they were about to faint. This is your tamed beast. Furthermore, I thought that you were going to treat it? Why are you knocking it out? Ignoring the reaction of the others, Zhang Xian placed his palm on the beast's body. Wang. A book appeared in the library. Reading through it swiftly, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He then turned to Yun Tao and asked, "That, it has fainted. How do I wake it up?" Yun Tao and the others felt they were going insane. When you asked about the methods to heal a savage beast swiftly, we all thought that you were going to treat it. Yet, contrary to our expectations, you struck it unconscious. Now that everyone is trying to figure out what you're up to, you want to wake it up. Brother, can your actions be any more irrational? What in the world are you up to? We're utterly stumped by your actions. What? You don't have any ideas? Zhang Xian frowned. I do. Stifling the urge to pull out his hair, Yun Tao hurriedly walked forward. He was well aware of the habits of the gold-alloyed panther. Pressing his finger on an acupoint, the huge fellow soon slowly roused from its rest. Roar! Upon seeing Zhang Xian, the eyelids of the conscious gold-alloyed panther twitched. It was on the verge of tears. There's no need to look at me like that. Let me ask you, do you want to recover from your injuries instantly? Also, do you wish to reach Tongxian realm? Ignoring the resentful expression of the other party, Zhang Xian said, if you wish to, let's get on with it. Otherwise, I'll leave right now. You can remain as king of the mountain, and we'll treat it as though you have never submitted to me. If this fellow couldn't recover from his injuries swiftly, it would be of no use to Zhang Xian. If so, there was no need for Zhang Xian to waste his time on it. Roar! Even though it was hesitant, the gold-alloyed panther eventually nodded its head. It's good that you've agreed. Nodding in approval, Zhang Xian walked over to the gold-alloyed panther. Then, he sent a palm strike straight at its massive body. Pa 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 pa. The sound echoed 36 times consecutively, and every single strike struck the acupoints of the gold-alloyed panther accurately. At the same time, pure zhenqi seeped into its body and flowed through its meridians. Other people might be confused by Zhang Xian's actions, but as a potential beast tamer, Yun Tao could tell what Zhang Xian was doing with a single sight. I thought he didn't know anything about beast taming at all? How is he able to strike the acupoints on the gold-alloyed panther so accurately? Jaw-dropping, Yun Tao trembled in astonishment. The physique of a physical beast was completely different from that of a human's. Naturally, their cultivation methods were different as well. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a person who knew nothing about beast taming to locate the acupoints on the body of a savage beast. In fact, it would be an incredible feat if they could fathom the rough locations of those acupoints in its body. After the various incidents before, he knew that the person before him was completely ignorant of the art of beast taming. Yet, despite his ignorance, all of his seemingly casual strikes struck the acupoints of the savage beast without the slightest deviation. What in the world was going on? Furthermore, what was he hoping to do striking those acupoints? Could it be that he was really trying to help the beast reach Tongxian realm? Seriously? That's something that even an official beast tamer would find hard to achieve. While he was immersed in shock, Zhang Xian finished striking all of the acupoints. At this moment, the pure zhenqi he had injected into the body of the gold-alloyed panther was flowing unbridled through its widened meridians. Coming to a stop, Zhang Xian wiped the beads of perspiration off his forehead. Raising the cultivation of a savage beast was completely different from raising a human's. Due to the enormous size of the gold-alloyed panther, the zhenqi it required for its breakthrough was multiple times that of a human cultivator. If not for the fact that Zhang Xian cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art and his zhenqi was pure, Zhang Xian would probably have been sapped dry of his zhenqi and collapsed onto the floor due to exhaustion before he could raise the other party's cultivation. Even so, he expended a huge portion of his zhenqi and was slightly worn out. Crick, crack. A crisp sound similar to that of beans popping echoed from the body of the gold-alloyed panther. Under normal circumstances, the strength of a savage beast was determined by its race and its talents. Unless its bloodline evolved, it was difficult for it to raise its cultivation. After all, even though they possessed intelligence surpassing that of ordinary animals, they were still inferior to human intellect, and they couldn't practice cultivation techniques either. This was precisely the reason why even official beast tamers would find it difficult to raise the cultivation of their tamed beasts. However, Zhang Xian was different. The only difference that a high-tier savage beast had was its pure bloodline. The Heaven's Path zhenqi within Zhang Xian's body was capable of washing one's meridians and cleansing the impurities in one's bloodline, raising the purity. As the impurities in the bloodline reduced, the limiter on the savage beast would be released. Naturally, its cultivation realm would be raised as well. Boom! The crisp sound didn't last for long. Soon, the body of the gold-alloyed panther inflated like a balloon, and it swiftly grew larger. From its previous length of 4 meters, it grew to around 6 or 7 meters. At the same time, the aura emanated by the savage beast changed tremendously. It clearly grew stronger and even more fearsome. Dang, dang, dang. The pressure it emitted made Yun Tao and the others rapidly retreat with pale faces. It was clear that the fellow before them had achieved a breakthrough. With just a few random slaps, the gold-alloyed panther reached Tongxian realm. Yun Tao felt himself grow lightheaded. The sight before him was simply too incredulous. After staying in the beast hall for a significant period of time, he knew how difficult it was for a savage beast's bloodline to evolve. Even a 2-star beast tamer, without years of effort, would be unable to accomplish such a task. Yet, the fellow before him was able to achieve this feat in just a few breaths? What in the world was going on? Yun Tao wasn't the only one. Xin Bairu's eyes were also completely widened in shock. She knew that Zhang Laoshi would do something completely unexpected. Even so, the sight before her still made her doubt her vision. His actions was beyond her expectations. To induce a breakthrough in the gold-alloyed panther so casually, even the average master teacher wouldn't be capable of such a feat. What in the world did this fellow learn from Yang Shi? Who? Amid everyone's astounded gazes, the gold-alloyed panther successfully completed the evolution of its bloodline. At the same time, its strength stabilized at Tongxian realm primary stage. Roar! With its strength raised, the injuries it sustained previously also recovered. Standing up, it roared ferociously, shaking the heavens. After which, the towering gold-alloyed panther walked over to Zhang Xian and laid down. At this moment, its eyes were filled with admiration and affection, and the resentment it felt previously had vanished completely. When Zhang Xian struck it unconsciously previously, it was pondering whether it had chosen the wrong person to follow. But now, it realized that its master was a person of incredible means. This time, it was submitting to him with utmost sincerity. Since you have achieved a breakthrough, let's set off. With a leap, Zhang Xian sat on the back of gold-alloyed panther and gestured for Shan Bairu to climb on as well. Then the duo continued heading toward the beast hall. Chapter 239 Strange Bird 2 in 1 Elder Zhang Xian. Upon seeing the couple leaving, Yun Tao hurried forward. We're heading for the beast hall, so we won't bother you in your taming of a savage beast. Farewell. Zhang Xian waved his hand. They were strangers, and the reason why Zhang Xian had waited here previously was for fear of ruining the other party's situation. Now that the gold-alloyed panther had been tamed, there was no longer any need for Zhang Xian to remain here. Taming a savage beast? Yun Tao nearly burst into tears. There was a time limit to the beast tamer examination, and tracking down this gold-alloyed panther had nearly used up all of his time. Even if he wanted to tame another savage beast, he had to be able to find one first. Besides, even if he did find one, given how his formation was ineffective, his survivability was the problem, let alone actually taming the savage beast. Senior, may I consult you on a matter? Quelling his gloom, Yun Tao clasped his hands. HM? Zhang Xian glanced over. Just now, how were you able to tell that there was a problem with the setup of my formation, and that it wouldn't be able to trap the gold-alloyed panther? Yun Tao asked. He wasn't the only one who was curious about this. The eyes of the others also fell upon Zhang Xian, and even Shan Bairu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Based on his actions and words, the fellow before him was definitely a complete amateur at formations. Thus, it was inconceivable how he could see a flaw in it immediately. That's simple. Without hiding anything, Zhang Xian explained, the greenwood formation is built using formation flags made of the spotted laurel, and requires the wood element to sustain the formation. The location you chose is lush with trees and shrubs, and is aligned with the conditions required for the formation. There also weren't any errors in your setup. However, you neglected a single detail. Senior, please enlighten me. After musing for a while, Yun Tao couldn't tell what was wrong with his formation. As a result, he asked with earnestness. The mountain range we stand upon. Zhang Xian lifted his head to look at the various mountains in the distance, his expression carefree. Mountain range? Yun Tao was even more confused. What was wrong with this mountain range? When he bought this greenwood formation, he had tried setting it up once, and there was no problem at all. Even a Tongxian realm primary stage expert would find it difficult to overcome this formation. The mountain range extends from the north to the south and is imposing and staunch. The airstream sinks and doesn't move. The plants that grow on land where soil lacks nutrients have a yellow tint, and the ridges along the mountain range have a slight shade of red. Sitting on the back of the gold-alloyed panther, Zhang Xian pointed around to the various signs. From this, you can tell that there is a metal deposit beneath the mountain. Of the 5 elements, metal opposes wood. As such, the confinement formation has been opposed by the metal element below, so how could it exert its full might? This, Yun Tao trembled. His teacher had once taught him that one shouldn't just focus on the geographical terrains. More importantly, he should borrow the strength of the environment, the might of the heavens, and even the power from the stars, harboring them within his formations. Back then, those words sounded ridiculous to him. Yet, at this moment, he realized that it was all true. To be able to tell that there was a metal deposit just from the ridges and the direction the mountains extended, and deduce that it affected the greenwood confinement formation. What kind of discernment aptitude was that? Even a 3-star formation master would be hard-pressed to perform such a feat. To think that he was bragging in front of such a person a moment ago, even asking the other party if he could even understand the formation. Yun Tao felt a burning sensation on his face. He wasn't the only one shocked. Also seated on the gold-alloyed panther, Shan Bairu's mouth twitched and she nearly fainted from surprise. Brother, didn't you know nothing about formations just a moment ago? Why were you able to talk about metal deposits, ridges, airstream, and whatever else in the blink of an eye? Do you have to be so incredible? She felt that it was laughable how she thought that Zhang Xian was spouting nonsense a moment ago. This guy. Recalling her previous experiences, Shan Bairu felt helpless. Common sense truly didn't apply to this fellow. If she continued to stick fast to common sense, it would just be a matter of time before she was shocked to death. I will stop here. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. After explaining the faults with the formation, Zhang Xian waved and left. Senior, since there isn't sufficient time to capture a savage beast now, I would like to return to the beast hall along with you. Is that fine by you? Since his examination was already a lost cause, he chose to throw it aside altogether and strike up a connection with the expert before him instead. Regardless of his strength, his previous means to induce a breakthrough in a savage beast, or his understanding of formations, this elder Zhang Xian seemed to be a person with great ability. So Yun Tao deemed it beneficial for him to establish a relationship with him. The gold-alloyed panther is swift. If you can keep up, feel free to do so. Even though the prince was a braggart, he was a person with true capabilities. Furthermore, he was an apprentice beast tamer. With his guidance, it should be easier to find a good aerial savage beast, allowing them to reach Tianwu Kingdom faster and smoother. However, it was already cramped for 2 people to ride the gold-alloyed panther. It would be impossible to house any more people. Thank you, Senior. Upon seeing him agree to it, Yun Tao heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go. Zhang Xian instructed the gold-alloyed panther, and it started dashing swiftly forward. Even when it was at Pishuer realm, the gold-alloyed panther had possessed incredible speed. At this moment, it was no different from a swift steed. Even though the terrain of the mountain forest was rugged and littered with obstacles, there simply weren't any signs of it slowing down. Initially, Yun Tao and company could still keep up. However, as time went on, the rate at which their zhenqi was being sapped increased as their faces turned pale. They were so exhausted from running that they were about to spit out blood. Let's rest for a while. After around 2 hours, seeing that the others were completely exhausted, Zhang Xian and Shan Bairu leapt from the back of the gold-alloyed panther. Initially, If the duo proceeded to the beast hall by foot, it would take at least an entire day. However, with this fellow, they would reach in at most another 2 hours, so they were no longer in a rush. Senior, knowing that the other party was stopping for their sake, Yun Tao heaved a sigh of relief. After resting for a moment and recovering a slight bit of his stamina, he walked forward and greeted Zhang Xian respectfully. Given that I have tamed the gold-alloyed panther, does it mean that you have failed your beast tamer exam? Along the way, Zhang Xian gave the matter some thought. Yun Tao and the others had pursued this gold-alloyed panther for several days, only for the prize to land in Zhang Xian's lap. While the savage beast wasn't a huge deal, the beast tamer examination was. With this, Yun Tao would likely fail the examination. This, Yun Tao replied awkwardly, if not for Elder taming the gold-alloyed panther, we might all have died on the spot. Compared to our lives, the exam means nothing at all. Zhang Xian nodded his head. While the fellow might be narcissistic, he was rational. It was impossible for the Greenwood confinement formation to trap the gold-alloyed panther. If Zhang Xian hadn't been there, given the strength of Yun Tao and his Pishua realm subordinates, they would have died for sure. Even though Zhang Xian had taken the gold-alloyed panther out of their hands, he had also saved their lives. What are the tests required for the beast tamer exam? After riding on the gold-alloyed panther, Zhang Xian understood the convenience of having a savage beast as a mount. If he could become an official beast tamer, it would be convenient for him to travel long distances in the future. If Yun Tao could hear his thoughts, he would definitely spew blood. For the beast tamer examination, he had lived alongside savage beasts for many years in order to study from them. Even so, he had yet to pass the examination. On the other hand, this fellow wanted to take the examination just because he felt that it was tiring to walk on foot. First, one has to become an apprentice beast tamer. There are 2 parts to the apprentice examination: theoretical paper and savage beast distinguishing. Only after passing these 2 will you be qualified to take the beast tamer exam. Similarly, there are also 2 parts to the beast tamer exam. First, you have to gain the recognition of a savage beast. Second, you have to tame a savage beast, Yun Tao explained. Gain the recognition of a savage beast? Yeah. The examinee will be placed in an enclosure with 5 savage beasts. Within 2 hours, the examinee has to gain their approval and stop them from attacking him. If you can't do so, it only means that you don't have a good understanding of savage beasts. Also, there's a requirement for the tamed savage beast. Its cultivation realm has to be higher than the examinee's. Yun Tao explained, otherwise, if the savage beast is too weak, one could use brute force to coerce its submission. If so, it would be impossible to determine whether the examinee has the true skills to become a beast tamer. Zhang Xian nodded. The beast tamer examination was similar to the apothecary examination. To become an apprentice, one had to possess sufficient theoretical knowledge. And to become an official member, one had to possess practical skills. For the latter, one had to forge a tier 1 pill. As for the former, one had to tame a stronger savage beast. It was no wonder why Yun Tao was pursuing this gold-alloyed panther. At Dingley Realm Pinnacle, the latter was an entire cultivation realm higher than him and fulfilled the prerequisites of the examination. Once he succeeded in taming it, he would pass the examination. There is a time limit of half a month to the taming of the savage beast. Just looking for this gold-alloyed panther has already taken me more than 10 days. It is impossible for me to find another one right now. Besides, if I met one that was even fiercer than this gold-alloyed panther, I might even lose my life. Yun Tao had managed to let it go. It was all thanks to the youngster before him that he was able to survive this ordeal. He might not be as lucky the next time. It seemed that he would have to make thorough preparations the next time he took the examination, such that all precautions were in place. Otherwise, if he died before becoming an official beast tamer, it would be too late for him to cry about it. In fact, there were numerous apprentices who died at the hands of the savage beasts every year while taking the beast tamer examination. It's good that you were willing to let it go. However, no matter what, I feel partly responsible for it. How about this? If you wish to tame another savage beast, I can give you a helping hand. Zhang Xian said. More importantly, He was interested in seeing how someone could tame a savage beast that was stronger than the tamer. After the affair with the gold-alloyed panther, Zhang Xian knew that it would be difficult to build camaraderie with a savage beast if it didn't admit defeat willingly, let alone taming it. Even if not used for taking the beast tamer examination, the art of beast taming would prove useful in his future journeys. After all, he couldn't possibly be so lucky as to happen to meet a savage beast weaker than him and that submitted easily. What if he encountered a strong one? Therefore, he wished to make use of this opportunity to see how this fellow would go about it in order to steal his skills. Of course, he wouldn't say these words out loud. Otherwise, wouldn't the image of a senior he had built with great difficulty crumble in an instant? Having disguised himself as Yang Shi, he understood that the identity of a senior would make it easy to resolve many issues. However, it carried risks as well. Once exposed, he would likely be pummeled to death. Senior is willing to help me? Hearing his words, Yun Tao immediately trembled in excitement. He had witnessed the strength of Elder Zhang Xian for himself. If he were to lend a helping hand, capturing a Pishue realm savage beast would definitely be an easy feat as long as the savage beast was captured. He had his own means to tame it. Yeah. Zhang Xian nodded his head with the look of an expert. That's great. As long as Senior is willing to help me, I will definitely succeed. Balling his hands into fists, Yun Tao's eyes reddened in excitement. Calm down first. Even if I did help you, can you find a suitable savage beast first? Zhang Xian asked. A suitable savage beast? Yun Tao immediately puckered his face. He had already taken more than 10 days to find a Pishue realm gold-alloyed panther. Even if the other party had agreed to help him, it was useless if he wasn't able to find another suitable savage beast. Your Highness, have you forgotten about that? A subordinate stepped forward. That? Yun Tao was perplexed. The one who comes by daily to cause trouble, the subordinate said. That thing? Seemingly recalling something, embarrassment appeared on Yun Tao's face. It's too late to find any other savage beast. Your Highness, if you can capture and tame that fellow, you will pass the exam. Right now, the priority is to pass the beast tamer exam. We can talk about taming other savage beasts in the future. The subordinate persuaded. This? Yun Tao hesitated for a moment before turning to Zhang Xian. Elder, there is indeed a suitable savage beast. I will require your help in this matter. Oh. Zhang Xian stared at Yun Tao curiously. It's a strange bird, Yun Tao said. An aerial savage beast? Given that Yun Tao was a Dingli realm pinnacle cultivator, and since the savage beast he had to tame had to be a cultivation realm higher than his, the savage beast he was speaking of had to be Pishue realm. On top of that, given that it was a bird, Yun Tao was probably asking him to capture an aerial savage beast for him. All of the aerial savage beasts Zhang Xian had passed by in the Xinluo mountain range were soaring in the skies several thousand meters above them. Even if Zhang Xian intended to capture them, he was helpless. It can't be considered an aerial savage beast. It is quite small in size, about the size of a palm. Yun Tao's face reddened. The size of a palm? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Based on Shan Bairu's descriptions, Zhang Xian knew that aerial savage beasts were around several zhang long, and their wings were 2 to 3 zhang wide. Only with such size could they possess sufficient strength to carry a human to the skies. To be the size of a palm, indeed, it couldn't be considered an aerial savage beast. At best it was a canary. Even though that thing is small, it is a savage beast. Furthermore, its strength has reached Pishue realm primary stage, so its cultivation realm is slightly higher than mine. It's just that its physique isn't suited for battle, so it isn't a match for me. However, it possesses incredible speed and is impossible to catch up to. Yun Tao explained in detail. Small but fast? Even if you want to tame it, it probably won't be easy to find it. Zhang Xian frowned. Even a large and slow savage beast was hard to find. A palm-sized, flying-type savage beast possessing tremendous speed could be hiding anywhere in this vast forest. How could they possibly find it? Furthermore, it could freely fly about in the sky. It was probably even harder to tame than the gold-alloyed panther. Upon hearing those words, Yun Tao felt a little sheepish. It is hard to find it, but for the past few days, that fellow has been pestering us. Even if we don't take the initiative to look for it, it will come to look for us on its own." Pester? Zhang Xian was puzzled. Even though he didn't have much of an understanding of savage beasts, he knew that they were guarded around humans. If a savage beast realized it wasn't a match for its opponent, it would immediately run away as far as possible. If so, why would it pester them every day? I happened to smash its nest. Infuriated, that fellow has been coming to harass us every day. Yuan Tao quickly explained the situation to Zhang Xian. After hearing the story, Zhang Xian shook his head, unsure of whether he should sympathize with Yuan Tao or burst out laughing. This strange bird apparently liked to consume the wild honey of the mountain forest. Unaware of this fact, Yuan Tao stumbled upon its nest and took away its collection of honey. That little fellow had probably been saving up for many years before being able to collect such a huge stockpile. Upon realizing that someone had stolen its treasure, it flew into a rage and chased the group. However, due to its small physique, it wasn't suited for battle, so it wasn't a match for Yuan Tao and his subordinates. Unable to take back its property, it had been trailing behind the group's back. At a fixed time, it would charge in and wreak havoc. This was now the 8th day. Looking at the time, it was roughly the time for its entry. That fellow seems pretty persistent. After learning of the grudge between the bird and the man, Zhang Xian chuckled. "How does it wreak havoc?" Xun Bairu asked, curious. Since it would charge in to cause trouble at a fixed interval, given the number of Pishue realm experts they had here, couldn't they find some way to capture it? Yuan Tao's face turned as red as an apple. He coughed. "It poops when it is directly above me." Zhang Xian and Xun Bairu stared at one another. They almost failed to contain their laughter. It had to be said, this bird was truly eccentric. "It always gets me, every time." After doing so, it flies several dozens of meters away to provoke us. By the time we catch up with it, it has already flown far away. Every day it torments us like that for 2 to 4 hours. Yuan Tao was honestly speechless with the actions of this strange bird. He had only stolen its honey, yet it was tormenting him every day to the point that he was already on the verge of insanity. If not for his desire to pass the beast tamer examination, he would have never revealed it to Zhang Xian. After all, it was very embarrassing. For the great 7th prince of Hanwu Kingdom to be treated as a toilet by a strange bird, flying by the moment it felt an urge. Just thinking about it drove him crazy. "Why don't you just return the honey?" asked Xun Bairu, her hand over her mouth. "Eventually, I returned its honey to it. Yet, that fellow still comes to harass me every day. It is too fast to be struck by our arrows, so I was preparing something for it after I finished taming the gold-alloyed panther. However, since I failed to tame the gold-alloyed panther, I can use that bird for my exam instead." At this point, Yuan Tao hesitated for a moment. Just that fellow is way too fast. Even an arrow can't outpace it. Capturing it is simply too difficult. Does Eder have anything in mind? I don't even know the appearance of that fellow or its speed. Even if you ask me now, what kind of plan can I come up with? Zhang Xian shook his head. He had never even seen this strange bird before, so how could he formulate a plan to capture it? All right. Didn't he say that whenever the strange bird comes over to wreak havoc, it flies a dozen of meters forward to taunt them? At that moment, it would be near the ground. You can use your movement technique to dash forward to capture it. Xun Bairu suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Zhang Xian. She had seen Wang Ying's movement technique, and the speed of her movements was almost equivalent to teleportation. No matter how fast that bird was, it shouldn't pose a huge problem to Zhang Laoshi. "Yeah, I can consider that." Zhang Xian nodded. After his cultivation reached Tongxian realm, the distance and number of times he could execute the Heaven's Path movement art increased once more. In the past, when he used the full might of the technique, he was able to travel 20 meters in a tenth of a breath. But now, in the same amount of time, he was able to travel 40 meters. Furthermore, compared to the past when he was only able to execute the technique once, he was able to execute it twice now. Of course, this was when he was using the complete version. If he used the simplified one which he imparted to Wang Ying, given the amount of zhenqi he possessed, Executing it 20 to 30 times wasn't even a problem. Just, his speed would decrease significantly. With the complete version, Zhang Xian was able to leap 40 meters in a tenth of the breath. On the other hand, with the simplified version, Zhang Xian could only cover 3 to 4 meters. Furthermore, the burden the simplified technique had on his body was significantly lower. This was precisely the reason why Wang Ying was able to execute the technique 6 times in the battle with Du Lei before she felt drained. Even so, it was still an extremely fearsome technique. Covering 3 to 4 meters in a tenth of a breath, most people would be struck before they could react. That bird might be fast, but it was only Pishue realm. It would definitely be unable to match up to the Heaven's Path divine art. You wish to depend on movement technique? I'm afraid that it would be difficult to do so. Hearing the conversation of the two, Yun Tao shook his head. Even the most profound movement technique of their Hanwu kingdom, Tortoise Firmament Sonic Steps, at its top speed, was unable to match up with that strange bird. Furthermore, there was a limit to a person's attention as well. Since Elder Zhang Xian seemed to specialize in strength-based assault, speed was likely to be his fatal flaw. Even if he possessed a formidable movement technique, it would still be difficult for him to keep up with the strange bird. Besides, given that the other party came from Tianxin Kingdom, what kind of formidable movement techniques could he know of? Based on his knowledge, the kingdom's most powerful movement technique was Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps, and the technique paled far in comparison against the Tortoise Firmament Sonic Steps. Since even executing the latter technique was insufficient to keep up with the bird, the former was out of question. Thus, Yun Tao continued, that strange bird is extremely wary of its surroundings. It often stays a suitable distance away so that it has time to react to abrupt changes. Given that even arrows are unable to hit it, catching it barehanded is a nigh impossible task. I think we should make a trap similar to the one from before. Perhaps, we might stand a chance like that. We have tried setting up traps before, but none of them worked, a subordinate mentioned. Upon hearing those words, Yun Tao nodded his head helplessly. Indeed, we have set several traps for it in the past, but they never worked. The strange bird seems to know of the preparations we have made beforehand. Regardless of what we did, it refused to fall for our traps. Woo-woo. Before he could finish speaking, the whistling of the wind echoed from the on high. Something seemed to be whizzing through the sky, heading straight for Yun Tao's head. It's here. Upon hearing the sound of the wind, Yun Tao's complexion turned awful. Knowing that the strange bird was here, he didn't even bother lifting his head and dodged to the side immediately. Pada. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a stench assaulted his nose. His entire body was drenched with slimy white spots. Without even looking, he knew that he had fallen for the bird's tricks yet again. Smelling the stench on him, Yun Tao was on the verge of tears. Turning his head to take a look, he realized that what that had fallen where he was standing before was just a rock. Seemingly aware that Yun Tao would dodge, the bird threw a rock first to distract him. This fellow is capable of strategizing? Upon seeing the sight, Zhang Xian was stunned. After hearing the story, he only thought that the strange bird was vindictive. To think that it would be this smart as well. It was completely different from the reckless gold-alloyed panther. Lifting his head to take a look, a small flying bird appeared in his sight. Just like Yun Tao said, it was barely larger than a palm. Its entire body was dyed black, and its appearance was reminiscent of a crow. It carried along with it a sharp aura similar to a Pishue realm expert's. There were many different sizes to savage beasts. Since there were beasts as huge as the gold-alloyed panther, there would naturally be small ones as well. Having struck Yun Tao accurately, the strange bird was gleeful. Caw-caw! It called before flying to around a distance of 30 meters ahead of everyone. Its beady eyes stared at the group, as though mocking everyone. Damn bird! Even though Yun Tao was infuriated at being done in by the bird again, he felt more dismay than anger. The fellow came before they could come up with a concrete plan. Thus, it was unlikely that they could capture it today. While he felt conflicted over the next course of action he should take, his vision suddenly blurred. A figure abruptly appeared before the strange bird, and with a pinch of his thumb and forefinger, whoosh, The swift bird was caught in the figure's hand before it could even react. This is a movement technique? How is this possible? Yun Tao froze. Chapter 2, 40 Beast Hall 2 in 1. How is that possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Everyone instantly began clamoring. Even though Yun Tao's subordinates didn't say anything, they shared the same thoughts as their master. It was impossible for a cultivator to capture that strange bird based on their movement technique and speed. As the subordinate of a prince, they had seen plenty of swift Tongxian realm experts, but the sight in front of their eyes still left them completely bewildered. For Zhang Xin to travel dozens of meters from their side to the strange bird in the blink of an eye, this was way too fast. Could a movement technique be capable of such speed? Could it be that we've underestimated him? Is Zhang Xin a Zhongshu realm expert? The several of them shuddered at the thought. Even though Hanwu Kingdom had Zhongshu realm cultivators, they rarely made a move. As a result, even they were unable to fathom how fast a Zhongshu could travel. However, they had heard from the grapevine that Zhongxis, as a stabilizing force of a kingdom, possessed profound abilities, and their strength was so great that it was hard to imagine. Given how this youngster was able to subdue a gold-alloyed panther barehanded and capture the strange bird with just 2 of his fingers, even if all of them were to gang up on him, they wouldn't stand a chance. Could it be that he was really a Zhongshu realm expert? Zhongshu realm. That was the strength of the old ancestors who propped up Tier 2 kingdoms with their sheer might. For one to appear before them, not to mention, he seemed to be under 20. Could it be that he was actually a young master from some prestigious clans in one of the conferred kingdoms? Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such cultivation and incredible movement technique at such a young age? Nevertheless, regardless of the truth, this youngster wasn't someone they could afford to offend. The several of them gulped in anxiety. For fear of inciting his rage, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Compared to Wang Ying, he's faster. Shun Bairu's face paled. Even though she was prepared for it after Wang Ying's show of might at the teacher evaluation, Zhang Xin's speed still managed to astound her. If he were to utilize it against her, she would probably die from the impact before she could execute any moves. Caw. While Yun Tao and the others were shocked speechless, the eyes of the strange bird widened in astonishment. The strange bird had properly planned everything beforehand. Once the group closed in on it, or used their weaponry against it, it would escape immediately. Then, when the time came, it would appear once more to wreak havoc. But why did this person suddenly appear? If it knew that one of them possessed such incredible speed, capturing it before it could even react, it wouldn't have dared to come over here to wreak havoc. Its speed isn't that impressive. Holding onto the strange bird, Zhang Xin shook his head. When Yun Tao described how arrows were unable to hit the strange bird and how incredible its speed was, Zhang Xin thought that it would be a troublesome opponent. As a result, he used the complete version of the movement technique. But what the heck is this? Like a corpse, the bird didn't even move. If Zhang Xin knew that it would be like that, he would have used the incomplete version instead. At this moment, his body was aching from the burden of the swift movement. If not for the fact that he cultivated Heaven's Path Golden Body, this forceful increase in speed would have caused him to spit out blood. Even though Zhang Xin's voice wasn't loud, those here were all cultivators. Everyone heard his words loud and clear, and their mouths twitched. It's not that the strange bird was slow, but that you were too fast. The bird didn't even have the time to react. All right. Ignoring the shock everyone else was going through, Zhang Xin activated his cultivation technique and circulated the Jinqi within his body, easing the pain. Then he turned around and called for Yun Tao. Come over and tame it. Right. Yun Tao ran over. Taking out a unique rope, he bound the strange bird, disabling its faculty of flight. Only then did Zhang Xin loosen his grip. Seeing that Yun Tao was thinking of ways to tame it, Zhang Xin focused his attention on him. After a while, he lost interest. Actually, it was no different from taming a dog or a cat. He prepared plenty of good stuff savage beasts would find hard to reject beforehand to attract the other party's attention. Then, making use of all kinds of means, he tried to instill a good impression in the other party to obtain its trust. Normally, It would take 3 to 4 days for a savage beast to be tamed and establish a contract with a human. At the moment, His Highness is trying to gain intimacy with it. When their relationship reaches a certain point, there will be a possibility of the savage beast submitting to him. At that point, the two of them will cultivate a cultivation technique that can complement each other and boost the other's strength. In this way, the taming process will be complete. Afraid that Zhang Xian was getting impatient, a subordinate walked forward and explained the process to him. It takes 3 to 4 days? Indeed, and we're talking about those that are easier to tame. As for the more powerful savage beasts, even official beast tamers would have to take a ton of effort. Beast tamer Hu Chuanxuan from our Hanwu kingdom once accompanied a half-zongsher savage beast by a marshland for 3 years to tame it. Every day, he would give it the food it favored. As time went by, their relationship deepened and it eventually submitted to him completely. This incident eventually went on and became a legend in our kingdom. The subordinate nodded his head. This can become a legend? Zhang Xian was exasperated. That beast tamer must be truly free to spend 3 years taming a savage beast. Zhang Xian didn't have the effort and patience to spend that much time on such a thing. Indeed, strong savage beasts have their pride. Without making it feel touched or enticed, how could it willingly submit to someone else? At this point, fervent passion gleamed within the eyes of that subordinate. I would be willing to spend a decade if I could win the loyalty of a half-zongsher realm savage beast. Seeing the other party getting so agitated, Zhang Xian was taken aback, but he soon understood the reason behind his agitation. Not everyone had the library of Heaven's Path like Zhang Xian, so they weren't able to raise their cultivation as easily as if eating and drinking like he did. For most people, once they dredged up the final inch of their potential, they would be stuck at the same cultivation realm for their entire life, unable to achieve a breakthrough, only waiting slowly for their lives to come to an end. Xin Hong, Lu Ling, and the others were prime examples. If they hadn't met with Zhang Xian, it would have been nigh impossible for them to achieve a breakthrough. Given such circumstances, it was natural that they would devote their efforts into other means to raise their fighting prowess. Putting others aside, if Emperor Xinjue was able to tame such a savage beast as well, even if Shen Hong were to pass away, Tianxian Kingdom wouldn't be at risk of an invasion. Know that not only could a savage beast match up against cultivator beyond that of its strength, its longevity was also significantly greater than that of a human's. Just by taming one, the safety of the kingdom would be reassured for a century. Let alone 10 years, an ordinary cultivator would probably be willing to devote decades to something if there was a possibility of success. After all, not everyone was like Zhang Xian, possessing strength surpassing that of the gold-alloyed panther, which was well known for its might, pushing it to the point it was utterly unable to fight back. Further, he helped it surpass its limits within a few moments. How long will he take to tame this strange bird? As he pondered, Zhang Xian no longer felt interested in watching the taming methods of a beast tamer. I will help, Elder asked. The subordinate quickly rushed over. A moment later, he returned and said, Elder, His Highness says that he estimates it will take around 2 days for him to succeed with the inceptive taming. For the beast tamer examination, just inceptive taming is enough. You don't need to go through complete submission. Inceptive taming? That means that the strange bird will remain by his side. Even if His Highness doesn't bind it, it won't leave. The subordinate explained. 2 days of effort just for this? Zhang Xian shook his head. This is too slow. Having to spend an immense amount of effort, resources, and time just to tame a savage beast. It was much more convenient to rent one directly from the beast hall. Looks like beast taming wasn't worth learning after all. I shall take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian walked over to Yun Tao and the strange bird. Elder. Upon guessing that the person before him ought to be a zongsher, Yun Tao felt even greater admiration for the other party, and his attitude couldn't be any more respectful. You need 2 days to complete the inceptive taming with this fellow? Zhang Xian looked at him. Yes. Yun Tao glanced at the strange bird excitedly. I used a special communication method which savage beasts can understand to communicate with it just now, and I offered it an unlimited amount of honey as long as it follows by my side. Eventually, it promised to try living with me. The assessment will be 2 days later, and as long as I can provide it with sufficient honey, I should be able to succeed. Caw. Hearing his words, Zhang Xian turned to look at the strange bird, only to see that fellow stretching its neck and tilting its head back arrogantly, as though saying that he wasn't worthy to be in its sight. Isn't there any way to speed up the process? Zhang Xian frowned and asked. Caw, caw, caw. The strange bird crowed, after which an awkward expression appeared on Yun Tao's face. It says that Elder was too rough with it when you captured it just now, and it is still extremely angry. 2 days is already a short duration. If we try to haggle with it, it will raise it to 10 days or even a month. Short. Seeing the strange bird acting so arrogantly, Zhang Xian shook his head. I don't think so. I think it will submit within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Yun Tao was taken aback. Then, he immediately smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? Taming a Pishue realm savage beast within 10 minutes was an impossible feat. Even the most incredible beast tamer of the Beast Hall couldn't do so. It's quite simple. Zhang Xian shook his head. He stretched out his hand and said, Give it to me. Yes. Although Yun Tao didn't know what Zhang Xian was up to, he handed the strange bird over. Grabbing the bird, Zhang Xian stared at it. Submit right now and become his tamed beast. Caw. Hearing those words, the strange bird immediately glared at Zhang Xian unhappily, as though challenging Zhang Xian's words. It seemed to be saying that if Zhang Xian wanted it to become Yun Tao's tamed beast, he better treat it properly. Fine. Since you are unwilling to do so, you can die right now. Unwilling to waste his time with it, Zhang Xian slapped it. Pada. Before the strange bird could even react, it was smacked onto the ground. Elder. Yun Tao's mouth twitched, and he nearly went into a frenzy. Who tames a savage beast like this? Even if the savage beast submits to you now, it might change its mind, bringing about plenty of trouble in the future. The others were also dumbfounded. You call this taming? More like murder. Caw. Clearly, the strange bird also didn't expect Zhang Zan to become violent, nearly killing it with a slap. The eyes of the strange bird turned red and it struggled to its feet. However, before it could stand up, a leg appeared above it. Whoosh! Like a rubber ball, the strange bird flew straight onto a massive boulder. Mouthful after mouthful of blood vomited from its mouth. I'll give you one last chance. Submit completely, and I will raise your cultivation and treat your injuries. Otherwise, die. Zhang Xian stared at that strange bird emotionlessly. Caw. Struggling to open its eyes, the strange bird hesitated for a moment before squawking. Hearing that sound, Yun Tao was taken aback. Then his face flushed from emotion. Elder, it agreed to it. It agreed to it. Yun Tao's subordinates and Shun Bai Ru felt dizzy, and they nearly fainted from shock. This works as well? When did beast taming become so easy? It's good that you agreed. I thought that you were a valiant figure who would persevere until the very end. Zhang Xian couldn't stand watching such a small and weak savage beast acting so cockily. If it didn't want to live, he could just send it on its way. In any case, Xinluo mountain range had no shortage of savage beasts. Establish the contract. Unwilling to say anything more, Zhang Xian grabbed the strange bird and threw it to Yun Tao. Grabbing the strange bird while flustered, Yun Tao established a contract with the bird. Good, now give it to me. Upon seeing the confirmation of the contract, Zhang Xian poked the strange bird, knocking it out. Then, after touching it, he passed it back to Yun Tao to wake it up, after which his fingers began prodding the body of the strange bird. His fingers were swift as the wind, his zhenqi sharp as a sword. Surge after surge of pure zhenqi gushed into the body of the strange bird, inducing an evolution. Crick-crack. After dozens of breath, the sound of the crackling of the bones echoed. The dying bird abruptly grew larger, and its aura suddenly grew significantly stronger. In a few moments, it reached Pishue realm intermediate stage. Along with the rise in its cultivation, the injuries on its body disappeared. Caw. Sensing the changes in its body, the strange bird stared fixedly at Zhang Xian in disbelief. The reason it collected a large amount of honey in its nest wasn't just to satisfy its craving. More importantly, it could raise its cultivation. Yun Tao's action of stealing its honey was equivalent to preventing it from raising its cultivation. That was the reason why it was so infuriated, such that it was willing to waste its time wreaking havoc on the group every day. Initially, it just intended to agree to the contract temporarily and think of a way to get back at that fellow who beat it to submission previously and cleanse itself of this humiliation. Yet the man who beat it up helped it achieve a breakthrough with just a few pokes. Its cultivation had been stuck at the same level for many years. To achieve a breakthrough in an instant, the strange bird suddenly felt that it might not be a bad thing to submit to a human. Upon thinking so, its previously perfunctory submission suddenly became sincere. Bending its body, it respectfully lowered its head. All signs of arrogance from before disappeared without a trace. This savage beasts weren't as adept at deception as humans. Upon seeing the attitude of the strange bird, everyone was dumbfounded. When other people tamed a savage beast, they would do their best to serve it like it was their grandfather. Even so, it was still possible for them to fail. Yet just by punching the savage beast, this guy had been able to get it to utterly submit to him. They were just thinking that the affair with the gold-alloyed panther might just have been a coincidence, but when it happened for the second time, it was clear to them that Zhang Xian possessed extraordinary capabilities in taming beasts. This isn't something you can learn. The first step, beating up a savage beast, isn't hard to learn. But the second step, helping it achieve a breakthrough and healing its injuries, how could we possibly do so? Frankly, you might not even be able to learn the first step either. Why? Isn't it just going all out to mercilessly beat up the savage beast? Beat up the savage beast? It's not that simple. When taming a savage beast, you try to hold back so you don't kill it. But if you do so, the intimidation factor goes down. The reason why the strange bird submitted was because Elder Zhang Xian would really kill it if it didn't do so. But more importantly, Zhang Xian was able to surpass that fellow in speed. Along with his unconcealed killing intent, he induced fear within the strange bird. Otherwise, how could that proud savage beast submit that easily? Now that you speak of it, it does sound logical. Even though Zhang Xian tamed the strange bird easily, everyone knew that it wasn't something they could do if they were in his place. In fact, even official beast tamers couldn't imitate his method. Just the fact that they had to crush the confidence of the strange bird by surpassing it in terms of speed would stop many experts in their tracks. This fellow has already submitted, so let's leave now. The reason why Zhang Xian made a move was so that he could leave quickly. Now that the strange bird had been tamed, there was no need to remain here. Okay. Delighted, Yun Tao nodded his head vigorously. When Zhang Xian tamed the gold-alloyed panther, Yun Tao thought that he was doomed for this examination. He didn't expect the other party to be able to reverse the situation in a single go. He looked at Zhang Xian with gratitude. Since they were done with their exam, all that was left was the journey back to the beast hall. Zhang Xian and Shen Bairu sat on the back of the gold-alloyed panther while Yun Tao and the others kept up with them with all their might, nearly breathing their last in the midst of doing so. Tears streamed down Yun Tao's cheeks as he ran. The other party got to sit on the back of a savage beast grandly, while he could only carry that silly bird of his while running behind with all his might. Even though they had both tamed a savage beast, the difference between the two sure was huge. 2 hours later, a huge valley appeared before them. The spiritual energy is dense. Upon entering, Zhang Xian immediately realized that something was amiss. The spiritual energy within the valley was almost doubly denser than the spiritual energy anywhere else. The pores in his body couldn't help but breathe in the spiritual energy gleefully, and the brushing of the spiritual energy against his body made him feel like he was soaking in a hot spring. One could definitely cultivate to higher realms here when compared to cultivating outside. The Beast Hall has set up a spirit gathering formation in the valley so that spirit flowers and spirit herbs can grow. The constitution of savage beasts can improve as well, increasing the probability of them achieving a breakthrough. Shen Bairu said. The first time she was here, she was astonished as well. For a formation to span the entire valley, and the spiritual energy to be doubled. How much would something on such a grand scale cost? Only an organization as wealthy as the Beast Hall would likely be willing to invest such a sum. That's true. Zhang Xian nodded his head. He breathed in deeply and felt the cells in his body come to life. The first 7 dan of a fighter were 1 dan Jushi, 2 dan Dantian, 3 dan Jinqi, 4 dan Pigu, 5 dan Dingli, 6 dan Pishue, and 7 dan Tongxian. Putting aside the first 3 elementary realms of a cultivator, in 4 dan Pigu realm, Jinqi is used to nourish the physical body. In 5 dan Dingli realm, one learns to utilize their Jinqi more efficiently and raise their strength. In 6 dan Pishue, one opens up the acupoints in one's body. In 7 dan Tongxian, one opens up all meridians, allowing Jinqi to flow through the entire body. These 7 dan didn't require high amounts of spiritual energy. As such, there were plenty of Tongxian realm experts in a place like Tianxian Kingdom where spiritual energy was severely lacking. However, without sufficient spiritual energy, it was difficult for one to reach Zhongshe realm. A Zhongshe possessed immense strength within his body. Without sufficient spiritual energy and accumulation, it was impossible for one to reach that level. Take Zhang Xian, for example. Even with Heaven's Path Divine Art, it was still difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough without sufficient spiritual energy. If Zhongshe realm was an ocean, then Tianxian Kingdom's spiritual energy was like a trickling stream. At such a pace, it would take decades of accumulation before he could fill that ocean. However, if he could use the current of a river instead, the speed would increase significantly. Even though the spiritual energy in the air was just 2 times more concentrated than outside, his cultivation speed would be raised several-fold. Looking around his surroundings, the plants were clearly much lusher and denser compared to the outside. From time to time, canaries and savage beasts would fly by, their physique significantly larger than those that roamed on the outside. Using an analogy from my previous life, the Beast Hall is like an airport. It is built far away from the city, and those who want to go overseas and are in a rush would be forced to make the trip there. Glancing at the numerous flying savage beasts in the air, this thought popped up in Zhang Xian's mind. Previously, he wondered why the Beast Hall wasn't built within the capital. Upon seeing those savage beasts, he immediately understood the reason. These fellows were massive and ferocious, and if placed in the capital, conflicts would likely break out often with the indigenous population. This was something that the emperor would want to avoid happening. The Beast Hall is inside. Let's enter. Walking down the path in the valley, the group hurried forward. Not too long after, a city appeared before their eyes. Stretching for dozens of kilometers, all kinds of beautiful infrastructure could be seen. Crowds packed the street, and even though the bustle of the city couldn't match up to Tianxian Royal City, it had surpassed most of the second-tier markets. This is the Beast Hall? Zhang Xian blinked. He thought that the Beast Hall would be just like the Apothecary Guild, an average-sized building in the middle of the forest, isolated from the world. Yet, to think that it would be a prosperous city. Initially, it was only a hall. However, as time went by, traders and the descendants of beast tamers started to reside here, and eventually it grew to be the city it is today. Yun Tao explained. Zhang Xian nodded. Xianluo mountain range bordered numerous kingdoms, and there were plenty of people who wanted to purchase a savage beast to protect their clan or to ride on an aerial savage beast. Furthermore, the spiritual energy here was concentrated. As such, it's quite normal that it would grow to such a scale. It was just like an airport. As time went by, all kinds of industry would be built alongside the airport, attracting countless people to reside there. It was no wonder Xinbai Ru gave him a strange look when he asked about how those in the Beast Hall obtained their resources. Let's go to the Beast Hall. Upon entering the city, Zhang Xian loitered around the streets, but he didn't see anything of interest. So he called out, and the several of them walked into the tallest building in the dead center of the city. As the core of the city, the Beast Hall was tall and towering. Painted Cesius, it was 100 meters tall, shooting straight into the clouds. There were 2 gigantic savage beast sculptures at the entrance. They looked extremely savage and fearsome, adding to the grandeur of the building. Straight ahead of them was a 12-meter-long plaque with the words, Beast Hall, written on it in red. It was hard to tell what was used to write it, but it felt intimidating. It's the blood of a high-tier beast. Yun Tao explained, Such savage beasts are born strong, and even after their death, the pressure their presence exerted doesn't disappear. Using their blood for calligraphy can instill fear in those looking at it, making them apprehensive about causing trouble there. Zhang Xian nodded his head. It must be said that the beast hall was indeed grand in scale. Much less others, even he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed before entering. Upon walking through the gates, just like the apothecary guild, a lounge came into view. A huge crowd paced to and fro, and there were plenty of experts in their midst. In fact, some of them were even lining up, and the entire place was bustling. That is, Pishue Realm Pinnacle? Tongxian Realm Intermediate Stage? Also, Tongxian Realm Pinnacle? Looking around, Zhang Xian was astounded. In Tianqian Kingdom, Tongxian Realm experts were rare and highly esteemed. But here, like cabbages in a market, they were everywhere. In fact, even the most unimpressive-looking elder could very likely possess the cultivation of a Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. On the other hand, Pishue Realm experts, who were qualified to become the head of a clan, seemed to be insignificant figures here. Just by sweeping in the surroundings, Zhang Xian was able to spot a handful of them. Chapter 241. I tamed a bird 2-in-1. Stop arguing. The 10 slots to Hanwu Kingdom's Sibei City has been filled up. If you wish to head there, come back tomorrow. We still have 3 empty seats for Jibei City of Anyuan Kingdom. Hurry up, before it is too late. The youngling of the Tongxian Realm Savage Beast Red-tailed Fox is for sale here. Interested buyers, take this opportunity. All kinds of ruckus and noise could be heard from the crowd ahead. Xinluo Mountain Range borders 10 kingdoms. Beiwu Kingdom, Hanwu Kingdom, Tianqian Kingdom. All of them travel here to trade. Every day, plenty of people visits the Beast Hall, especially those who wish to travel long distances. However, given the limited number of savage beasts in the entire Beast Hall and the huge traveling crowd, it is impossible for the supply to meet demand. Thus, one has to queue in advance. A few had waited for several weeks, but are still unable to get a seat. Watching the bustle, Yuntao explained. They were unable to get seats even after several weeks? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Zhang Xian had already guessed that it was impossible for the Beast Hall to possess sufficient savage beasts to meet the demand, but he hadn't expected such a queue. Compared to waiting here for several weeks, it might be faster for him to just ride the gold-alloyed panther to Tianwu Kingdom instead. Elder, don't worry. Upon seeing his expression, Yuntao chuckled. Once I complete the examination and become an official beast tamer, I'll be able to request an aerial savage beast for Elder immediately so that you won't have to wait like the others. Hearing his words, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Most occupations gave privileges to their own members. For example, apothecaries are given preference and a discount in purchasing pills. The beast tamer occupation is no different. Others would have to queue and pray to get a slot in order to ride a savage beast. But it is a different story for official beast tamers. They are allowed to skip the normal queue and directly access any savage beasts, thus saving time. Then, let's go complete your examination. Upon witnessing the incredible queue, Zhang Xian felt his goosebumps rise. Thus, he immediately turned to Yuntao and said, the examination site is over here. Yuntao led the way. On their journey there, the passers-by would step aside immediately upon seeing Zhang Xian's tall and ferocious gold-alloyed panther. At this moment, the gold-alloyed panther had already withdrawn the sharp aura it had exuded after reaching Tongxian Realm. Thus, at this moment, other than its massive size, it wasn't too different from how it was before. At first glance, others would simply think that it was still at Pishue Realm. However, even if it were just a Pishue Realm savage beast, no one was willing to get on its bad side. It wasn't because of the strength of the savage beast, but because they were in the Beast Hall. A person who was able to bring such a huge savage beast around must have connections around. He would either be an apprentice or a beast tamer, and regardless, both aren't people they could offend. Thus, without anyone obstructing the way, they proceeded swiftly through the Beast Hall. Before long, they arrived before a massive room with the words, Beast Tamer Examination, hung outside. In comparison to the apothecary examination hall, the room was much wider. There's quite some time before the examination ends. Let's first enter and take a seat. Thinking that he would be able to become an official beast tamer soon, Yun Tao's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. With a bright smile, he lifted his feet and walked toward the room. Isn't that Yun Tao? Why are you back so quickly? Is it because you have given up on the examination and decided to come back alone? A voice with a mocking tone rang out of a sudden. Turning his head to take a look, it was a young man, who led several subordinates and a gigantic tiger head beast, strutting in their direction. The tiger head beast was larger in size than the gold-alloyed panther, and the aura it emanated was much more fearsome. It felt as though it was capable of tearing apart the heavens. Nevertheless, it was still lacking in its cultivation, being just Pishue realm primary stage. This is the 6th prince of Beichen Kingdom, Zhu Jinhuang. He has always been at loggerheads with our prince. Sensing Zhang Xian's confusion, Yun Tao's subordinate whispered to Zhang Xian, Beichen Kingdom? A book about the geography and containing maps appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. Just like Hanwu Kingdom, Beichen was also a Tier 2 kingdom. As they were close neighbors, there was constant friction between the two countries, and they could be considered as rivals. Belonging to the royal family of each kingdom, it was natural that they would view one another with hostility. Actually, their grudge isn't, because of their country's background, but before Yun Tao's subordinate could finish his words, footsteps rang and another group approached. Jinhuang, how can you say so? Don't you see that gold-alloyed panther behind him? With such a huge fellow, he will surely pass the examination. A white-robed young man chuckled softly, but then he frowned and continued. Just that, doesn't it seem that the gold-alloyed panther isn't intimate with him? It can't be that it isn't his tamed beast. It sounded as if he was here to absolve Yun Tao from his awkward situation, but his lips were curled up in ridicule. This is the 9th prince of Qinyuan Kingdom, Zhou Xian. He isn't on good terms with our prince as well. Yun Tao's subordinates continued explaining. Qinyuan Kingdom was also a Tier 2 kingdom, and it wasn't too far from the Beast Hall. However, it was on the opposite side of the Xinluo mountain range from Tianxin Kingdom, closer to Tianwu Kingdom. Oh, I only noticed it now that you spoke of it. Glancing at the gold-alloyed panther who was intimate with another unknown youngster instead of Yun Tao, Zhu Jinhuang chuckled. Yun Tao, it can't be that you failed to tame a savage beast and found someone to borrow one in your stead? If that's the case, I advise you to be careful. If the Beast Hall were to find out about this matter, you will be barred from the examinations for life. By then, you can only leave obediently. There were clear rules in the Beast Hall, and if a beast tamer used another person's savage beast for the examination, once found out, that person would be barred from the beast tamer examination for life. In other words, he would never become an official beast tamer. As fellow apprentice beast tamers, Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang possessed superb eye of discernment as well. With a single glance, they were able to tell that the gold-alloyed panther was only close to Zhang Xian. Clearly, it wasn't Yun Tao's tamed beast. Once he fails that examination, I would like to see how he dares to continue pursuing Mo Yu Xiaojia. Zhou Xian said, Pursue? He should be escape as far as he can. Given the incredible talents Mo Yu Xiaojia possesses, someone like him will never match up to her. Zhu Jinhuang harumphed coldly. Me? Unqualified? None of you are any better than me, so stop making a fool out of yourselves here. Why don't you pass the beast tamer examination before spouting such nonsense? Seeing the two of them ganging up against him, Yun Tao flung his sleeves furiously. Is that so? You seem quite confident. We'll see how you cry later on then. It is not just about passing the beast tamer examination. I would like to see what grade you are capable of obtaining. Zhou Xian said, Worry for yourself. I'm afraid that you won't even obtain a grade 3. Yun Tao said, You. Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes. I hope that you can continue being that confident after the examination. The trio stared at one another in hostility, none of them seeming to possess the intention to back out. Hearing their words, Zhang Xian understood the situation immediately. Their rivalry wasn't because of their countries, but a lady named Mo Yu. Mo Yu Xiaojia is a famous genius among the apprentice beast tamers. Currently, she's undergoing the beast tamer examination along with all of the princes. Due to her beauty and capability, these princes, hailing from different countries, are all infatuated with her, and they fight secretly in the shadows, hoping to gain her favor. Yun Tao's subordinate told Zhang Xian via Jinqi transmission. Upon knowing the reason, Zhang Xian shook his head. As princes, they were thought to be disputing over territories or such. To think that it would be because of a woman. It's Mo Yu Xiaojia. Quick, look at that savage beast behind her. How incredible. The trio were glaring at one another when a commotion broke out and a slim figure slowly walked over. Behind her, a towering eagle followed. Steel-backed with golden wings, its eyes were sharp as though lightning, causing its viewers to put on their guards subconsciously. A Tongxian realm savage beast? Zhang Xian's expression turned grim. This eagle has reached the strength of a Tongxian realm advanced stage, and it is much stronger than his gold-alloyed panther. Furthermore, vaguely, Zhang Xian could feel something reminiscent of a storm within its aura. Most probably, the eagle possesses speed comparable to the strange bird previously, exceeding it even. Mo Yu Xiaojia. Upon seeing the figure, Yun Tao, Zhu Jinhuang, and Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. They hurried to welcome her. So this person is Mo Yu? Only after examining the eagle did Zhang Xian's gaze finally land on the slim figure in front. Around 23 or 24-year-old, she was dressed in a light green robe which displayed her beautiful figure perfectly. Her lustrous hair, which trailed down to her slim waist, coupled with her white smooth skin, made her a unique beauty. In terms of her beauty, she was in no way inferior to Shan Bairu. In fact, she wasn't too far from Zhao Ya after triggering the 10% of the purine body constitution. While she was beautiful, she had an extremely cold expression. Toward Yun Tao and the others, she disregarded them altogether. As expected of Mo Yu Xiaojia, your skills are indeed incredible. Zhu Jinhuang walked up to her with a smile. A Tongxian realm viridescent eagle, probably you are the only one who is capable of taming it. I'm impressed. Of course, it's just a mere viridescent eagle. Any savage beast would be willing to submit to Mo Yu Xiaojia immediately. Zhou Xin chuckled. Toward the flattery of the two, Mo Yu Xiaojia simply glanced at them impassively. Gazing about, she saw Shen Bairu and froze for a moment. Then, she walked over. You came here to take the Beast Master examination? What about Han Xiong? Is she here? Her voice was crisp and moving, but it felt distant and foreign. She didn't come. I came here with another friend. Shen Bairu pointed at Zhang Xian. Mo Yu Xiaojia glanced at Zhang Xian casually before turning away, as though his presence meant nothing at all. Without saying anything, she walked into the room. Even though they had been disregarded, Zhu Jinhuang and the others didn't seem displeased at all. They hurriedly followed her in. You two know each other? Unbothered with Mo Yu Xiaojia's disregard, he turned to look at Shen Laosher doubtfully. I met her with I was here with Han Xiong the previous time. Shen Bairu nodded her head. Is she really just a talented apprentice beast tamer? Zhang Xian asked. No matter how beautiful that lady was and how talented she was in beast taming, it shouldn't be possible for the princes of 3 great kingdoms to be fawning on her like that. Regardless of whether it was Beichin, Qianyuan, or Hanwu, as Tier 2 kingdoms, they should have a sizable number of beast tamers in their country. As she is a mere apprentice, there was no reason for the princes to talk to her so subserviently. In a Tier 2 kingdom, not even a master-teacher apprentice has such standing. Along with the rise in the tier of the kingdom, the stronger the monarchy becomes. Unless one is a high-tier member of his occupation, he would simply be disregarded by the royal family. Only in small countries like Tianxian Kingdom would an emperor treat a master-teacher apprentice with utmost respect. Indeed, she isn't a mere apprentice beast tamer. I've heard Han Xiong speak of it once. She possesses another identity, the 3rd princess of Tianwu Kingdom. Shen Bairu pondered for a moment before replying. The 3rd princess of Tianwu Kingdom? Zhang Xian finally understood the reason. This is more like it. As a Tier 1 kingdom, Tianwu Kingdom is the dominant power among the surrounding 12 kingdoms. As a princess of Tianwu Kingdom, Mo Yu's identity is much more noble than the royal family of those smaller kingdoms. If they were to marry her, As the prince consort, they would gain a powerful backing in their fight for the throne in their kingdoms. It seems that Zhu Jinhuang, Zhou Xian, and Yun Tao all have the same idea in mind. However, the fact that she was a princess didn't matter at all to Zhang Xian. In Zhang Xian's view, one should rely on himself. Power granted by others is illusory. The duo walked into the room as they spoke. Contrary to the situation outside, there were only a few people in the room. All four of us taking the examination are back. Who do you think will be the one to assess us? Of course it will be the Hall Master. As a 2-star beast tamer, he is the most capable beast tamer in the Beast Hall. Usually, he's the one who acts as the examiner. That's true. I've heard that the Hall Master is extremely strict in his assessment. I wonder if that's the case. Regardless, our prince has already tamed a savage beast and fulfilled the passing criteria. There should be no problem becoming a 1-star beast tamer. Upon walking into the room, Zhang Xian heard some hushed discussions. The three princes have each brought a few of their subordinates along, while Mou Xiaojie came on her own. Standing by the side, the cold aura she emanated discouraged anyone from approaching her. Judging from her tone early, is there a conflict between her and Han Laoshe? Seeing how the third princess of Tianwu Kingdom didn't bring along a single servant and her cold behavior, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled the conversation between her and Shan Bairu. Thus, he asked, it can't actually be considered as a conflict. As an apprentice beast tamer, Han Laoshe also once stayed at the Beast Hall for a period of time. As they're both beauties, they were often compared to each other, and as time went by, they became rivals. Just that, I didn't expect her to take the beast tamer examination so quickly. She is indeed talented. Shan Bairu's astonishment was clear to see. Talented? Zhang Xian was puzzled. She is talented just because she took the beast tamer examination? Looks like you don't know of it. This Princess Mou has barely learned beast taming for a year. Shan Bairu said, barely for a year? Then she's indeed talented. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Even though Zhang Xian didn't have much of an understanding of beast taming, he was a certified apothecary. Given that both occupations were around the same ranking in the upper 9 paths, beast taming was likely to be a highly difficult occupation as well. To become an apprentice, and even undergo the beast tamer examination when she has barely learned for a single year, she was indeed a fearsome genius. More importantly, she is also a 1-star apothecary. Furthermore, she isn't far from reaching 2-star. On top of that, she's also a master teacher apprentice. It's said the reason why she came here to learn beast taming is train her mental fortitude. Once her preparations are done, she can take the 1-star master teacher examination upon returning to her land. Shan Bairu said, 1-star apothecary? Master teacher apprentice? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Even though she shared a similar situation to him, Zhang Xian knew that the other party was much more talented than him. Luck played a big part in why Zhang Xian could become a 1-star apothecary. Furthermore, he had relied greatly on the power of the Library of Heaven's Path. With his current pill forging proficiency, he can only formulate some basic powder, and forging pills is still way out of his reach. To successfully become a 1-star apothecary through her very own capabilities at such a young age, and not to mention, having become a master teacher apprentice, it was no wonder why others would call her a genius. She was indeed worthy of the title. While the two was speaking, an elder walked in. Silence. I'm in charge of assessing you today. Upon seeing the elder, everyone was taken aback. Beast Tamer Hong? Why is he the one in charge of the assessment? Yun Tao was stunned. Usually, the hall master would be the one who conduct the assessment. Furthermore, the rules state that a 2-star beast master must be present at the assessment. Even though Beast Tamer Hong possess a high standing within the Beast Hall, he's still at 1-star pinnacle. He isn't yet qualified to conduct an assessment. Seeing the doubt on everyone's faces, Beast Tamer Hong said, the hall master and the other elders have something else to attend to, so today, I'll be conducting the assessment in their place. I will follow the steps strictly and I won't condone any bribery or cheating, so there's no need to worry at all. Besides, there are record crystals all around, and as long as you fulfill the criteria, you will pass the examination and become a member of the Beast Hall. Yes. Everyone nodded in assent. Regardless of whether it was for the apothecaries or the beast tamers, all examinations would require record crystals to be ready so that the proceedings can be checked on if something turns out to be amiss. With this object present, no one would dare to cheat. Those here are apprentice beast tamers who have passed the first examination. I believe everyone is well aware of the content of the second examination and the structure it takes, but for the sake of formalities, I shall mention them once more. Beast Tamer Hong glanced at the surroundings. The test requires you to tame a savage beast who's stronger than you. Even though an inceptive taming would be sufficient, different grades can be awarded. The higher the cultivation of the savage beast compared to you, and the more loyal the savage beast is, the higher your grade. There are 3 grades, namely Grade 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3. The higher one's grade is, the better one's results are. I believe that no one here has any disagreements to my words, right? Yes. Yun Tao and the others nodded hurriedly. All right, I'll start the examination then. First, Zhou Xian. Beast Tamer Hong glanced at Zhou Xian. Yes. Zhou Xian stepped forward. What did you tame? Beast Tamer Hong asked. Reporting to Beast Tamer Hong, I tamed that whistling Fong wolf. It is a Pishue realm primary stage savage beast. Zhou Xian pointed to the side, and his subordinates immediately brought a 3-meter-long wolf over. The huge wolf has gray fur, and within its mouth, sharp fangs could be seen. Just by its outer appearance itself, one could almost see how it would brutally tear apart its prey. Nodding his head, Beast Tamer Hong retrieved and passed a crystal ball. This is a Heart Inquisition crystal which tests a savage beast's loyalty. A number will appear on it, and for inceptive taming, the loyalty level would range between 15 to 30. The higher the number, the better the grade. Heart Inquisition crystal? Looking at the object, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Back then, during the Enlightenment Will trial, that was the object which was used to test Liu Yang's trust level. It seems that the object is more than capable of testing a human's trust. It is able to gauge a savage beast's loyalty as well. But on further contemplation, it made sense. Since it was able to induce lifelike illusions in one's head upon contact, the loyalty or trust level shown should be extremely accurate. Just like the test of trust level, Zhou Xian first dripped a droplet of blood on it before communicating with his savage beast. Soon, a number slowly floated into appearance on the crystal, 20. For its loyalty level to reach 20 within less than half a month, you have passed the inceptive taming prerequisites. Not bad. I'll give you a grade 2. Upon seeing the numbers, Beast Tamer Hong stroked his beard in approval. To find a savage beast, tame it, and raise its loyalty level to this point within half a month, the other party is definitely qualified to become a 1-star beast tamer. His Highness is indeed impressive. It has been long since anyone has been given a grade 2 in the Beast Hall. Indeed, this is incredible. Upon hearing his results, discussions immediate broke out below. For the Beast Tamer examination, grade 3 was already considered as a pass. Those who reached grade 2 were considered as geniuses among the new beast tamers. Grade 2, not bad. However, I won't lose to you. Not expecting Zhou Xian's results to be so good, Zhu Jinhuang was stunned. However, he soon smiled and walked over. It didn't take long for the results to be out. That tiger head beast of his also had a loyalty point of 20 or so, and he was deemed to be at grade 2 as well. It's Mo Yu Xiaojia's turn. Mo Yu Xiaojia tamed an aerial savage beast, which is much harder to tame than any other savage beast. Furthermore, it is at Tongxian realm, so the additional points she receives should be great. You're right. I think her result will probably exceed that of a grade 2. It has been 30 years since the last grade 1 result in the Beast Hall. Do you think that the record will be broken today? Seeing Mo Yu Xiaojia walk up, everyone's anxious gazes immediately fell on her. To be given a grade 1 ranking in the Beast Tamer examination is equivalent to forging a pill reaching perfection in the apothecary examination. Such a beast tamer will be highly valued by the Beast Hall. All kinds of resources would be invested into grooming her. It was already an incredible feat for Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang to receive a grade 2, but Mo Yu Xiaojia was clearly much more skilled than them. Everyone was curious to see if history could be created today. Disregarding the commotion, Imoyu Xiaojia calmly walked forward. With a beckon, the massive viridescent eagle slowly paced forward as well. Repeating the same actions as the two before her, she soon completed the assessment. Loyalty level, 40. Grade 1. This result definitely warrants for a grade 1. The room immediately burst into commotion. Even though everyone has already guessed that Imoyu Xiaojia would likely receive a grade 1 ranking, they were still shocked when it came. Hee, Yun Tao, it's your turn. We're all grade 2, and Imoyu Xiaojia has achieved a grade 1. You spoke so arrogantly previously, so I think it should be impossible for you to show us a grade 3. If I were to get a grade 3, I would be so embarrassed that I would hole myself up in my room. Seeing that it was Yun Tao's turn, Zhu Jinhuang sneered. I think Brother Zhu is overestimating him. Putting aside grade 3, I think that passing the examination may already pose a problem to him. Zhou Xin harumphed coldly. This gold-alloyed panther isn't his, so where's the savage beast he tamed? That's true. It can't be that he hadn't tamed any savage beast. If that's the case, it means that he has already failed. The two of them spoke loudly, and their words immediately created an uproar. Even Imoyu Xiaojia couldn't help but frown. Silence. Waving his hand and silencing the discussions, Beast Tamer Hong turned to look at Yun Tao doubtfully. What did you tame? Is it that gold-alloyed panther? That's not it. The panther was tamed by Elder Zhangxian. Yun Tao scratched his head awkwardly. I tamed a bird. A bird is a Chinese pun, and it also can be interpreted as the heck that I have tamed anything. It is an offensive way of replying another person's question. Chapter 242. Failing the examination. You tamed a bird? Upon those words, the bustling room turned quiet all of the sudden. Everyone covered their mouths in shock as they turned to look at Yun Tao. Are you trying to insult someone here? Or are you giving up on yourself because you failed to tame anything? It can't be that this fellow had been scared silly seeing the others before him receiving grade 1 and grade 2 results. Tamed a bird? The heck? Why don't you say you tamed a hammer? To dare to speak to Beast Tamer Hong like that, you sure are brazen. This is no longer a problem about being brazen or not. There's something wrong with his head. If he tamed a bird, I tamed a ball. If that's the case, then I tamed a chili potty. Actually, all of us have something we tamed, so shouldn't we take the Beast Tamer examination as well? A moment of silence, and the room burst into laughter. The heck? Ever since the establishment of the Beast Hall, this is the first time someone failed to tame anything and declared it so proudly. This is a new high for crudeness. If you don't have anything to show, why are you here? Still saying that you tamed a bird. A bird your head. Can you be any more audacious? Haha, Yun Tao. All along, I thought that you were an incredible figure. To think that you didn't let me down. To tame nothing at all and speak of it so proudly and brazenly. I'm impressed. Zhu Jinhuang was almost getting cramps from laughing. Is this fellow a retarded? If he tamed nothing at all, the most that could happen is a failure. To tell Beast Tamer Hong that he tamed a bird, is he looking for some thrill? Beast Tamer Hong may not be the best beast tamer in the Beast Hall, but he is known for being austere. To spout such brazen words, he is clearly challenging his authority. You truly are courting death. Zhou Xin laughed. To think that he thought of this man as a competitor. At this moment, he felt that he had undermined his own worth by having even thought such. He was worried that this fellow would awe everyone with his capability. He did awe everyone. With his audacity, that is. Humph. With her hands behind her back, Imoyu Xiaojia raised her impeccable face and snorted. Even if Yun Tao didn't tame anything this time, he could try again the next time. But with such an immature attitude, no matter how talented he was, he would never become anyone great. While everyone else roared in laughter, Beast Tamer Hong almost died from anger. His hair stood on its ends as he gritted his teeth. What did you say? As a reputable beast tamer of the Beast Hall, this was the first time he had been provoked in such a manner. Bird your head. Come, why don't you show it to me right now? If you can't, why don't I take yours away and kick it like a ball? I mean, I tamed a bird, a strange bird. Only now did Yun Tao realize that he has misspoke. He quickly explained and whistled. Woo! The strange bird flew into view. From the instant they reached the beast hall, this fellow had been flying around freely, and no one noticed its presence. Savage beasts are usually 3 to 4 meters big, and even the smallest ones are around a human's height. Given that the bird was only a palm size, if one didn't look at it carefully, he would only think that it was a canary or a wild bird. No one would dare to think that it was an aerial savage beast. Furthermore, even if they had considered this possibility, they would have found it unbelievable. The purpose of taming savage beasts is to aid one in his battles. Even the worst beasts could be used as a method of transportation. Given the miniature size of this fellow, what could it do? Honestly speaking, it wouldn't even be sufficient to fill one's stomach. You call this a savage beast? Are you sure you didn't take it from some random bird cage? What the heck is this? I thought you were just joking. To think that you've really tamed a bird. But what is the use of this bird? To play with? Seeing that Yun Tao had really just tamed a bird, the room was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter once more. Look at the viridescent eagle which Mo Xiaojia had tamed. It is also a bird, but it is mighty and exudes majesty. Yet, yours is just nothing but hilarious. You should know that you are here for the beast tamer examination. Those who don't know what's going on might just think that you are in a market putting on a circus show. Is this the savage beast that you tamed? Beast tamer Hong's complexion didn't recover just because he saw the strange bird. With a steeled face, he asked coldly. Yes, Yun Tao replied. According to the rules of the beast hall, in the second test, one has to tame a savage beast which is stronger than himself. This little bird can be killed with just a slap. Yet, you brought it here for me to assess. Are you joking with me? Beast tamer Hong tried to hold back his anger. I am not joking. Sensing the bizarre tone in the other party's voice, Yun Tao hurriedly explained. This strange bird may be small, but it's not weak. It possesses incredible speed which even Pishue realm experts are unable to catch up to. It must be a kind of savage beast. Pa. Before he could finish his words, beast tamer Hong slammed the table and stood up. His eyebrows shot up and his cheeks were trembling. Audacious. Yun Tao, do you think that this is your Hanwu kingdom? Do you think this is a place you can fool around at? Beast taming isn't a joke. You passed the first test with outstanding results, so I thought that you would be able to achieve amazing results in the second one. But you chose to commit such a preposterous actions instead. As a Dingli realm pinnacle cultivator, even if you can't tame some of the stronger savage beast, a Pishue realm primary stage should be no problem for you. To tame a small bird and put on a show here, further claiming that it has incredible speed and that it must be a type of savage beast, do you think that I'm blind? To dare to challenge an examiner directly in the beast tamer examination, bringing a wild bird here for assessment, who gave you such guts to commit such audacious actions? Infuriated, beast tamer Hong waved him away with unquestionable authority. Scram! You failed your second test. If you wish to take the examination, come again next year. Beast tamer Hong. This strange bird is really a savage beast with cultivation above that of Pishue realm. Even I am not an opponent for it. Not expecting beast tamer Hong to fly into such a temper and proclaiming his failure, Yun Tao went pale. He hurriedly explained. Aren't you done yet? Yun Tao, didn't you hear those words? Beast tamer Hong asked you to scram. Stop disgracing yourself here. You have already tarnished the good reputation of beast tamers. Seeing how his opponent has failed the examination, Zhu Jinhuang laughed heartily. He walked forward and stared at Yun Tao in disdain. Why don't you give up on beast taming? Without sufficient skills, it is impossible for you to become a beast tamer anyway. If beast tamer Hong were to pass you, wouldn't that mean that everyone can become a beast tamer just by buying a bird in the market? Zhou Xian sneered by the side. In the previous exam, Yun Tao had managed to stand above the rest of them. They thought that he would continue to outshine them for the rest of the exam, but never in their dreams did they expect that fellow to do himself in. He could have just caught a normal Pishue realm primary stage savage beast. Yet he chose to go for a wild bird which God knows popped out from where. Beast tamer Hong. Ignoring the insults of the other two, Yun Tao turned to the elder. Aren't my words clear? Get out. Beast Tamer Hong glared at him. Give me another chance. You can test it for yourself. This strange bird is really a savage beast, and its cultivation isn't weak. Not expecting such a situation, Yun Tao panicked. He had just promised Elder Zhang Xian that he would help him choose a good savage beast once he becomes a beast tamer. If he fails the examination now, he would be unable to make good of his words. And this isn't yet the biggest problem. At least for this problem, he could just apologize, and Zhang Xian should be magnanimous so as to not pursue this matter. More importantly, after creating such a huge uproar here, when he returns to the kingdom, his other competitors for the throne would make use of this matter to oppress him. If so, the opportunity for the throne would slip by his hands. His pursuit for Mo Yu Xiaojia would also have to come to an end. I don't want to say it for a third time. I'll allow you to walk out by yourself. This way, at least you get to retain a little bit of your pride. Beast Tamer Hong refused to listen to his explanation and waved him away. If he wasn't a prince, he would definitely have slapped him out instead of wasting words with him. Scram. Yun Tao, if you still refuse to leave, I will have my men throw you out. Zhu Jinhuang stared at Yun Tao gleefully. From today onward, this fellow would be out of the race. Meaning to say, he was one step closer to a Mo Yu Xiaojia. Hurry up and leave. If you continue to cause trouble here, don't blame me for getting nasty. Zhou Xian sneered. With his hands behind his back, he glanced at Yun Tao contemptuously. Angered and embarrassed, Yun Tao clenched his fists tightly. He thought that he could pass the examination easily, yet it ended like this. Gritting his teeth tightly, he turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a calm voice echoed in the air. Yun Tao, since the beast tamers of the Beast Hall are all such useless fools, I don't think you should bother taking the examination. From where the voice came from, Zhang Xian was looking at Yun Tao calmly. Chapter 243. Ancient Lightning Cloud, Sparrow. The beast tamers of the Beast Hall are useless fools? Hearing those words, everyone was outraged. What did he say? Who's this fellow? Is he courting death? To dare to insult beast tamers, he must be tired of living. Everyone glared at Zhang Xian, their eyes filled with killing intent. The reason why the Beast Hall grew so prosperous was because of the beast tamers. Yet, this fellow had dared to insult all of the beast tamers here. There must be something wrong with his head. Shun Bairu's body trembled, and she tugged on the sleeves of the young man before her hurriedly. She nearly fainted from shock. Where are we? The Beast Hall. To be saying that the beast tamers here are all useless fools. Aren't you asking for trouble? This isn't something that can be explained as a rash act. This is clearly a provocation. From long ago, she knew that Zhang Laoshe was bold. But no matter what, she had never imagined that he would be so daring. What did you say? As everyone expected, Beast Tamer Hong's face turned so red as though he was bleeding. He turned his head to Yun Tao and questioned, Yun Tao, is this what you think of the Beast Hall as well? Zhang Xian stood together with the crowd from Hanwu Kingdom, so everyone thought that he was Yun Tao's subordinate. Elder. Yun Tao quickly turned to look at Zhang Xian. When he heard Zhang Xian say those words, he nearly went insane as well. Even though he might fail due to a biased judgment by the examiner, he could still try again next year. However, now that those words have offended the Beast Hall, it would be impossible for him to take the examination ever again. Even though he hadn't been with Elder Zhang Xian for long, he knew that he was a powerful and calm person. He deals with everything rationally and appropriately. So why is he acting so unreliably at such a crucial moment? He stared at the young man in panic, only to see the other party looking at him calmly, as though he was unconcerned. Unconcerned? The edges of Yun Tao's lips twitched. Is he really bold? Or is he truly confident in his strength? There were several thousands of savage beasts in the Beast Hall, and even the weakest one had a Pishue realm cultivation. Even a Zhongshe realm expert wouldn't be able to escape after wreaking havoc here. Flustered, he immediately walked over to persuade Zhang Xian to apologize. However, the young man simply smiled. With his hands behind his back, he turned to look at Beast Tamer Hong. Disregarding the rules, failing to recognize a savage beast before him, acting as he pleases, coming to a conclusion without verifying his facts. If he isn't a useless fool, what else can he be? He spoke slowly and calmly, as though the infuriated beast tamer Hong meant nothing to him at all. Is he lecturing beast tamer Hong? Who is this fellow? Even Hall Master Feng wouldn't dare to speak like that. Hearing that young man's tone that sounded as though he was lecturing a student, everyone felt as though their brain was coming to a halt. They have seen arrogant people, but they have never seen such an arrogant person. This fellow must be mad. Who do you think you are? Beast Tamer Hong is a famous beast tamer of the Beast Hall. To say that he came to a conclusion without verifying his facts. This is no longer speaking up for Yun Tao. This is a blunt insult. He doubts the other party's professionalism. You said that I disregard the rules and failed to recognize a savage beast? Having been criticized in public, Beast Tamer Hong felt the blood within his body go on a rampage. I, Hong Feng, have been a beast tamer for 37 years. I have tamed 24 savage beasts and taught 118 students. 3 of them even became beast tamers. Even though I don't claim to be learned in the profound art of beast taming, I am not someone who would speak nonsense. Yet, you said that I disregard the rules and failed to recognize a savage beast? Fine. If you don't explain yourself today, regardless of who you are, don't blame me for not going easy on you. Infuriated, Beast Tamer Hongs revealed his cultivation. He was a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert and was not too far away from reaching Halfzongshi. Roar. At the same time, a massive savage beast appeared and stood beside him. It was a giant red-eyed ape, around 3 meters tall. Every single movement it made caused the ground to tremor. A beast tamer usually fought along with its tamed beast. This giant red-eyed ape had also reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. A savage aura emanated as though a tide over the crowd, and the pressure it exerted on the others was several times stronger than that of Beast Tamer Hong. Upon witnessing this, everyone's face went pale. Subconsciously, they retreated a few steps backward. If the 2 of them were to fight alongside one another, they would be able to match up against even a Halfzongshi. Why? You refuse to admit your mistakes and want to make a move on me? Even amidst the immense pressure, Zhang Xian simply flung his sleeves and replied calmly. The other party may be strong, but he has also reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. Furthermore, given the numerous tactics he possessed, even if 10 of them came at him, it would be impossible for them to hurt him at all. What is going on? The atmosphere in the room was completely still, and it seemed that Beast Tamer Hong was about to make a move when a bellow sounded in the room. Then, 3 figures walked in. It's Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Liu, and Beast Tamer Wang. They are all 2-star beast tamers. Didn't Beast Tamer Hong say that they are busy? This fellow challenged the prestige of the Beast Hall. Even if they are busy, they would definitely rush over upon knowing of the matter. This fellow is done for. Yun Tao as well. That's right. Hanwu Kingdom is just a Tier 2 kingdom. How can it withstand the anger of the Beast Hall? Upon seeing the trio, everyone immediately burst into discussion. All 3 2-star beast tamers of the Beast Hall have arrived at the scene. Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian glanced at Yun Tao gleefully, as though heartened by the tragic plight that was about to befall him. When Yun Tao and Zhang Xian insulted Beast Tamer Hong, it could only be considered as a personal grudge. However, from the moment that the Hall Master appeared, it became an issue between the Beast Hall and Hanwu Kingdom. This matter could no longer be settled easily. Even Imo Yu Xiaojie couldn't help but shake her head. She thought that Yun Tao was a fool for bringing a bird for the Beast Tamer examination, but to think that his subordinate would be even dumber. He insulted Beast Tamer Hong so thoroughly. How could the other party simply let this matter go? If this matter blows up, the one who would be at a loss is Hanwu Kingdom. Even so, there wasn't the slightest bit of emotion on her face. As though an emotionless fairy, she watched the spectacle impassively. Yun Tao's fate has nothing to do with her, and she couldn't be bothered with it either. Hall Master, Beast Tamer Liu, Beast Tamer Wang. Upon seeing the trio, Beast Tamer Hong immediately stepped forward and greeted the 3. Even though he was raging within, he took the time to explain the situation to them. You said that Hong Feng disregarded the rules and failed to recognize a savage beast before him? Hearing those words, the Hall Master Feng turned to look at Zhang Xian with a sharp glance. Hall Master Feng is an elder in his 60s. With a towering stature, his movements are dignified. He is a Zhongshe realm expert. Beast Tamer Liu and Beast Tamer Wang merely stood quietly beside him, but somehow, they felt like mountains, impossible to budge. The 3 two-star Beast Tamers were all Zhongshe realm experts. It was precisely because of them that no one dared to act out of line in the Beast Hall. Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Do you know that your words are questioning his professionalism? To a Beast Tamer, those words are equivalent to sullying his reputation. Hall Master Feng's eyes narrowed. The reason why Beast Tamer Hong was so infuriated was because the young man questioned his abilities as a Beast Tamer. For a Beast Tamer to be unable to recognize a savage beast, he would become a laughingstock. Zhang Xian didn't explain the matter. Instead, he walked to the center of the room and snapped his fingers. Woo! The strange bird on Yun Tao's shoulder flew over. Compared to Yun Tao, the strange bird was much more receptive to Zhang Xian's commands. Even though the latter had beaten him up, he had also helped to raise its cultivation. After the strange bird sat on Zhang Xian's hands, Zhang Xian lifted his gaze and smiled. I would like to ask the 4 beast tamers what the name of this bird is. The name? Seeing Zhang Xian ask about the name of the bird instead of answering Hall Master Feng's question, everyone's gaze swiftly fell on the bird. Beast Tamer Hong's complexion darkened, and he harumphed, even though it is rare. I have once read a description of this bird on a book. The name of the bird is Bone Bird. It's said that this bird has an additional bone on its back to support its entire body. This bird is usually used for appreciation purposes and doesn't possess any combat abilities. Naturally, it isn't considered as a savage beast. Why? Are you going to say that I'm wrong? Now that you speak of it, the bird does match the description of the Bone Bird. Beast Tamer Liu stroked his beard as he said, the Bone Bird lives in the depths of the forest, and it is known for its moving song at daybreak. Just like Beast Tamer Hong has said, this bird is only for appreciation purpose. Even though it is a rare and valuable bird, as it cannot be considered as a savage beast, it isn't eligible for use in the Beast Tamer examination. Hearing the words of the duo, Zhang Xian simply chuckled and turned to Hall Master Feng. What does Hall Master Feng think of this? I think that it is the Bone Bird as well. There is a bone protruding out from its back clearly. Hall Master Feng nodded in approval of the other two's words. Upon hearing the 3 beast tamer coming to the same conclusion, Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. Since you have all determined it to be the Bone Bird, who can tell me the specific traits of a bone bird? Since you all have determined it to be the Bone Bird, who can tell me the specific traits of a bone bird? The Bone Bird has a black back, red beak, and golden claws. On its back, there are 3 feathers which creates a clear melody when it's flying. Thus, its melodious birdsong actually doesn't come from its throat, but from the feathers behind. Before the 3 beast tamer could answer, a quiet voice sounded. It was Emo Yu Xiaojia. She stated the unique characteristics of the bone bird recorded on the books. But before she could finish stating the full description, she paused abruptly. Her beautiful complexion turned dark, and confusion reflected in her eyes. You're right. The clear birdsong of the bone bird doesn't come from its throat, but from the feathers at its back. That is to say, as long as it flies, there should be a melody. But when it flew over just now, did any one of you hear it? Zhang Xian smiled. Everyone was taken aback. The strange bird has flown about several times, but not even once did they hear any sound. If they didn't see the bird for themselves, they wouldn't have known that it was in here. If what Emo Yu Xiaojia mentioned was correct, does it mean that the strange bird isn't the bone bird? The claw of this strange bird is gold, but there is a red at the center of its claw. Furthermore, there is a crown at the top of its head. Also, instead of one, it has 3 bones protruding from its back, and there isn't any sound-making feathers behind either. More importantly, it is light and flies swiftly. Zhang Xian raised the strange bird up and explained its characteristics one after another. With every aspect he explained, Beast Tamer Hong's face would darken, because at this moment, He could also tell that the strange bird was slightly different from the bone bird he spoke of. But if it isn't a bone bird, what is it? He asked. Putting his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian smiled. It is an ancient beast, ancient lightning cloud sparrow. Chapter 244. Punishment Ancient Beast. Everyone's expression changed immediately. There are many different kinds of savage beasts, and ancient beasts possess the strongest bloodline of them all. Along with their maturing, the blood within their body awakens, and their strength grows. There is no beast tamer in the world who doesn't take pride in taming an ancient beast. That is because along with the rise in the tamed beast's strength, the owner, through the connection created via the contract, would find his cultivation raised as well. However, such savage beasts are extremely rare, to the point that they are almost extinct. Countless beast tamers have traveled through the mountains, scaled various mountains, and investigated the innumerable legends and folklores of the world, but even so, they had been unable to find any trace of ancient beasts. Yet, one had appeared right here, and it had been tamed by Yun Tao? That's impossible. Even if this fellow isn't a bone bird, it is impossible for it to be an ancient beast. They are already extinct. Beast Tamer Hong was the first one to question Zhang Xian's words. Even though the others didn't say anything, they shared his thoughts. They couldn't believe that the strange bird is an ancient beast. The ancient bloodline has ceased to exist. Even if there are still ancient beasts out there, they must have attained the level of spirit beasts. How can it be an ordinary savage beast? Zhu Jinhuang couldn't help but harumph. Even if you wish to escape from punishment, you shouldn't spout lies. You say that this strange bird is an ancient beast? What a joke. My tiger head beast must be a primordial beast then. Zhou Xian sneered. Primordial beasts are even more incredible than ancient beasts, and were naturally much rarer as well. They weren't the only ones acting like that. Even Yun Tao's lips twitched upon hearing those words, and he nearly fainted. It is just a gluttonous and vindictive bird. How can it be related to the ancient beasts in any way? One must know that this is the Beast Hall. If Zhang Xian's words were to be proven false, he would be in deep trouble. Hee. Zhang Xian chuckled. If I'm not wrong, the Beast Hall should have a way to ascertain bloodline, right? It doesn't matter if you don't believe my words. We'll know the answer once we give it a quick check. Since it is an ancient beast, its bloodline comes from the ancient times and possesses unique powers. Thus, it isn't difficult to conduct a test. This, Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Hong, and the others glanced at each other and nodded their heads simultaneously. If this strange bird is truly an ancient beast, then this would be a groundbreaking affair for the Beast Hall. It has been more than 1,000 years since the establishment of this branch, but there hasn't been a single beast tamer who had tamed an ancient beast. Legend has it that during ancient times, the spiritual energy in the air was violent and harsh. It is far from the gentle spiritual energy in the air now. Even though it was easier to cultivate then, it caused the blood of the savage beasts to contain destructive powers, and the blood would billow as though boiling water. If the strange bird is truly an ancient beast, other savage beasts would surely be unable to withstand the might of a single drop of its blood. After a momentary pause, Hall Master Feng said, "The bloodline of ancient beasts is pure and searing. It is completely different from that of the savage beasts existing now. Mostly, just a drop of the blood of an ancient beast can cause the entire bloodstream of a savage beast to boil and burn it to death. Thus, it isn't too difficult to verify an ancient bloodline." After passing down some instructions to an apprentice, the apprentice walked out and he came back in with a savage beast not before long. It was around the size of a hair, and its entire body was white. It was somewhat similar to the pill sample beast of the Apothecary Guild, just that it was slightly larger. That is the savage beast used by the Beast Hall to experiment all kinds of medicine and food. Here, Zhang Xian tapped softly, and a droplet of blood emerged from the body of the strange bird. With a light flick, it flew toward Hall Master Feng. Grabbing it with his hands, Hall Master Feng swiftly enveloped it with his zhenqi before placing it into the mouth of the savage beast. SSSSSSS. It was as though water was thrown into a pot of burning oil. a sizzling sound echoed in the room. Soon, the savage beast turned completely red and it squirmed about the floor in agony. Then, it ceased to move. It was dead. Clearly, it was burned to death by the overwhelmingly powerful bloodline. Upon witnessing this, Hall Master Feng and the others narrowed their eyes. Only the ancient bloodline possesses such might. Silence. The entire room turned deathly silent. Even the most foolish of those here could tell that the young man was right. The unimpressive strange bird before them was indeed an ancient beast. It might be small, but it was dozens of times more valuable than the savage beasts Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang had tamed just because of its ancient bloodline. The two shouldn't even be compared to it. It was just like comparing diamond and dirt. Did I just mock an ancient beast? Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian's mouth twitched. They felt as though their faces had been slapped, and they were on the verge of tears. That was a savage beast, an existence that would cause an uproar in the beast hall. Yet, they insulted it as though it was worth nothing. To be unable to recognize an ancient beast, how shameless was it for them to have called themselves beast tamers? If word were to spread out, they would become laughingstocks. Even if they do become official beast tamers, this piece of history would follow them no matter where they go. While the others were focused on the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, Mou Xiaojie's eyes were fixated on the young man. Her expression was grim. Even Hall Master Feng and the others failed to recognize the true identity of the bird. Yet this fellow was able to identify it. Furthermore, before three great Zongshis, he was able to speak calmly without fear. Where in the world did he come from? Is it possible for such an incredible figure to hail from a small and remote kingdom like Tianxian Kingdom? Did I actually judge Yun Tao, who tamed an ancient beast, with a fail? Beast tamer Hong's face paled. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a decade. This is an ancient beast, something which countless beast tamers dream of, but are unable to tame. Not only are they rare, they possess great intelligence as well. As such, they don't submit to anyone easily. Given his own taming skills, it would be hard for him to successfully tame an ancient beast even if he met one. On the other hand, Yun Tao had managed to tame one, but he failed him and even demanded him to get out. Ignoring everyone's shock, Zhang Xian stepped forward and said, "Ancient lightning cloud sparrow possesses the ability to absorb lightning to awaken its bloodline. While this ancient sparrow is similar to the bone bird in many ways, there are also many differences. Due to the omnivorous nature of the bone bird, its eyes are cloudy. On the other hand, the ancient sparrow's eyes pierces straight into one's soul. Even though it isn't obvious, if one pays careful attention, the difference can be seen." Next, the claws. Putting aside the red at the center, the claws of the ancient sparrow are hard and sharp, allowing it to tear through the average weapons easily. Needless to say, human flesh. Beast Tamer Hong said that it doesn't possess high combative abilities, but that is because it is still young and doesn't know how to use them. The moment it learns to utilize these, it would be able to tear even Tongxian realm experts into two easily. Of course, these two characteristics aren't too obvious. It is difficult for the average beast tamer to spot them. At this point, Zhang Xian paused for a moment and calmly pointed to the head of the ancient lightning cloud sparrow. The greatest distinguishing trait is its red crown. Even though it isn't large, it is clearly a symbolism of sovereignty. With this crown, even those who don't know anything about beast taming will know that this bird is anything but simple, and that it isn't something that an ordinary wild animal like the bone bird can compare up to. To fail to spot such an obvious distinguishing characteristic and claim that Yun Tao is wrong and fail him. At this point, Zhang Xian gazed coldly at him. "Beast Tamer Hong, is this how you assess savage beasts?" "Aye." Beast Tamer Hong's face paled. Under Zhang Xian's gaze, he couldn't help but step back. "What gave you the confidence to immediately deem Yun Tao to have failed and ask him to scram?" Zhang Xian continued to utter harshly. "Ding ding ding." Under the sharp words of the other party, Beast Tamer Hong seemed to have lost all of his courage and retreated once more. A book on the ancient lightning cloud sparrow was compiled after Zhang Xian knocked it out. As there was a detailed introduction on the ancient beast within the book, Zhang Xian knew about these facts long ago. If the examiner were to assess Yun Tao's tamed beast seriously, Zhang Xian wouldn't have hidden the matter. However, after Zhang Xian pointed out his mistake, he went so far as to emanate his zhenqi and summon his tamed beast, wanting to get rough with Zhang Xian. As Zhang Xian was a Tongxian realm pinnacle cultivator, he didn't need to fear the other party's intimidation. However, if his cultivation was any lower, he would have suffered a severe injury from the other party's actions. Since the other party was treating him in such a manner, there was no reason for Zhang Xian to treat him kindly either. It's my negligence. Beast Tamer Hong's complexion was awful. The other party's words were completely true. Even if he wanted to refute his words, there was nothing he could say. As an examiner, you judged Yun Tao by your emotions, failing to maintain impartiality. Your actions nearly caused a talented beast tamer who tamed an ancient beast to be buried in dirt. Zhang Xian flung his sleeves. Is this how the beast hall operate? If so, am I mistaken in saying that the beast tamers are useless fools? Facing the other party's questions, Beast Tamer Hong trembled in agitation, but he wasn't able to say anything at all. When he first heard the other party's words, he was so furious that he felt he could explode. However, after knowing that he nearly sent away a talented beast tamer who tamed an ancient beast, he could only silently accept the other party's criticisms. The main point of the Beast Tamer examination was to recruit new talents for the Beast Hall. To send away a genius like that is a violation of the rules of the Beast Hall. Please calm down. There are innumerable species of ancient beasts, and the information on 80 to 90% of them had disappeared along with time. Even the Beast Hall can't possibly have a comprehensive list on all of them. It is natural for such mistakes to occur. Hall Master Feng walked up with a smile. How about this? Since it's our Beast Hall's fault, we won't shirk responsibility. We'll give Yun Tao another shot at the assessment. As for Beast Tamer Hong, due to his negligence, he will be sent to the Beast Forest to raise savage beasts, and for 3 years, he's not to step out from the place. After saying those words, he turned to look at Beast Tamer Hong and asked, Beast Tamer Hong, do you accept your punishment? I am willing to accept my punishment. Beast Tamer Hong bowed, disconsolate. To send Beast Tamer Hong to the Beast Forest for 3 years just because of that? Furthermore, not to step out from that place? Isn't that too harsh? The Beast Forest is a place where savage beasts are raised, and it is similar to a pigsty. Normally, only apprentices would visit there. For the 1-star pinnacle beast tamer Hong to stay there for 3 years, that's truly a harsh punishment. Upon hearing those words, everyone was stunned. Then, they turned to look at Zhang Xian in fear. That was Beast Tamer Hong. Other than the 3 2-star beast tamers, he was the most prestigious beast tamer in the Beast Hall. Yet, with just words, that lad managed to get him exiled to the lowly Beast Forest to do menial labor, not to leave the place for 3 years. His abilities and means are truly fearsome. While everyone was staring at Zhang Xian fearfully, Zhang Xian secretly sent a telepathic message to Shan Bairu. What kind of place is the Beast Forest? Is that fellow's punishment harsh? Shan Bairu widened her eyes, and her face was distorted in her frenzy. Chapter 245. Mou's challenge. Shan Bairu got increasingly confused about the young man before her. The Beast Forest is where the savage beasts reside, and it is an untidy and dirty location. It is one thing to feed the savage beasts, but for one to have to clean their feces, bathe them, and comb their fur. For an official beast tamer to be grounded to such a location, it could be considered as a severe punishment. All beast tamers, even if it were a mere apprentice, who have been to the Beast Hall would know what this represents. Yet, he asked what kind of place it was and whether the punishment was considered harsh. Are you joking with me? It is one thing if you don't know the first thing about taming. However, you easily tamed the gold-alloyed panther and the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, as well as raised their cultivation. Furthermore, you were able to identify an ancient beast when Hall Master Feng and the others were unable to. You recognized an ancient beast so unknown that even Hall Master Feng knew nothing about, yet you don't know about such fundamental knowledge. If it were anyone else, she would have thought that he was intentionally looking for reasons to strike up a conversation with her so as to win her favor. However, Shunbairu knew that this young man truly knew nothing at all.
Because
Even if he didn't say anything, Shunbairu was more than willing to strike up a conversation with him. The beast forest is... Suppressing the stifled sensation she was experiencing in her chest, she explained the matter regarding the beast forest. At the very end, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you really not know anything about beast taming?" Zhang Xian nodded his head. Even though there were records on beast tamers in Tianqian Kingdom's book collection vault, information was in random bits and pieces. There wasn't any reliable content on the occupation. The reasons why Zhang Xian was able to help the gold-alloyed panther and ancient lightning cloud sparrow achieve a breakthrough was because of the library of Heaven's Path and his pure Jinqi. Truthfully speaking, Zhang Xian knew nothing about beast taming. All right. Hearing the other party's confirmation, Shunbairu became speechless. Despite knowing nothing at all, you managed to tame a savage beast. Furthermore, you were able to make the Hall Master punish an official beast tamer. And not to forget, leave 4 beast tamers speechless. At this rate, if you were to know beast taming, won't you overthrow the entire beast hall? You said that you don't know anything about formations, yet you were able to see through the flaws in the greenwood confinement formation. You said you don't know anything about beast taming, but you were able to tame a savage beast so easily. Brother, can you teach me how I can be as ignorant as you? Honestly speaking, I finally understand why ignorance is bliss. Shunbairu felt so stifled that she wanted to vomit blood. On the other hand, Yun Tao was about to go mad with excitement. After being criticized by Beast Tamer Hong, he thought that he would have to leave the Beast Hall in disappointment today. Yet, Elder Zhang Xian managed to solve his problem with just a few words. More importantly, that strange bird is actually an ancient beast, the ancient lightning cloud sparrow. As an apprentice beast tamer, he knew how valuable the bloodline of an ancient beast was. While it couldn't be said to be worth a city, it didn't pale much in comparison. Elder Zhang Xian recognized the true identity of the strange bird, but he still gave the opportunity to him, allowing him to tame it. After this beast tamer examination is over, I should find a way to dispel the contract. Yun Tao made up his mind. While having an ancient beast was great, it was impossible for him to control or protect it with his current strength. On top of that, the ancient sparrow was obviously much closer to Elder Zhang Xian. After the examination was over, he would dispel the contract and allow the ancient beast to accompany its true owner. If Zhang Xian were to know of his thoughts, he would definitely shake his head with a smile. Honestly speaking, Zhang Xian had no interest in a mere ancient beast. Possessing the Heaven's Path Divine Art and Heaven's Path Shenqi, along with the rise in his cultivation, he would be able to cleanse the bloodline of any savage beast as he pleases. As long as he has sufficient time, he would be able to transform any ordinary savage beast into an ancient beast. More importantly, even though the bloodline of the ancient lightning cloud sparrow was impressive, it was small. Not only could Zhang Xian not ride on it, it would be riding on his shoulder all day long. Thus, to Zhang Xian, it was of no value to him. If it were an aerial primordial beast, Zhang Xian would have given it some thought. While Zhang Xian didn't mind taming ancient beasts, bringing it around everywhere, cultivating together, the contract, and all kind of other miscellaneous matters, just thinking about them was a huge hassle in itself. Better not. Hall Master Feng personally conducted the examination for Yun Tao. Knowing that the ancient beast had submitted completely, there was no doubt about its loyalty. Thus, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to continue watching. Stretching his back and pondering about how he should go to Tianwu Kingdom to look for the Poison Hall, he suddenly caught a whiff of fragrance. A beautiful figure appeared before him. In her eyes, one could see pride and a refusal to concede. To be able to recognize the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, you are knowledgeable. You must be a beast tamer. The genius, MOU. When she was evaluated as a grade 1, she should have been the one to enjoy the looks of admiration from the others. Yet, this fellow stole her limelight, and thus, she couldn't help but be interested in the affairs of this young man. Ever since her birth, except for that one person, regardless of whether it was her occupation or her cultivation, as long as she set her mind to it, she would always stand out from the others. She thought that, just like the many times before, she would definitely be in the first place for this beast tamer examination, but from the looks of it now, it is likely to be impossible. While the Tongshin realm viridescent eagle isn't weak, it pales too far in comparison to an ancient beast. After several days of being with Yun Tao, she knew that it was impossible for that fellow to possess the capability to tame an ancient beast. Thus, it was likely that he had a helper with him, and that helper was this unimpressive-looking fellow before her. I'm not a beast tamer. Glancing at the other party, Zhang Xian shook his head. You're not? Then how do you know of the ancient lightning cloud sparrow? Also, how did you tame this gold-alloyed panther then? Not to mention, gain intimacy with that ancient sparrow? A gleam flashed across Mo Yu's eyes. As a master-teacher apprentice, it was natural that she had a sharp eye for things. It was clear that he possessed great intimacy with his gold-alloyed panther, and the ancient sparrow seemed to be attached to him as well. She found it hard to believe that he wasn't a beast tamer. Oh, it might just be my good luck, Zhang Xian casually replied. Other people would be trying their best to fawn on her given her noble identity as the third princess of Tianwu Kingdom and her great talents. However, Zhang Xian didn't think much of her identity. Luck? Mou staggered. Taming beasts is about sparing no means and schemes to build a relationship with savage beasts. Luck? What the heck is that? Whenever others speak with her, they would be trying their best to act knowledgeable, using all sort of exaggerated and bombastic phrases to impress her. However, not only did this fellow refuse to tell her anything, he was even unwilling to put in the effort to make up an excuse. Luck. If such a thing could tame savage beasts, who would be willing to spend so much effort to become a beast tamer? Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, everyone has always talked to her respectfully. No one has ever dared to treat her in such a way. She couldn't help but feel dismal, seeing how even the esteemed third princess of Tianwu Kingdom suffered a blow from Zhang Xian. Shan Bairu shook her head. When she first spoke to this fellow, she also nearly died from anger. Now that she has gotten used to it, it felt much better. Other than suffering a few shocks and the face slapping on a daily basis, at the very least, she is able to handle his speech now. Talking to Zhang Xian when one doesn't know his temper and character is definitely suicidal. Unaware of Zhang Xian's glorious past, Mou Xiaojie took in a few deep breaths before managing to calm her breathing. Then, she raised her head as though a proud crane. If you're unwilling to speak of it, I shall not force you. But to be able to make a savage beast submit so willingly, you do possess some capability. How about this? Why don't we have a competition? If I win, you will tell me how you caught the ancient lightning cloud sparrow and how you won its favor. On the other hand, if you win, I will you give a 2-star Master Teacher Jiang Shu's tutelage jade token. 2-star Master Teacher Jiang Shu? I heard that he is the most incredible Master Teacher in Tianwu Kingdom, reaching 2-star pinnacle. Furthermore, he is the person in charge of Tianwu Master Teacher Pavilion. His tutelage jade token is invaluable, even if it's just for 2 hours. This object is something one can't buy with just money. If I were to obtain it, I will surely be able to reach Tongshin Realm or even higher. It is a waste to use this token when trying to reach Tongshin Realm. At the very least, one should only use it when trying for Halfzongshi. Only then will it be worth its value. Several people in the surrounding had been paying attention to Mou Xiaojie's actions. Seeing her strike up a conversation with this fellow, they immediately focused the hearing. Upon hearing the stakes, they were so excited that their eyes shone and their breathing hastened. Even if it were just for 2 hours, a 2-star Master Teacher's tutelage jade token was something countless people dream of. It might very well be the impetus for one to surpass their current limits to reach higher realms. No one would be able to turn down such an enticing offer. Everyone thought that the lad would agree immediately when Zhang Xian shook his head and replied, I'm not interested. After impersonating a master teacher for a period of time and interacting with Lu Shi and the others, Zhang Xian knew what a tutelage jade token was and what it was used for. However, his method of cultivation is only limited by the number of books in his possession. He doesn't require guidance from anyone. Even the tutelage jade token of a 3-star or a 4-star master teacher wouldn't entice him. No matter how knowledgeable they are, can they be even more knowledgeable than the Library of Heaven's Path? Nothing could be hidden from the heavens. Even 7-star or 8-star master teachers wouldn't match up to the value of the library of Heaven's Path. Not interested? Have you thought the matter through? With such a huge bait, Mou originally thought that Zhang Xian would accept it immediately. However, after hearing his answer, she was taken aback. She was about to say something when the Heart Inquisition crystal lit up. Yuan Tao was done with his examination, and slowly, numbers floated into appearance on the surface of the crystal. 40. What? A loyalty level of 40? Is this advanced taming? Hall Master Feng was taken aback. He stood up abruptly, and his eyes reflected his disbelief. He wasn't the only one. The entire room immediately burst into commotion. Even Mou was dumbfounded by the sight. The various phases to the taming of a beast could be divided into inceptive taming, advanced taming, and complete submission. For inceptive taming, the loyalty of the tamed beast would be around 15 to 30. At this level, the beast tamer is able to easily summon their savage beast, and it will follow him. In a way, it is similar to a domesticated animal. For advanced taming, the loyalty of the tamed beast would be around 31 to 45. At this point, the beast tamer and savage beast would establish a contract, and they would be capable of communicating with one another telepathically. As for the even more advanced complete submission, the loyalty level would exceed 45. Usually, it would require many years of friendship between the tamed beast and the beast tamer. At this level, they would be able to practice the same cultivation technique and improve together. It was already incredible to achieve inceptive taming with an ancient beast. Yet, the loyalty level of the strange bird has already reached 40. This means that it was already beyond the level of just following Yuan Tao. A contract has already been established between the two. But how is this possible? How? Did you do it? Hall Master Feng couldn't help but ask. This? Yuan Tao hesitated. I understand that it might be inconvenient for you to speak, but don't worry too much about it. Upon seeing his attitude, Hall Master Feng thought that it was secret, so he hurriedly added in. That's not it. Actually, Yuan Tao scratched his head. It's Elder Zhang Xian's efforts. He beat up this ancient sparrow, and this fellow submitted immediately. Chapter 246, 246. Are you taking the Beast Tamer examination? Gave it a good beating? Everyone present was stunned. Hall Master Feng's lips twitched, and he nearly fainted. This is an ancient beast, and there might not a second one in the entire Xinluo mountain range. Given its value, everyone would be vying to dote on it. Yet, beating it up? Furthermore, to tame a beast tamer has to cultivate feelings with it. Beating it up may encourage it to submit grudgingly, but as time goes by, all kinds of problems would surface. But if Zhang Xian really used such rough methods to force the ancient lightning cloud beast to submit to Yuan Tao, then why would it have a loyalty level of 40 toward Yuan Tao? There were those who forced savage beasts to submit to them, but even those who managed to establish a contract with their tamed beast could only attain a loyalty level of 31 or so at maximum. A loyalty level of over 40 means that a tamed beast is truly willing to follow its master without the slightest bit of doubt. Can it be that ancient beasts have to be tamed in such a way? Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Liu, and Beast Tamer Wang stared at one another in deep contemplation. There wasn't a precedent in which an ancient beast was tamed in this beast hall, and as such, no one knew how an ancient beast was supposed to be tamed. As such, everyone thought that to tame an ancient beast, one had to employ the same method as with other savage beasts. Treat it with care and concern to befriend it before trying to tame it. Can the key to taming them truly be simple violence? Where is the elder Zhang Xian you speak of? Can we pay him a visit? Even after pondering, Hall Master Feng was unable to reach a comprehension. As such, he asked Yuan Tao for Zhang Xian's whereabouts. From what he visualized, this elder Yuan Tao spoke of was likely to be an esteemed beast tamer who has an in-depth knowledge about ancient beasts. Pay him a visit. There's no need for it. Elder Zhang Xian is here. Hearing Hall Master Feng's words, Yuan Tao was stunned. Then, recovering from his daze, he pointed to Zhang Xian as he spoke. He is Elder Zhang Xian? Hall Master Feng was astounded. He felt his vision turning gray. No matter what, Yun Tao was 27 years old and, not to mention, a prince of Hanwu Kingdom. Since he addressed the other party as an elder, the other party should at least be someone in his 50s and 60s. Yet, it was the fellow who just recognized the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, a youngster who hadn't even reached his 20s. That's right. Elder may be young, but his ability in beast taming is incredible. Do you see that gold-alloyed panther beside him? It is Savage Beast that he just tamed, and it was less than 10 minutes from the point he saw it before it was tamed. Afraid that Hall Master Feng would disregard Zhang Xian, Yun Tao hurriedly added in a praise for Zhang Xian. Taming a gold-alloyed panther in less than 10 minutes? Am I dreaming? Even if you're spouting nonsense, you should have a limit. Even the most basic inceptive taming takes a minimum of 3 to 5 days. Yet, you said that he tamed it within 10 minutes? Why does it sound like a huge joke to me? Yun Tao didn't try to lower his voice at all. As such, everyone in the room heard his voice clearly. They stared at one another blankly. Putting aside Mou, Zhou Xian, and the others, even their guards who had experience in beast taming knew how difficult it was to tame a savage beast. One had to understand the other party's condition, habits, companion, likes, and dislikes. Only after getting familiar with all of these information can one formulate a plan to tame the savage beast. Furthermore, they have to do subtly so as to not incur the savage beast's displeasure. In all, if one includes the preparatory work one has to do beforehand, taming a savage beast should take a minimum of several months. 10 minutes. Who are you trying to deceive? Not mentioning a Pishue realm savage beast. Would a young puppy follow you home just after 10 minutes? Mou Xiaojie stared at the young man who has just rejected her in disbelief. Taming a savage beast in 10 minutes? If it was true, then it was suicidal for her to challenge him to a beast taming competition. To tame this viridescent eagle, she had spent a huge amount of time and prepared 2 months in advance. How did he manage to tame a gold-alloyed panther in such a short time? What kind of method did he use? Did he use a female companion to attract it? Or maybe he tackled its gluttony, the allure of power. Or did he resort to some other unique means? Beast Tamer Lu couldn't help but ask. He immediately pointed out over 10 different ways of common beast taming methods. That's not it. Those are the fundamental methods, and those methods are slow. I think he probably used multiple methods simultaneously. He first captured the attention of the other party in the shortest time possible before removing the guard of the savage beast bit by bit, increasing the intimacy between the duo swiftly, Hall Master Feng said. However, it is impossible for him to employ so many different methods within just 10 minutes. My conjecture is that it should be a single powerful method. Beast Tamer Lu shook his head. The two of them had dedicated their entire lives to the art of beast taming, and knowledge of beast taming had been ingrained directly into their soul. Upon hearing that someone had managed to successfully tame a savage beast within an extremely short period of time, their first question was the method the other party used to achieve the feat. Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Lu, Elder Zhang Xian didn't use any of those methods. Hearing their discussion slowly becoming more and more complex as various theories were dumped in to support their claims, Yun Tao couldn't help but stop them. He didn't use any of those methods? Could it be that he used some new beast taming method? The duo's eyes lit up. A new beast taming method was similar to the emergence of a new apothecary forging technique. It would create a huge uproar, and the creator would leave his name in history. If there was truly a method to tame a Pishue realm savage beast in less than 10 minutes, the art of beast taming would be revolutionized. It's not a new beast taming method, but Yun Tao scratched his head, as though he still found the fight he saw previously incredulous. Elder Zhang Xian pummeled this gold-alloyed panther. Then, it submitted to him. What? Pummeled it? Hall Master Feng and the others were flabbergasted. Zhang Xian's actions of taming the ancient beast by beating it up could have been attributed to the difference in species, so his violent method might have worked. However, there were others had tamed gold-alloyed panthers before him, and it was a known fact that these panthers possess an arrogant personality. They rarely interact with others, and the best way to tame it was to attract it using a female companion. Yet, it submitted right after receiving a beating? That's right. Actually, I intended to tame this gold-alloyed panther for the examination, but I underestimated its strength and nearly got killed. It was Elder Zhang Xian who appeared and saved us. After Elder pummeled that fellow, it submitted completely to him, initiating a contract on its own volition. In truth, Elder had been unwilling to accept it. If not for my persuasion, he might have turned it down. Yun Tao recounted, submitting right after a pummeling. Furthermore, it's a complete submission, and it initiated a contract on its own volition. The gold-alloyed panther offered to become his tamed beast, but he was unwilling to accept it. Other people had to squander their fortune and serve a savage beast as though it was a king in order to tame it, but he only has to beat it up. Hearing those words, everyone staggered and nearly spurted a mouthful of blood, especially for Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang. Their body trembled, and they nearly passed out from astonishment. In order to tame the savage beasts beside them, the kingdoms behind them had devoted great manpower and a massive fortune. Even so, they had only managed to achieve an inceptive taming, and the savage beast could possibly leave them at any moment. On the other hand, this fellow simply beat up the savage beast, and it immediately submitted to him. When did beast taming become so simple? To be able to tame a savage beast just by beating up, as well as to recognize an ancient beast. Without a doubt, he's a genius beast tamer. Recovering from the shock, beast tamer Lu's eyes glowed in excitement. Right, is he a beast tamer? Suddenly recalling something, beast tamer Wang asked. Since the other party was able to tame savage beasts so easily, he should be a beast tamer. But if so, why wasn't there any records on him in the beast hall? He isn't one. He hasn't taken the examination yet. He is just an amateur who learned a little beast taming during his free time. Yun Tao said. Along their journey here, Yun Tao had already inquired if Elder Zhang Xian had attempted any beast tamer examination. There was a large group of talented personnel in the world who didn't take the examinations, but possessed exceptional talents. He hasn't taken the examination? Great. Can you help me ask him if he's willing to become a beast tamer? As long as he's willing to, I will conduct an individual examination for him. Beast tamer Feng hurriedly said. With his incredible aptitude and means in beast taming, he would surely shine brightly when he becomes an official beast tamer. Perhaps this beast hall branch might become well known because of his influence. More importantly, if he truly possesses the ability to tame a savage beast just by beating it up, then if he were to join that competition, he would surely be able to win first place. Of course, in order to make sure of that, Hall Master Feng would conduct the examination personally. Take the beast tamer examination? I'll help you ask him. Yun Tao nodded his head. He walked over to Zhang Xian and asked, Elder, Hall Master Feng said that if you are willing to take the beast tamer examination, he will conduct an individual examination for you. Forget it. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian rejected the offer. The reason why Zhang Xian was able to tame beasts was because of the Library of Heaven's Path. If he were to take the examination, his lack of knowledge would immediately be revealed. However, that wasn't the aspect Zhang Xian was the most concerned about. Regarding his lack of knowledge, he could easily solve it by going through the books in the Beast Hall. More importantly, the second phase of the Beast Tamer examination would take half a month by itself, not to mention the various tests he would have to undergo beforehand. For the moment, the poison aura within his body was the topmost priority. He didn't want to waste any time here. This is a good opportunity. Hall Master Feng will be conducting the examination personally. Yun Tao didn't expect Zhang Xian to reject the offer immediately. Thinking that this was too good an opportunity to let by, Yun Tao tried persuading him. As long as he could impress Hall Master Feng, the Beast Hall would be willing to devote all kinds of resources to groom him. This was something that countless beast tamers dreamed about. I have urgent business to attend to, so I'll have to leave soon. Since you've already become a beast tamer, help me choose a good aerial savage beast. It doesn't matter to me whether I take the examination or not. Zhang Xian said. This, confirming that the other party wasn't inclined to take the beast tamer examination, Yun Tao shook his head in disappointment. Actually, for the beast tamer examination, you just have to find a suitable savage beast to tame. It doesn't necessarily have to take half a month to complete. Besides, as an official beast tamer, not only do you get to freely choose among the aerial savage beasts, you don't have to pay any fees or whatsoever for it as well. In fact, you are allowed to change mounts freely at any beast halls. Don't have to pay any fees? Before Yun Tao could finish his words, the calm Zhang Xian from a moment ago was currently standing in front of him with glowing eyes. That's right. Official beast tamers have privileges. One-star beast tamers are exempted from the fees borrowing mounts below Zhongshe realm, while two-star beast tamers are exempted from the fees of borrowing mounts at Zhongshe realm, and so on. The higher your rank as a beast tamer, the more privileges you enjoy, Yun Tao explained. However, halfway through, Elder Zhang Xian looked at him with a serious expression, and with a determined tone he said, "The fee exemption or whatsoever is just a small matter. You need not say any more. How does the beast tamer examination work? Why don't I try taking it on?" Chapter 247. Soul Depth Above 10? Yun Tao couldn't react to the abrupt change before him. Didn't he declare with determination that he wouldn't take the examination just a moment ago? Why did he change his mind so quickly? The moment he mentioned that there were exemptions of fees for riding aerial savage beasts, Zhang Xian's attitude changed immediately, feeling overwhelmed. Yun Tao nearly choked on his saliva. In his perspective, Elder Zhang Xian, who was a powerful Zhongshe who possessed incredible strength, shouldn't have any interest in material wealth. For his eyes to glow the moment he heard that it was free. Cough, cough. Wasn't he too materialistic? Fine then. It took him much effort before he managed to swallow the saliva stuck in his throat. He was about to say something when Mo Yu Xiaojia turned over, and with her head raised proudly, glanced at Zhang Xian in disdain. Try taking it on? Humph. Do you think that becoming a beast tamer is a joke? You just happen to succeed in taming 2 savage beasts, and you think that beast taming is easy? Let me tell you, just for the commonly seen savage beasts in the world, there are already more than tens of thousands of them. Not to mention, they have their own defining characteristic, personality, habits, and numerous other traits. Without at least a year of effort, it is impossible for you to remember them all. Mo Yu was still infuriated by how that fellow rejected her challenge. Upon hearing his arrogant words, she struck back immediately. What do you mean by try taking it on? Beast taming is one of the top occupations among the upper 9 paths. The difficulty of becoming an official beast tamer is not any lower than that of becoming an apothecary. Do you think that this is a joke? Do you think that you can pass the examination just because you tamed 2 savage beasts by luck? It is just like one wanting to become a physician just because he happened by accident to formulate a medicine which is useful toward an illness. Dream on. Every single occupation has its own depth and complexity. It is impossible for one to become proficient in an occupation within just a day or two. This is especially true for beast taming. You might be able to tame savage beasts weaker than you through brute force. However, what about those with higher cultivation than you? If you dare to disrespect them, they would destroy you in an instant. Despite knowing nothing about the characteristics of the savage beasts, you said that you want to take on the beast tamer examination. If this isn't being arrogant, what else can it be? Mo Yu Xiaojia, there's no need to get mad at such a haughty and ignorant person. He just happened to know the name of the ancient lightning cloud sparrow and tamed a gold-alloyed panther by luck, and he thinks that the world revolves around him. Given how he knows nothing about beast taming, his ignorance will surely be revealed the moment he takes the examination. Zhu Jinhuang stepped forward. Beast taming is a profound art. Even if one is talented, he would require at least several years to learn the fundamentals. This fellow is definitely not an apprentice beast tamer, and from the looks of it, he hasn't really learned much about beast taming either. With those subpar skills, he wishes to take on the beast tamer examination? He is just a conceited fellow. A beast tamer must know more than taming savage beasts. More importantly, one has to understand the savage beasts from head to toe. All he did was to coerce savage beasts to submit through brute force, and he thinks that he is a beast tamer already. What a joke. If that's the case, anyone can become a beast tamer. Zhou Xian sneered. The two of them were hostile toward Yun Tao. Naturally, They hoped that those around him wouldn't be able to pass the examination. Besides, that fellow had just snubbed Mo Yu Xiaojia, and speaking up for her now could possibly win them some brownie points. Since I just happened to tame 2 savage beasts and know nothing at all, then Mo Yu Xiaojia, why do you want to compete with me and learn how I won the favor of the ancient lightning cloud sparrow? Couldn't be bothered with Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian. Zhang Xian turned to the beautiful figure and spoke impassively. You. Mo Yu's body stiffened and her face turned red. Given her noble standing, others usually maintained an attitude of utmost respect when speaking to her. Never had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, she felt so furious that her words jammed in her throat. Lad, do you know who you're talking to? You arrogant fellow. Hurry up and apologize. It is your honor to be criticized by Mo Yu Xiaojia. How can you be so audacious so as to refute her words? Seeing how the fellow insulted their goddess, Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian felt greatly displeased. They bellowed at him immediately, but before they could finish their words, Mo Yu's expression darkened. Shut up. No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Xiaojia, taken aback by her sudden outburst, the two of them went silent. They were speaking up for her, yet they ended up being yelled at instead. In any case, they knew that they had accidentally triggered Mo Yu's ire with their fawning. Thus they decided not to speak anymore. It's this fellow's fault. I'll see how he make a fool of himself later on. The more they thought about it, the more furious they became. Not daring to vent their anger on their goddess, they chose to divert it all toward Zhang Xian. As such, the more they looked at him, the more of an eyesore he became to them. Couldn't be bothered to deal with these 3 fellows. Zhang Xian followed behind Yun Tao as he walked toward Hall Master Feng. Hall Master Feng, Elder Zhang Xian has agreed to take the Beast Tamer examination. So, when can the examination begin? Yun Tao asked excitedly. He had completely confidence in this Elder Zhang Xian. Other people had to go through all sorts of hardship to tame a savage beast, but he was able to achieve the same feat just by beating it up. Not to mention, he was able to raise their cultivation easily. Even if it were Hall Master Feng, Yun Tao didn't believe that he was capable of doing the same. Since he is a person of such great means, how can he possibly fail a mere beast tamer examination? We can start now. I heard that you haven't participated in any examination before, and you aren't even an apprentice beast tamer. Is that true? Hall Master Feng glanced at Zhang Xian. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Since you are able to tame a Pishue realm savage beast and recognize the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, this shows that you have an in-depth knowledge of beast taming. As such, I'll skip the apprentice beast tamer examination. Hall Master Feng said. The main purpose of the apprentice examination was to test the foundation of a person in the certain occupation. Since Zhang Xian was able to recognize the ancient cloud lightning sparrow while the others weren't able to, Zhang Xian was likely to be someone who has a solid foundation in beast taming. Thus, to have him take the apprentice examination would be both troublesome and pointless. Of course, if he were to know that Zhang Xian didn't know anything about beast taming, he wouldn't be thinking the same. However, it would be hard to test your understanding of savage beasts without the apprentice examination. Since that's the case, I will remove the first phase of the beast tamer examination and, instead, add in a theoretical component to the apprentice examination. The apprentice examination consisted of a theoretical examination and a savage beast discernment test. On the other hand, the beast tamer examination consisted of receiving the acknowledgement of a savage beast and taming a savage beast. Since Zhang Xian was able to recognize a rare savage beast like the ancient cloud lightning sparrow, it could only mean that he was extremely knowledgeable in the different types of savage beasts. As such, the test on discerning savage beasts would be a complete waste of time. Also, for a person who had successfully tamed a savage beast, there was no purpose in getting him to earn the acknowledgement of a savage beast. Thus, Hall Master Feng contemplated for a moment and decided to change the format of the examination. The first phase will be a theoretical examination, which will be presented in the form of a written paper. After you pass the first phase, you will have to tame a savage beast which is stronger than you. I'll be impartial in the judgment, and as long as you pass the 2 phases, you will be an official 1-star beast tamer. All right, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Yun Tao had told him about the Beast Tamer examination beforehand, and it was around the same as what Hall Master Feng has said. He didn't intentionally make things difficult for Zhang Xian. Upon seeing him agree to it, Hall Master Feng smiled. All right then, I will prepare the written paper now. It's a pass if you can answer all of the questions correctly. Wait a moment, do you have any books on beast taming here? Can I browse through them? Zhang Xian asked. You wish to browse through books? Hall Master Feng and the others stared at one another in confusion. Why would you look at books now? The library over there is full of books on beast taming. Usually, only apprentice beast tamers are allowed to browse through them, but I can give you special permission to look through them now if you want. But to browse through them now? Hall Master Feng felt perplexed. Even though he didn't finish his final sentence, everyone knew what he was trying to say. There are at least hundreds of thousands of books on beast taming. Isn't it a little too late to do some cramming now? It is just like looking for a wife only when one wants to have a child. Your way of doing things is unbelievable. Oh, it's a habit of mine. Before major events, I tend to feel a little anxious and would have to browse through books to adjust my state of mind. Thus, I will have to trouble Hall Master Feng for this matter. Zhang Xian replied his doubts casually. He used the same reason at Master Lu Qin's residence back then, and the result wasn't too bad. Thus, he decided to use it once more. Is that so? All right, the library is over there. You can head there directly. Hall Master Feng was unsuspecting and pointed toward the door. Much thanks. Zhang Xian nodded before heading forward with widened strides. It would be impossible for him to pass the beast taming examination without reading up on it. However, given that he now has access to the library, as long as he copies all of the books there into the Library of Heaven's Path, the rest would be a piece of cake. This fellow. Upon seeing Zhang Laosher agree to go ahead with the beast tamer examination, Shun Bairu's eyelids twitched. She could feel blood welling up in her mouth, threatening to spurt out at any moment. Isn't this way too daring? It wasn't that she didn't believe in the other party, just that, along the way, he had shown his lack of knowledge in the field of beast taming time and again. In fact, it was just a moment ago that he asked her what the beast forest was. You don't even know the beast forest, yet you dare to challenge the beast tamer examination? More importantly, the other party would be bringing in the papers in a moment, but you're only going to start reading up now? The heck you are up to? Wait a moment. The last time he was at the Compendium Pavilion in the Academy, he was also flipping through the books randomly. Could it be that? Suddenly, Shun Bairu recalled the sight when the two of them was in the Compendium Pavilion. This Zhang Laosher was flipping through the books randomly. She thought that he was doing it intentionally to attract her attention, but only after that did she realize that she had been overthinking it. The other party wasn't just flipping through the books randomly. He was actually remembering the contents of the books. To remember contents of the books just by flipping through them haphazardly? Can it be that Zhang Laosher really knows nothing about beast taming, and that his purpose of browsing through the books is to learn this? How can this be? After becoming a teacher at Hongtian Academy, he probably visited the Compendium Pavilion often to read through those books. After all, even 3-star master teachers who possess photographic memory can't possibly learn the contents of that much books within such a short period of time. Finding her conjecture ridiculous, Shun Bairu dumped it aside immediately. It is said that if one who possesses the state of insight of heart of tranquil water has a soul depth of 10 and above, he would gain photographic memory. Then, the moment he flips through a book, he would be able to remember the content clearly until his death. This is precisely the reason why the more incredible master teachers are able to immerse themselves in so many occupations and remember a vast amount of knowledge. However, assuming that Zhang Laosher really possesses a soul depth exceeding 10, flipping through the pages of that hundreds of thousands of books, one by one would still take several months. Can it? Can it be? Another thought appeared in Shun Bairu's mind, and her body shuddered involuntarily. Chapter 248. He is running. This is impossible. The moment the thought appeared in her mind, Shun Bairu shook her head vigorously. She had once read on an ancient manual that in the upper 9 paths, other than the commonly seen occupations such as blacksmith, apothecary, and formation master, There was another mysterious occupation, seer. Seers are skilled in divination. Using special methods, they are able to foresee the events that would happen in the near future and then make preparations for it in advance. If Zhang Xian were a seer, it would have been completely possible for him to know the questions in advance and flip through the corresponding books to memorize the correct answers. But if so, he didn't need to browse through all of the books in the library. Could it be that Zhang Laoshe possessed talents in this mysterious occupation? If that was the case, that explained why Zhang Xian was able to answer her questions outside the Compendium Pavilion perfectly back then. That also explained why he knew that Yun Tao's formation couldn't confine the gold-alloyed panther. Now that she thought of it, this might really be the case. Just that, this occupation exists only in the legends. According to the ratio stated in the books, out of billions of cultivators, there might not even be a single seer. Given the absurd rarity of the occupation, nearly no one has ever seen a seer. If Zhang Xian possessed such abilities, he could have avoided scoring a 0 in his teacher qualification examination, and he wouldn't have suffered so much afterward either. Besides, divination only allows one to foresee the rough outline of affairs that is about to happen. It is impossible to peer into the specific questions of the examinations and make preparations for them beforehand. Shan Bairu's eyebrows knitted tightly together as she mused over the matter. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She thought that she knew this Zhang Laoshe well, but from the looks of it, all she had seen was just the tip of the glacier. After deriving nothing at all after a long period of contemplation, her curiosity toward Zhang Laoshe grew. At this moment, she finally understood why Han Qiong said she wasn't worthy of the other party. While she was beautiful and possessed quite some talent, Zhang Xian was simply out of her league. As her thoughts were wandering around the place, Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian were staring at Zhang Xian's back with widened eyes. This fellow, is he mad? To only start reading right before the examination? There must be something wrong with his head. What use is there to browse through books now? The two of them muttered as they sneaked glances toward Moyu. There were deep creases on her forehead, and it was a mystery to them what she was thinking about. They were about to walk up to fawn on her when their goddess turned around and walked in the library's direction. Moyu Xiaojie. The duo hurriedly followed behind her. Stay here. I will break the legs of whoever who follows me. Harumphing coldly, Moyu turned around and headed straight for the library. Damn it! Damn it! Hearing Princess Moyu berate the two of them because of a fellow she had just met, Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian's faces reddened in anger. But before their rage could burn for long, Moyu Xiaojie returned to the examination hall. She was muttering something beneath her breath, and there was a bizarre expression on her face. The two of them stared at one another in confusion. They were curious about what she was saying, but fearful of angering the other party. They could only remain where they were and scratch their heads in frustration. After a short period, they finally came to the limit of their patience. Zhu Jinhuang beckoned a guard over and whispered into his ear. The guard then circled around the room and appeared behind Moyu. After listening in to her words for a moment, he returned with an equally bizarre expression. What did Princess Moyu say? Upon the guard's return, the duo asked anxiously. She kept saying flipping through books, flipping through books, flipping through books. As for her other words, I didn't manage to catch them. The guard scratched his head. Flipping through books? Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian stared at one another. They could see bewilderment in each other's faces, and at the same time, a thought appeared in their minds. Can it be that their goddess has gone insane? Oblivious to the fact that the goddess of the duo was in a frenzy because of him, Zhang Xian was, at the moment, engaged the action which Moyu kept mumbling about, flipping through books. He thought that there would at most be tens of thousands of books on beast taming here. However, upon walking into the library, he realized how childish his thoughts were. Looking at the dense congregation of books around him, there was surely no less than several 100,000 books. Even though it wasn't as large as Tianqian Kingdom's book collection vault, it wasn't far from it. If he were to use his usual method, several days would have passed before he could manage to flip through them all. He thought that the Beast Tamer examination would be easy, and that he would be able to finish it swiftly. If he were to spend several days flipping through books, even if he doesn't go mad, Hall Master Feng and the others waiting outside would go mad. Usually, people only spend a maximum of 4 hours to adjust their state of mind for examinations. If he were to take several days at a single go and emerge with bloodshot eyes, everyone would realize that something is amiss. But if I don't flip through all of these books, the Library of Heaven's Path won't be able to compile a corresponding book. If the knowledge within that book which I missed out were to be tested, I will fail the examination. Zhang Xian frowned. If so, I wouldn't be able to enjoy the free rental that beast tamers enjoy. Even though Zhang Xian possessed over 10 million gold coins in his storage ring, he had already cultivated frugal habits as a result of being an average librarian in his previous life. If he has the chance to save money, he would definitely seize it. This was no longer a matter of money, but principles. The Library of Heaven's Path allows me to view the information and flaws of an object just by touching it. If I were to touch this bookshelf, will the content of the books on it appear as well? Going by his usual pace, it would be impossible for him to finish flipping through so many books within a few hours. Thus, he had to look for another method. With a deep frown on his forehead, an idea suddenly appeared in his head. With a touch of his finger, he was able to compile a book on any objects, unconscious people, and unconscious savage beasts. Since these books were placed on a bookshelf, was it possible for all of the content of the books to appear in the Library of Heaven's Path just by touching the bookshelf? I should give it a try. Zhang Xian walked up to a bookshelf, touched the bookshelf, and mentally echoed flaws. Who? The library jolted, and a book appeared. Flipping it open, Zhang Xian's body swayed, and he nearly vomited blood. Written in the book is, Xianluo Mountain Range Beast Hall 3rd Row Bookshelf. Crafted by a 1mo craftsman using camphor wood. It has 37 years of. This is not what I want. Zhang Xian nearly burst into tears. Clearly, only when an object comes into direct contact in his hands would information and flaws be generated. There were no shortcuts around it. That's not right. If information is generated when an object comes in contact with my fingers, then, even if I don't flip through these books, just by touching it, a corresponding book should be compiled as well, right? Before long, another thought popped into Zhang Xian's mind. The duration of contact didn't matter. As long as Zhang Xian willed for the flaws of an object to be shown, a book would be compiled. If so, it should be possible for Zhang Xian to compile corresponding books just by brief contact. I should try it out. Zhang Xian walked over to a pile of books and, yelling flaws in his head, his fingers slid past over them. Hoo. Zhang Xian was still considering whether its usefulness when the library jolted, a pile of new books appearing in his consciousness. It works? Zhang Xian's face reddened in agitation. He flipped open the compiled book quickly and verified that the content of the original book was imprinted perfectly on it along with the various flaws. It's workable. Crying tears of happiness, Zhang Xian carried out several more tries in order to confirm the situation. As long as he willed for flaws to appear, he would be able to duplicate the books his fingers slid past in the Library of Heaven's Path. This was more than 100 times faster than flipping through the books. Zhang Xian was able to flip through more than a dozen books at once, but retrieving and returning the books from and to the shelves consumed much of his time. Now that Zhang Xian had confirmed that he could duplicate a book just by touching it, he could slide his fingers over the books without even moving the books from their original positions. As such, he was able to compile an entire shelf of books in less than a minute. However, due to the rapid pace of collecting the books, the intense tremor in the library would cause Zhang Xian's head to hurt. He was therefore unable to compile all of the books at a single go. Usually, after duplicating the books on several shelves, he would have to take a rest. Even so, his speed was much faster than before. At his current pace, he would only need around 2 hours to finish duplicating all of the books present. Let's go. Zhang Xian was delighted at finding an efficient way in collecting books. As he mentally yelled flaws, he ran alongside the shelves as his fingers slid on the books. After finishing a row, he would double-check the books in the Library of Heaven's Path to see if he had missed out any. If so, he would return to add it in. As he collected more and more books, Zhang Xian's understanding toward beast taming increased swiftly. Hall Master Feng, Are you done preparing the papers? In the room, Beast Tamer Liu and Beast Tamer Wang, upon seeing Hall Master Feng walk over, turned to look at him. Hall Master Feng nodded his head. Characteristics of hundreds of savage beasts are tested in this examination, and I hadn't gone easy on him at all. If he can answer all of these questions accurately, then his proficiency in beast taming is truly incredible. Since he is able to identify the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, he should be well-versed in the knowledge of savage beasts. I think that there's a high probability of him passing the examination. Beast Tamer Liu said. Indeed. Our beast hall often ranks among the last in the competition because of our remote location and lack of talents. If a genius were to appear in our beast hall and win the competition, we might be able to successfully advance to become a 3-star beast tamer as part of the rewards. Hall Master Feng's eyes glowed in excitement. That's right. But we shouldn't rush the matter. Let's wait for the results of the examination first. Beast Tamer Wang said. Honestly speaking, I think that Yun Tao had exaggerated his achievements. I find it hard to believe that a person can tame a Pishue realm savage beast within 10 minutes. I also find it hard to believe, but I've questioned Yun Tao's subordinates as well. All of their replies are the same, and they don't seem to be lying. Even if he isn't as amazing as Yun Tao put him out to be, he probably isn't too far from it. Beast Tamer Liu replied, no matter what, this is an opportunity. If he disappoints us, we will just have to continue looking for another candidate. All right, is Zhang Xian still browsing through books in the library? At this moment, Hall Master Feng suddenly noticed Zhang Xian's absence and frowned. He isn't out yet. Beast Tamer Liu nodded. Xiaozhu, you take a look. Hall Master Feng commanded. Xiaozhu was an apprentice which was currently learning beast taming under him. Hearing his commands, Xiaozhu rushed into the library. Then a moment later, he returned with a flushed face. He opened his mouth to speak, only to close it hesitantly. Why? Is he still browsing through books? Upon seeing the expression on his apprentice, Hall Master Feng frowned in confusion. For his usually calm apprentice to behave in such a manner, what could have happened? That's not it. With an awkward expression, Xiaozhu said, He is in the library, running. Chapter 249. Discourse running? Running inside the library? Hall Master Feng and the others questioned immediately if they had heard wrongly. They turned to look at Xiaozhu with a perplexed expression. If you say that he is browsing through books or meditating in the library, I will be able to accept it. But running? Hall Master Feng blinked. Could you have seen wrongly? The library is full of bookshelves. It wouldn't be convenient to run in there. More importantly, since he was able to beat up a Pishue realm savage beast, his cultivation realm should be rather high as well. How fast does he have to run for it to be of any use to his cultivation? Could it be related to some beast taming methods? Maybe it is about catching up to some savage beasts? Beast Tamer Wang asked doubtfully. He isn't running quickly but merely at the pace of an ordinary human. Also, he seemed to be mumbling something while running around. However, as he is too far away, I couldn't really make out what he was saying. Xiaozhu said in embarrassment. He didn't feel comfortable speaking about what he had seen just now, fearful that someone might take him for a lunatic. For a person who went to the library to adjust his state of mind to be running about while mumbling something, no one would ever think of it to be possible. Running? Mumbling? This time, the 3 beast tamers were truly baffled. They thought so hard that they were about to claw out their head, but even so, they were unable to understand. What in world has running got to do with adjusting his state of mind? Honestly speaking, the first idea that would pop into anyone's mind upon hearing about the other party's actions is wreaking havoc. If he isn't trying to wreak havoc, then what? Who in the world adjusts his state of mind like that? Furthermore, to do it in the library, given how big the examination hall is, do you think that there isn't any space for you to run here? Besides, if you find this space small, there is a savage beast activity site which is several kilometers long. You won't be able to reach the other end even if you were to do somersaults for half an hour straight. No, I should go in to take a look. There are too many precious manuals in the library. I can't allow them to get damaged because of him. After pondering of a moment, Hall Master Feng thought that he couldn't let this matter be. Given how the other party was running about in the room, he was likely to not be in his right mind. If he were to suddenly set the library ablaze, it would be too late for tears then. He mustn't allow such a thing to happen. With a grim expression, he walked straight toward the library. But at that moment, a young man walked over, his face full of fatigue. Zhang Xian. The current Zhang Xian was completely different from how he was an hour ago. Regardless of whether his mental state or his physical body, he appeared clearly worn out. It seemed as though he had just undergone a torturous training and that the energy in his body had been sapped dry. Are you all right? Hall Master Feng couldn't help but approach him. When others adjust their state of mind, they would enter their peak condition. On the other hand, this fellow seemed as if he had spent an entire night engaging in physical exercise. Are you sure you are adjusting your state of mind, not wearing your mind out? Oh, I'm all right. Is the paper ready? Let's begin. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. Even though he had managed to imprint all of the books in the library into the library of Heaven's Path swiftly through the new method he discovered, due to the excessive amount of content inserted within a short period of time, the reverberation on his head was too great, causing him to become slightly faint-headed. At this moment, he felt as though he hadn't slept for 5 days. He was fatigued from head to toe. So, do you want to start now? Seeing that the other party was having trouble opening his eyes, Hall Master Feng couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Zhang Xian nodded his head. "Fine then. Let's go over there. The record crystal is out of range here." Hall Master Feng nodded. Regardless of whether it was for the apothecary examination or the beast tamer examination, for the sake of fairness, a record crystal would be used to record the entire process, such that those who doubt the impartiality of the examination could check on it. Soon, they arrived at the center of the room where the record crystal was located. Hall Master Feng and the other 2 beast tamers sat down. Upon seeing them sitting down, everyone knew what was going to happen. They immediately burst into discussions. The examination is about to start. Right. He is skipping the apprentice examination and going straight for the beast tamer examination. This is the privilege given only to the topmost geniuses. Even Mo Yu Xiaojie didn't enjoy such a benefit. I would like to see if the fellow would dare to remain in this place once he fails. He just happened to tame a few savage beasts by luck. Do you think he possesses true capabilities? I think that he will fail for sure. The first test assesses his theoretical knowledge. Without several years of study, it is impossible for one to remember the countless savage beasts in the world and their characteristics. Back then, in order to remember them all, our prince made to read through the books every day. This fellow isn't even 20. Even if he were to start studying from his mother's womb, how much content can he remember? He is trying to attract attention. I doubt that he has any true ability. Seeing that Zhang Xian was about to take the examination, everyone immediately crowded over, and many of their gazes were filled with derision. It has been long since someone had skipped the apprentice examination and gone straight for the beast tamer examination. Green with envy, most of them hoped that Zhang Xian would fail. This was especially so for Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang. Due to their relationship with Yun Tao and Mo Yu Xiaojie, they were filled with hatred for this fellow. They would love it if Zhang Xian were to make a mockery of himself. If the other party were unable to even pass the theoretical examination, becoming a beast tamer would be nothing but a dream. Amidst the commotion, Mo Yu was also brought back to reality. She stepped forward and glanced at the young man coldly. With just a single glance, her eyebrows shot up. What is wrong with this fellow? Just a moment ago, he was flipping through books spiritedly. But now, why does he seem as though he had been sucked dry? The others could tell that something was amiss with Zhang Xian as well. Shun Bai Ru exchanged glances with Yun Tao, and deep creases appeared on their foreheads. Zhang Laosher, are you all right? I'm fine. Zhang Xian nodded. It's just that I'm a little exhausted. To duplicate that huge collection of book in less than 2 hours into the library of Heaven's Path took up a lot of his energy. Not only did he have to keep willing for flaws to appear, the tremor in his mind whenever a book was compiled took a toll on him. It would be truly weird if he were to appear spirited instead. In his current condition, it was a wonder that he could still remain standing. Elder, if you aren't feeling well, why don't we rest for a bit? and take the examination tomorrow? Yuntao asked. The person before him was potentially a Zhongshe realm expert. What in the world did he go through for him to be so exhausted? It's no problem. Knowing that they were simply expressing their concern, Zhang Xian was about to reject them politely when a cold sneer echoed, I think he is intentionally feigning it. Maybe his actual intention of heading into the library is to read up on the beast-taming books, and upon realizing the difficulty of the examination, he decided to feign weakness to avoid the examination. The one who spoke was Zhu Jinhuang. There was blatant contempt in his eyes, and it seemed as though he was resolute to uncover a fraud's disguise. There must be the case. How is it possible to become so withered after reading just a few books? Pardon me for my ignorance, but this is my first time hearing of such a thing. Zhou Xian took this opportunity to get back at Zhang Xian. Now that they spoke of it, it does seem possible. He was probably confident until he started flipping through the books and realized how profound the art of beast taming is. Fearful, but not wanting to disgrace himself, he decided to come up with an excuse. That must be the case. Most of the crowd thought that the words of the duo were logical and agreed with their view. If that's not the case, how can a simple trip to adjust his mental state result in him returning as though he was on the verge of death? He seemed so exhausted that it was as if he could collapse at any moment. It is impossible for someone to become so tired just by reading books. Since this situation can't be explained, only a single possibility is left. He is feigning it. There's no need for it. We can start now. Hearing the doubts and discussions in the surrounding, Zhang Xian waved his hands. This is the paper that I just came up with. You have an hour to complete it, and you will pass the examination if you score full marks. You may start now. Seeing him persist, Hall Master Feng decided to say nothing. Instead, he passed a huge stack of paper to Zhang Xian. Just like the written paper in the apprentice apothecary examination, it was dozens of pages thick. It would take a long time just to write an answer to every single question, not to mention the effort required to think through every question carefully in order to ensure that the answers are correct. Zhang Xian lowered his head to glance at the papers, only to see all kinds of questions on the fundamental knowledge of beast taming on it. The questions covered all aspects of beast taming, and without sufficient knowledge, one might not even understand the questions. All right, you can begin answering. The time starts now. Seeing Zhang Xian receive the papers, Hall Master Feng gestured grandly and said, Zhang Xian placed the papers on the desk and picked up a brush. He was about to begin answering when he felt his head ring. His entire hand seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. The rapid pace at which he duplicated the books into the library of Heaven's Path had really taken a toll on him. Due to his insufficient cultivation, not only was he drained mentally, his body took a huge toll as well. It would probably take at least an hour of rest before he can recover. But he didn't have the time for it now. If he were to rest for an hour, it would be impossible for him to finish that thick stack of papers. Even with the assistance of the Library of Heaven's Path, it was an impossible feat. As long as he were to answer a question wrongly, he would fail the Beast Tamer examination. Failing and embarrassing himself was a small matter. More importantly, he would be unable to enjoy the privilege of a free ride. That was something he couldn't tolerate. Look, he seems to be so tired that he can't even hold the brush. Hee. Do you believe that a cultivator whose cultivation exceeds Pishue realm can be so tired as to be unable to hold a brush? It must be an act. That must be the case. He must have seen the questions and felt that it is beyond him. That's why he chose to feign weakness. Honestly speaking, this is the kind of people that I despise the most. Who doesn't despise such people? Seeing how Zhang Xian's fingers were trembling to the point where he was unable to grip his brush properly, everyone harumphed coldly. Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Liu, and the others stared at one another doubtfully. Can that really be the case? But it isn't logical for Zhang Xian to be so exhausted just by running about the library. Zhang Xian, if you feel that you aren't in a condition to answer the questions, I can allow you to rest for a day and start tomorrow. After confirming visually that the fellow before him was to be in a bad state to answer the paper, Hall Master Feng couldn't stand it further and said. Sighing, with trembling hands, Zhang Xian placed the brush down. The other party was right. Even if he were to force himself to write, his words would likely be illegible given his current condition. More importantly, his speed wouldn't be sufficient. It was likely that he would have to stop to rest after writing a few lines. It was impossible for him to finish the paper like that. If Zhang Xian wanted to pass the examination without wasting a day resting here, there was only one last option. Sighing, Zhang Xian lifted his head and looked forward. Hall Master Feng, the two beast tamers, I am not in a condition to hold a brush. Can I opt for a discourse instead? Discourse? The three beast tamers stood up in astonishment. Disbelief was reflected in their eyes. What did you say? You wish to take on the most difficult form of the theoretical examination, discourse? Chapter 250. Can you lend me your tamed beast? Discourse is the most difficult mode of assessment in the beast tamer theoretical examination. Instead of answering using a brush, one answered by speaking with his mouth. When answering through writing, one is free to contemplate over the question for as long as they wish. Even if they were to write wrongly, they are able to change their answers. However, a discourse is not like that. The examinees aren't given thinking time or an opportunity to change their answers. The moment it starts, the examinee will have to answer all questions correctly. If he were to spout a single erroneous word, it would mean his failure. This examination model is similar to the pill debate of the Apothecary Guild. It is specially prepared for master teachers so as to reduce the time required for the examination. At the same time, it assesses how well-versed one was in the knowledge of beast taming, as well as how fast one can access that knowledge. A normal written theoretical examination takes 2 hours while a discourse is only an hour long. Even so, the difficulty of a discourse is way higher than that of a written paper. It has high demands on a person's reaction speed and their grasp on their knowledge. Virtually no one dares to take it on, and there is no need for them to do so too. As such, for the past 1,000 years since this branch's founding, no one had ever taken up the challenge. Hall Master Feng and the others didn't expect that this fellow, who seemed as though he would collapse at any moment, would choose to challenge the beast tamer examination in this format. Yes, Zhang Xian nodded his head. You should think it through. You aren't allowed thinking time during a discourse, and the moment you make a mistake, you will be disqualified. Hall Master Feng advised. I understand, but I'm really too tired to use a brush. Thus, I can only opt for this method. Zhang Xian nodded. Since you insist, let's start then. Seeing the determination in Zhang Xian's eyes, Hall Master Feng decided to follow his wishes. Thus, he stepped forward, retrieved the examination papers, and looked at Zhang Xian. Tell me about the defining characteristics of gold-armored steel Fang beast. The gold-armored steel Fang beast is a Pishue realm savage beast whose entire body is covered by golden scales, providing it with powerful defensive ability. It usually dwells in the marshlands or near mountain streams, feeding on green bamboo grass which grows around that area. Also, it is nocturnal. This is what Senior Hu Yao mentions as in Stratagem to Beast Taming. In the Encyclopedia on Gold-Armored Steel Fang Beast, written by Beast Tamer by Zhan, his descriptions of the savage beast are slightly different from Senior Hu Yao. Based on his observations, the gold-armored steel Fang beast prefers cooling places. As such, it often lives in shadowy places where the sun doesn't reach. 30 years ago, numerous outstanding seniors of the Beast Hall gathered the theories of all of the predecessors, and after many years of research, they realized that the gold-armored steel Fang beasts spoken of weren't of the same species. There is a total of 3 different species, namely the marsh steel Fang beast which resides in the marshlands, the mountain steel Fang beast which lives near mountain streams, and the shadow steel Fang beast which dwells in the colder regions. There are clear differences between these 3 steel Fang beasts. Firstly, the scales in the center of their foreheads are different. Secondly, the structure of their tails is different. If you wish to check on my answer, you can browse through the detailed explanation on gold-armored steel Fang beasts left behind by them. It is toward the left of the 17th bookshelf in the library. Zhang Xian replied calmly. His answer is completely correct. The gold-armored steel Fang beast was a rare savage beast. Furthermore, its classification was extremely confusing. Most people would only be able to recall basic characteristics about the savage beast, and the examiner would have already considered their answers to be correct. However, not only did Zhang Xian provide a complete answer, he even introduced the various books left behind by the senior beast tamers, even pointing out the exact locations of those books. The heck, is he really just a human? The crowd widened their eyes in shock. The entire room was deathly silent. The defining characteristics of steel-backed monkey. The steel-backed monkey has a massive spinal bone that towers up high. Most of the strength the steel-backed monkey possesses originates from its unique bone. Also, it possesses large feet which grant it swift speed. Even though it is a monkey, it is unable to scale trees. Instead, its body structure resembles larger ape-like savage beasts. These defining characteristics are recorded in Zacian's Savage Beasts Exposition. Senior Zacian is a famous beast tamer of the Beast Hall 140 years ago. Before everyone could recover, Hall Master Feng posed another question, and without any hesitation, the young man answered once more. Just like that, with a person asking questions and the other one answering them, the discourse proceeded extremely swiftly. Most of the time, while the crowd was still pondering whether the answer to the question was correct or not, the next question was already answered. In the eyes of the crowd, this young man who wasn't in his 20s yet felt like an answer sheet. Not only were his answers detailed, he even listed out the various possibilities and theories written in the books out. There wasn't a single flaw that could be picked out in his answers. Completely correct. Completely correct. The river worm's living habitat, correct? Why the three-stream river and the erudite bird is unable to coexist, correct? As Hall Master Feng raised question after question, the replies he received left him in so much shock that his mind was about to go blank. Initially, he thought that the other party only happened to know the answer to the questions he raised. As long as he increased the difficulty later on, the other party would surely be unable to reply so swiftly. However, despite the other party seeming as though he was on the verge of fainting, his replies only came faster and faster. Hallmaster Feng felt as though he was unable to keep up with the situation. More importantly, not only was he fast, his answer was flawless. If Hallmaster Feng didn't see it for himself, he wouldn't dare believe it to be true. To think that there would be such a monster in the world. It was no wonder why the other party could recognize the ancient lightning cloud sparrow. In terms of fundamental knowledge on savage beasts, it was likely that Zhang Xian far surpassed the 3 2-star beast tamers. This is impossible. These questions are so difficult. While the 3 2-star beast tamers were overwhelmed by shock, Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang were dumbfounded by the sight before them. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. The questions which Hall Master Feng just raised were of such great difficulty that even they would be unable to answer them. It wasn't that their fundamental knowledge of savage beasts was weak. Rather, in several questions, the defining characteristics of the savage beast were extremely similar. With just the slightest lapse in judgment, they would make an error. For example, the river worm which was just mentioned may sound like an insect, but it is actually an extremely powerful savage beast. Its bones grow on its surface and it possesses immense strength. Yet, such a ferocious and immense savage beast is able to float on the surface of the river. Most people would think that this savage beast lives on the surface of the water upon hearing the word river. Yet, contrary to all expectations, the habitat it is compatible with is the mountains. None of the questions that Hall Master Feng raised was simple. Even on a written paper, they would have to contemplate for a long period before they can jot down their answer. On the other hand, the other party is able to answer immediately, as though he didn't need to muse over the question at all. How does he do it? Putting aside them, even the super genius MO, you would be incapable of answering such a question on the spot. This is the performance of someone who had assimilated all of the fundamental knowledge thoroughly into his bones. Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian shuddered. They actually accused a person of such greatness of knowing nothing at all and putting on an act? Compared to him, the knowledge they had was laughably pathetic. While passing the apprentice theoretical examination through discourse and written paper seemed like the same thing. As someone who had studied beast taming for several years, they knew that it wasn't that simple. Often, While taming a savage beast, unexpected situations would occur. Under such circumstances, one would have to swiftly organize the situation and knowledge in their arsenal to decide on the optimal course of action. Every second count. If they were to miss the timing, it is likely for the situation to complicate, causing the difficulty of the taming process to multiply several folds. This is precisely the reason why a beast tamer who passed the theoretical examination through discourse is highly respected by the others. Every single beast tamer who passed the discourse eventually went on to achieve incredible feats. Initially, they thought that Zhang Xian was only a clown who wished to make a name for himself. Never in their dreams could they have imagined that. Not only were his answers perfect, he didn't even need to think at all. This isn't something a human can do. While the two of them were trembling in fear, Shun Bairu's mouth was wide opened. The fellow who didn't know what the beast forest was 2 hours ago was now spouting innumerable theories and facts as though they were nothing at all. No matter how foolish she could be, it was clear that something was amiss. Does he really possess the talent of a seer? If it were just a doubt to her before, at this moment, she was completely certain of it. How could he have answered all of the questions so swiftly if he didn't know the questions beforehand? On the other hand, a frown was etched on Mou's forehead. Doubt flashed across her eyes as she pondered. This is all. Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Liu, Beast Tamer Wang. Are my answers correct? After a moment, Zhang Xian finally finished answering the final question and smiled at them. Your answers are completely correct. The three of them glanced at one another before Hall Master Feng nodded his head. The other party had answered all of the questions in the theoretical examination in less than an hour. Not only so, he even brought up the history of how the answers were derived. They couldn't help but admire how detailed and precise his answers were. Since you've answered all of the questions correctly, you've passed the first test. It didn't take long for Hall Master Feng to announce the result. Then, he gazed at Zhang Xian once more and said, Since you've passed the first test, let's go on to the second one, taming a savage beast. You have half a month, and you only have to achieve inceptive taming to pass. Half a month? That's too long. Do you keep any untamed savage beast here? Can you allow me to tame it? Even though there are countless savage beasts in Xinluo Mountain Range, it isn't easy to find a specific one which fits the examination criteria. If Zhang Xian were to head out to look for one, it would definitely take up plenty of time. Since he is in the beast hall now, there is likely to be a suitable savage beast. As he said so, Zhang Xian stood up. Throughout the duration of the discourse, Zhang Xian's fatigued physical body had recovered slightly. Even though his condition remained non-optimal, he was clearly in a much better state than before. Allow you to tame it? Hearing those words, everyone became speechless. What a joke. Every single savage beast is valuable. How can we possibly allow you to tame it? Besides, only tamed beasts are allowed to enter the beast hall. Otherwise, if a stampede were to occur, no one would be able to bear responsibility. Hearing Zhang Xian spout such amateurish words, Mou harumphed coldly in displeasure. Is that the case? Zhang Xian shook his head. He didn't expect the beast tamer examination to turn out to be so troublesome. Where in the world can he look for an untamed savage beast now? All right, can I borrow your viridescent eagle to tame? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Zhang Xian's mind. He immediately turned to Mou and asked. Chapter 251. Beast Pummeling Taming Method. The savage beasts in the beast hall are those brought back by beast tamers after great efforts to tame them. As such, they are considered as private possessions. Most beast tamers regard their savage beasts as their wives, and Zhang Xian's request for wanting to borrow a tamed savage beast was no different from borrowing another person's wife to play with. Everyone stared at him as though staring at an idiot. Mou nearly exploded on the spot. Borrowing my savage beast to tame? How in the world did he think of such an idea? How can taming a wild savage beast be the same as taming a tamed beast? Taming the latter is several times harder than taming a wild savage beast. Even though she had only accomplished inceptive taming with the viridescent eagle, she had already interacted with it for 7 to 8 days and had agreed to many of its difficult demands. Throughout the days that the both of them were together, a deep and strong bond had already sprouted between them. The loyalty level of the viridescent eagle had already reached 30 and wasn't too far from 31 to achieve advanced taming. Besides, this viridescent eagle is arrogant and hates interacting with humans. It was the work of numerous coincidences that allowed her to tame it. Yet, this fellow said that he wanted to borrow it from her to tame it. Do you think that this is a joke? She felt so stifled that she was about to go on a frenzy. She had become so impressed with the solid fundamental knowledge of the other party and thought that he was a beast-taming genius when he immediately spoke the words of an amateur. Borrow? Borrow your head. This is my first time I'm hearing that one can borrow a savage beast to tame. Why don't you borrow another person's wife to play with instead? She narrowed her eyes and sneered coldly. Just as she was about to reprimand the other party for his thoughtless words, Zhu Jinhuang walked up and whispered into her ears. Mo Yu Xiaojia, I think that it's a good idea to lend the viridescent eagle for him to tame. What did you say? Mo Yu glared at Zhu Jinhuang ferociously. It seemed as though if his answer didn't please her, she would immediately fly into a rage. You have already tamed the viridescent eagle, and its loyalty level has also reached 30. It is definitely impossible for him to tame it. Isn't this fellow acting arrogantly and gleefully? You should give him a try, and once he fails, he would definitely be embarrassed. Zhu Jinhuang harumphed. Indeed, even a 2-star pinnacle beast tamer like Hall Master Feng is unable to tame a tamed beast. Despite not being a beast tamer, he is speaking such arrogant words. I think that we should teach him a lesson. Zhou Xian chirped in. Hearing the words of the two, Mo Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. She felt that their words made sense. It is technically impossible to tame a tamed beast. Since this fellow is acting so impudently, it isn't anything to let him embarrass himself. As she thought so, she harumphed coldly and looked at Zhang Xian. You wish to borrow my viridescent eagle? Here it is. If you can tame it, I'll allow you to have it. Are you serious? Zhang Xian was only asking casually. He hadn't expected the other party to agree to his request. With glowing eyes, he turned to look at Hall Master Feng and the others. If I were to tame this viridescent eagle, will it be considered as a pass for the second test? Yes, it can be considered as a pass. Hall Master Feng nodded. He had a bizarre expression on his face. This fellow had just shown his vast knowledge on beast taming through the discourse. Why did he become an ignorant amateur all of a sudden? This viridescent eagle is clearly extremely fond of Mou, and it is just a matter of time before it submits completely to her. Yet, you want to try to tame it. Aren't you looking for trouble? You are wasting time like this. You might as well head out and look for a wild savage beast. Good. After the moment of rest, Zhang Xian has roughly recovered from the toll from duplicating those books. Chuckling, he walked forward to the viridescent eagle. Little eagle, your master has already lent you to me. You should hurry up and submit to me. Qiu, a Tongxian realm savage beast like it is capable of understanding human speech. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, it exploded into a rage. This is blatant provocation. Other people brought it good food, entertainment, and all kinds of treasures when trying to tame me. Yet, you came to me empty-handed. More importantly, what's with this attitude? Acting as though it is my fortune to be able to submit to you. Pooey. The furious viridescent eagle raised its giant wings and smacked it straight at Zhang Xian. Hula. The wind blew violently. The resilient wings and the sharp feathers cut through the air as though a sharp knife, causing the air to shrill. This fellow is a Tongxian realm savage beast, and its fighting prowess is much stronger than an average Tongxian realm cultivator. The air seemed to part wherever the wings passed by. Everyone's face immediately turned pale as they stepped backward. It would be difficult for a Pishue realm expert to even withstand the shock wave from its movement. Needless to say, face it head-on. Even as everyone retreated backward, Zhang Xian's expression remained completely calm. With a slight sway of his body, he was already 7 to 8 meters away, thus dodging the attack. Peepa, a dozen meters long crack appeared on the tough bluestone ground after being struck by the wings. The bluestone ground was something the Beast Hall purchased from Bayou City at an exorbitant price. Even a Pishue realm pinnacle expert would find it difficult to leave a mark with a punch from their fists. Yet, with a slight sweep from the viridescent eagle's wings, such a huge crack appeared. Strong. Yuan Tao and the others turned pale. If it were them, they would surely have been unable to dodge the attack in time. They would have been struck to death in an instant. If you continue, don't blame me for not going easy on you. In contrast to everyone's fear, Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. Chill. Upon hearing those words and seeing the expression in Zhang Xian's face, the viridescent eagle was enraged further. Flapping its wings, it flew into the air and struck at Zhang Xian with its sharp claws. The two most powerful moves of the viridescent eagle are the wing sweep and steel claw. The second move is much stronger than the first one. Furthermore, it has a flight advantage, and the momentum from its swoop downwards adds to its force. Even a half-zongshi expert would find it hard to deal with this move unprepared. One wouldn't die if they don't court death. You shouldn't have been so arrogant in the first place. To even dare to taunt a viridescent eagle, you deserve it. Zhu Jinhuang, Zhou Xian, and the others sneered coldly. Even their strongest guards were unable to withstand this powerful move from the viridescent eagle. They didn't believe that this youngster who wasn't even in his 20s yet could survive the attack. The moment he is grabbed by those claws, even if he isn't torn apart, he will surely sustain severe injuries. With this move, the viridescent eagle is able to unleash a might exceeding 500 ding, and that is comparable to a half-zongshi. The only way to deal with this move is to avoid it. No one could have imagined that this lad would be so good at incurring the ire of others. With just a few words, he caused the viridescent eagle to fly into a rage. Upon seeing it use its powerful steel claws, everyone grew anxious. There are innumerable cases of beast tamers killed while trying to tame a savage beast. However, it was unheard of for a person to be killed by a savage beast in the beast hall. Just when everyone thought that misfortune would befall Zhang Xian, his calm voice echoed. Since you're unwilling to listen, I've no other choice. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and faced the other party's claws straight on. Everyone shuddered. The claws of the viridescent eagle are more than capable of smashing through steel. Yet, to face it with his fists, pong. Before anyone could recover from their terror, the fist and the claw had met. Everyone was expecting the youngster would fracture his arm and suffer grievous wounds when the haughty viridescent eagle suddenly released a shrill scream. As though struck by a massive mountain, it was unable to control its body and fell from the skies. Pooh! It crashed heavily on the ground. At this moment, everyone could see its distorted claws. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. The same exclamation, but one was in fear while the other one was in shock. They felt as though their moods were on a roller coaster ride, flying from one end of the spectrum to the other, and then end abruptly. Even catching a savage beast isn't as thrilling as this. Weren't you acting arrogantly just now? However, before they could recover from the shock, Zhang Xian has already walked up to the viridescent eagle and sent a kick at it. Pong! Before the viridescent eagle could react, it was sent flying outward. It crashed heavily into a pillar in the room and twitched nonstop. The strength of his kick definitely exceeded 600 ding. Regardless of how powerful the defenses of the eagle was, it should be impossible to withstand. To dare to make a move against me, you must be tired of living. It seemed that a single kick wasn't enough to vent Zhang Xian's frustration. He walked forward and kicked yet again. Pong! The viridescent eagle was sent into the air once more. Its haughtiness had disappeared without a trace, and at this moment, it appeared exceptionally shabby. If not for the strong defense it possessed as a savage beast, it would have already died from the two kicks. Stop! Mou's face turned red in anger. That was her savage beast. If Zhang Xian were to continue beating it up like that, even if it doesn't die, it would become crippled. She couldn't allow the savage beast which she has tamed with great difficulty to die here just like that. Mou Xiaojia, don't panic. This should be the beast pummeling taming method. Yun Tao hurriedly walked over to inform her. Beast pummeling taming method? This is the name that I came up with. Every time Elder tames a beast, he would first beat it up. It seems that he's doing the same this time as well. Admiration gleamed in Yun Tao's eyes. As expected of Elder Zhang Xian, his beast-taming method is indeed extraordinary. This is one of the hardest Tongxian realm savage beasts to tame. Other people would have to bring tons of delicious food and treasures to coax it. Yet, he started pummeling it immediately without any mercy. He couldn't help but admire his courage. Can he really tame the savage beast like that? I think he'll only incur the wrath and resentment of the viridescent eagle. Mo's eyes narrowed. She had read nearly all of the books in the library, but she had never heard of any beast pummeling taming method. Such an action would only cause resentment in the savage beast. If so, how can one successfully tame it? The viridescent eagle, as one of the stronger aerial savage beasts, has a wild and arrogant nature. It has great pride, and if one tries to befriend it as an equal, it might still choose to give in. However, if one hopes to tame it by pummeling it, that's no different from daydreaming. Flinging her sleeves, Mo harumphed. However, before she could finish her words, her body froze abruptly. Her eyes widened as she muttered, "Ah, this, what is going on?" All of a sudden, the hostile viridescent eagle struggled to its feet and rubbed its head against Zhang Xian's body, fawning on him as though a loyal dog. This is voluntary submission. Chapter 252. Failed? This is an incomparably prideful viridescent eagle. In order to tame it, Mo had specially climbed to the peak of the mountain, personally slaughtered a Pishue realm snake for its dinner, gathered snow water for its bath. Even so, this fellow had only agreed to follow her to the examination. In a sense, she hasn't successfully tamed it yet. Yet, after the beating, it lowered its head immediately. What that maddened Mo the most was the fawning expression it had on its face, as though it was trying to please the other party. What the heck is that? Mo felt a stifling sensation at her chest. All of a sudden, she felt uncomfortable. That was her savage beast, and she wasn't too far away from establishing a contract with it. Yet, at this moment, it was lying on another person's lap, trying to please the person. She felt so depressed that she was not far from sustaining internal injuries from it. Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian, who were extremely confident a moment ago, looked as though they had been slapped in their face. Their faces distorted in disbelief, and they looked as though they were on the verge of tears. Voluntary submission after a beating? Are our eyes playing tricks on us? You too. They were still brooding over the matter when Mo Xiaojia turned to them with an icy-cold expression. Her teeth were so tightly gritted together that the sound of them grinding against one another could be heard. "Didn't you two say that he will fail?" "Aye." Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian trembled in fear. They were the ones who persuaded Mo Xiaojia to hand over the viridescent eagle for the other party to tame. They thought that they would be able to see the other party make an embarrassment out of himself. Not in their wildest dreams did they expect this situation to occur. "Mo Xiaojia, don't panic. I think that the viridescent eagle is just flustered after being beaten up, so it is feigning submission. It'll probably retaliate in short moment." With twitching lips, Zhu Jinhuang hurriedly explained, Indeed. Savage beasts of such level possess intelligence. It must have thought that it wasn't a match for the fellow, so it decided to pretend to submit to Zhang Xian and look for another opportunity to exact vengeance." Zhou Xian said. However, before he could finish his words, an uproar could be heard. He turned over hurriedly and saw Zhang Xian place a drop of blood into the other party's throat. The contract had been established. Chill. After establishing the contract, the viridescent eagle lay before Zhang Xian in satisfaction. It rubbed its head against Zhang Xian's clothes unceasingly, as though a lazy cat who had just been fed and was filled with fondness for its master. "Is this what you call feigning submission to exact vengeance?" Furious, Mo's face turned beet red in anger. She kicked the duo, sending them flipping in the air. "Have you seen any beast which establishes a contract while feigning submission? Have you ever seen any vengeful savage beast act in such a manner?" Mo's breathing hastened, and she felt as though she was about to burst from all the rage. Why did she believe the words of these two fellows and lend the viridescent eagle to the other party to tame. It was too late for regrets, given that the two of them had already established a contract. Even so, amidst her anger, she was shocked as well. How in the world did he do it? She had watched the entire taming process carefully. All he did was to incur the other party's wrath before beating it up. Then, he whispered some words to it before patting a few spots on its body, and the attitude of the viridescent eagle changed immediately. Its infuriated expression suddenly turned into surprise and excitement, after which, it immediately submitted to Zhang Xian. Can it be that? That's right. It must be something that he said. Otherwise, how can its attitude have changed so quickly? Just that, what in the world could he have said to drastically change the attitude of the furious viridescent eagle who desired to kill him so suddenly? How is it? My words are true, right? This is Elder Zhang Xian's skill, beast pummeling taming method. Any savage beast, after being beaten by him, would willingly submit. Yun Tao laughed heartily. Didn't you doubt him just now? Take a good look at this then. The viridescent eagle really submitted after a beating. This is Mou Xiaojia's savage beast. How is this possible? I don't understand it as well. It's not like we've never tried taming savage beasts by beating them up before. But all of the attempts had ended in failure, so how in the world did he succeed? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was especially so for the 3 2-star beast tamers. They felt a dizzy sensation in their head. It's not like no beast tamer had attempted to tame a savage beast by beating it up. However, not only did such actions fail to tame the savage beast, it even incurred their wrath. Most of the savage beasts tamed in such a method would refuse food and die of starvation. There were cases of failures all around. Putting others aside, they had tried this method personally as well. This was the reason why they found it hard to believe Yun Tao's words. Yet, to think that he wasn't lying. Just by beating the viridescent eagle up, it immediately submitted to him. Is this the same prideful and wild viridescent eagle? Why does it seem like an obedient dog now, fawning on Zhang Xian so shamelessly? They were still in a state of disbelief when Zhang Xian walked forward and inquired, Hallmaster Feng and the 2 beast tamers, have I passed the examination? Recovering from his shock, Hallmaster Feng coughed immediately. Cough, cough. Wait a moment. We have to check the loyalty level before deciding on your pass or failure. Even though it looked like the viridescent eagle had been tamed, there was still a need for official verification. Firstly, it was to ensure that the test was impartial and precise. Secondly, they were curious to see if this viridescent eagle has sincerely submitted to him. If it didn't submit to him from the bottom of its heart, flying on it may prove to be dangerous. Let's do the test then, Zhang Xian said casually. He was confident in the viridescent eagle's loyalty toward him. Naturally, the viridescent eagle didn't submit to him just because he beat it up. When it attacked him, a book on it was compiled in Zhang Xian's head. Thereafter, he swiftly looked through the book and understood the eagle's flaws. While it seemed that he was merely beating it up, he had infused his pure zhenqi into the body of the other party to cleanse its bloodline. Employing both the carrot and the stick simultaneously, it would be difficult for it to not submit to him. His Heaven's Path zhenqi is an unparalleled tool in cleansing a savage beast's bloodline and raising its cultivation. No savage beast is able to resist its allure. Given that there were only 2 choices, be killed by Zhang Xian, or follow him and raise its strength, regardless of how foolish a savage beast could be, it was obvious what they would choose. Compared to cleansing its bloodline and raising its strength, all of the other delicacies, tonics, and such were nothing. Wang, Beast Tamer Liu, took the Heart Inquisition crystal and started conducting the test on the viridescent eagle. Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang stood up and walked over to Princess Mou. Mou Xiaojia, don't worry. So what if he has established a contract? Given that the viridescent eagle is tamed through brute force, its loyalty level must be low. Even at maximum, it will only be 31. If it's just 31, given that Xiaojia's loyalty level is 30, there's a high possibility you might be able to tame it back. The two of them consoled. Even though advanced taming is technically a high level than inceptive taming, in practice, a loyalty level of 31 doesn't actually differ much from a level of 30. As long as you pleased it by feeding it with delicious food, the viridescent eagle might still come back to her. The saying that a savage beast recognized only a single master in their entire life is actually just a general statement. Legend has it that the truly formidable beast tamers are able to tame another person's tamed beast with just a few words, even if it has already established a contract with another tamer. Putting everything else aside, the very fact that Zhang Xian managed to tame Mou's viridescent eagle proved that it wasn't entirely impossible. Since it has changed sides once, it is possible for it to do so once again. A maximum of 31? Mou's anger still wasn't placated. Indeed, how loyal can a savage beast who was tamed through brute force be? Does this even need to be said? Zhu Jinhuang sneered coldly. Yet, before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a tightening sensation on his arm. What's wrong? Turning around to look, it was Zhou Xian who had grabbed him. Look! Zhou Xian's lips were quivering. Following the direction where he was pointing in, Zhu Jinhuang took a glance and all of the words he was about to spout vanished. In an instant, he felt tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Numbers had appeared on the Heart Inquisition crystal. Loyalty level of the viridescent eagle toward Zhang Xian, 45. Complete submission, the highest realm possible. Complete silence. Everyone's jaws fell to the ground. Actually, Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang weren't the only ones who thought so. Everyone also felt that the loyalty level of the viridescent eagle would be low, given that it was beaten into submission. Yet, never had they imagined that it would reach 45. This was complete submission, the highest level of loyalty a savage beast could have. Countless beast tamers had lived together with their savage beasts for numerous years, but remained unable to induce such loyalty in their savage beast. Yet, this level was reached just by giving a round of beating. Everyone felt their perspective of the world overturn. This should be considered as a pass, right? Seeing the number on the Heart Inquisition crystal, Zhang Xian wasn't surprised at all. He turned to look at Hall Master Feng with a smile. In the first round of the theoretical examination, you passed the discourse without making any mistakes. In the second round, you managed to tame a viridescent eagle with a loyalty level of 45. Hall Master Feng nodded his head. I declare that Zhang Xian has passed the Beast Tamer examination and that he is officially a one-star Beast Tamer. Seeing that he had passed the examination, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. With this identity, he would be exempted from paying for future rides on aerial savage beasts borrowed from the Beast Hall. Wait a moment. The moment Hall Master Feng finished announcing the result, a bellow sounded. What's wrong, Beast Tamer Mo? Hall Master Feng turned to look at her. The one who spoke was Mou. She had passed the examination, thus he addressed her as a Beast Tamer to display his respect. I disagree with the results. I believe that he hasn't fulfilled the criteria of the examination and thus, he isn't qualified to become an official Beast Tamer. Mou stepped forward and spoke. Oh. Hall Master Feng frowned. For the Beast Tamer examination, one has to tame a savage beast stronger than him. Even though Zhang Xian didn't display his cultivation, given how he was able to defeat the viridescent eagle easily, his cultivation realm is most likely higher than it. At the minimum, he is probably at Tongxian realm pinnacle. Mou sneered coldly, meaning to say, even though he tamed the viridescent eagle, he had merely tamed a savage beast with a cultivation realm lower than him. With this, he doesn't meet the required conditions, and thus, he shouldn't pass. Upon hearing her words, Hall Master Feng hesitated. The situation was exactly as what the other party said. The conditions for the savage beast tamed for the examination is that its cultivation realm has to be higher than the examinee. Zhou Xian, Zhu Jinhuang, and Yun Tao had fulfilled this condition. In the previous battle, Zhang Xian relied solely on his physical body strength, and as such, the others weren't able to see through his cultivation realm. Even so, given how he was able to defeat the viridescent eagle so easily, there was no doubt that his cultivation realm was above that of the viridescent eagle. Going by the usual practice, Zhang Xian wasn't yet qualified to become a beast tamer. You mean to say, I am unqualified to become a beast tamer because the savage beast I tamed has a cultivation realm lower than mine? Zhang Xian glanced at her. Yes. MOU replied coldly. Then, what if this viridescent eagle isn't at Tongxian realm, but at Halfsongshi? Does this mean that I've passed the examination? Zhang Xin asked. Of course. MOU nodded. Even though she didn't know how strong the other party was, she didn't think that he had reached Halfsongshi. Good. Nodding his head, Zhang Xin turned to the viridescent eagle and said, All right, it's your turn. Chill. Following a piercing call, a powerful force suddenly burst forth from the massive body of the viridescent eagle. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.